Chapter 931 Trouble Surfaces. Chapter 931 Trouble Surfaces. The Colin Group was one of the local financial groups within the Shattered Star Ring. It was well known for its large business scope that encompassed areas such as resource mining, logistics, and transportation, as well as the production of processed materials. While it was not a galactic-level financial group, it was still a sizable company in cooperation with many planetary and star system-level civilizations. At the same time, this group was also partnered with the Black Star Army and provided business channels for the Army. Freebnovel.cm. Many similar organizations cooperated with the Black Star Army, partly for the Evolution Cube, and partly because they were attracted to the influence of the Black Star Army in the area. Their identities as Black Star Army collaborators could bring a lot of convenience to their businesses. The Colin Group, as one of the first companies to cooperate with the Black Star Army, had experienced a booming performance in the past few years, and their prospects were broad, but at this moment, all the corporate executives and shareholders were gathered together in the conference room of the Colin Group with frowning faces. The current head of the group, Colin Duller, sat at the head seat. His expression was terrible, and he was suppressing his fury. The Hebrew and Sade civilizations have terminated their cooperation with us. They not only withdrew the planetary mining rights that we purchased but also canceled the long-term contract for the supply of materials. Furthermore, I was negotiating with the WE's members before, which would have allowed us to obtain a new business area. The negotiation had already come to an end, but the WE's actually went back on the previous terms and chose to cooperate with others. Our situation now is very bad. One of the upper echelons sighed. That's right. Many of the heads for the civilization departments that had cooperated happily with us have now cut off all contact. This is not normal and should be our competitors pulling some underhanded moves. Humph! I know who they are. Colin snorted coldly. A while ago, the Limitless Financial Group sought me out, wanting to purchase the Colin Group, but I rejected them. The recent movements were most likely made by them. What? There was such a thing. Why didn't we know that the Limitless Financial Group had contacted us? A few of them displayed expressions of shock while some of them remained silent. Obviously, they had found out about this matter. Colin's tone was furious. I've already inquired about it. The Limitless Financial Group has been acquiring companies in the Shattered Star Ring recently, and those businesses that did not agree were more or less suppressed. I heard that the Limitless Financial Group has decided to enter Shattered Star Ring due to the development of the flickering world, and they are preparing to invest in the large-scale construction of a factory in the Hebrew and Sade civilizations. They should have made a deal behind our back, so both of them terminated the cooperation with us. At this moment, the second largest shareholder of the company, who had always been dissatisfied with Colin, suddenly sneered. It's not only that. There are also several important cooperative businesses that have stopped businesses with us. Several civilizations no longer approve our loans, and our management-level employees were also poached, leaving a significant gap. Now our business has shrunk by more than 30%, and our price on the stock market has plummeted. As I said earlier, you should not have rejected the Limitless Financial Group, one of the largest financial groups in the universe. There's no disadvantage to turning them against us. Hearing this, Colin's face was pale. He also knew that they could not compare to the brand or financial power of the Limitless Financial Group. If there was an opportunity, many would cooperate with them, even abandoning their previous partners, as the Limitless Financial Group would bring immense benefits. The more Colin thought about it, the angrier he got, and he heavily thumped on the table, leaving behind an indentation. He gritted his teeth. Don't even think about it. The Colin Group is my hard work, and I will not agree to the acquisition requirements of the Limitless Financial Group. The second largest shareholder sneered. How are you going to solve the current problems? If there is no way, the group will collapse sooner or later. Everyone here is a shareholder. If you want to gamble, you have to go through us first. Colin fell silent for a while before shaking his head. I have no method at the moment. A document was thrown out by the shareholder, landing on the table. He coldly laughed. Since you have no methods, just sign this shareholder acquisition document. Colin's expression changed. He stared at the shareholder. You've been bought over by them. Bought over? I was just acting in the interests of our group. The second largest shareholder laughed and surveyed the shocked or calm faces of the upper echelons. Another large shareholder understood the idea and said, "Colin, just agree. We will have a hard time contending with such a large financial group at that level. Besides, their purchase price is very reasonable, and after joining the Limitless Financial Group, our businesses can be further developed with their support." This seemed to be the signal to get many of the upper echelons to open their mouths. All of you, Colin's eyes widened. How could he not understand that all of them had been bought over? The sum of all these people's shares was enough to overrule his decisions. To think that the board had been infiltrated like this. Even those hesitating shareholders were also staring at Colin with hopeful eyes now. Colin's eyes were unreadable. "If I don't agree, are you all planning to overthrow me?" The second largest shareholder indifferently replied, "That will depend on the strategy you can come up with. If you want to drag this whole group into the abyss, don't blame us for saving ourselves." Colin stared at the acquisition book on the table and hesitated. Without a word, he grabbed the book and read it carefully before signing the agreement with a heavy expression. Pa pa pa. A sudden applause could be heard outside the door, and the room opened, showing a man clapping as he walked in, a confident smile on his face. A wise choice. Colin looked over frowning, but before he could ask, the second largest shareholder beat him to it. "This is one of the upper echelons of the Limitless Financial Group, Mr. Maddock." "Oh, turns out you're the guy who bought us out." Colin's words were sarcastic. There's no need to look at me like that. In the future, the Colin Group will be an arm of the Limitless, and we'll all be colleagues." Maddock waved his hands while lightly smiling. "I'm here to tell everyone that there will be no major changes to the original decision-making structure of the group. You all will still remain as the backbone." Maddock eyed everyone before continuing. "However, there needs to be an adjustment in business direction. We need to immediately terminate the cooperation with the Black Star Army." "Why?" Colin could not understand. Acquisition was one thing. What did it have to do with their business partner? "Oh, our Limitless Financial Group has signed an agreement to cooperate and develop the Bloodshed Land. The Bloodshed Land is prepared to emulate the Black Star Army and build its own interest union, so it requires many organizations to join. Every business we buy must be converted to a partner of the Bloodshed Land to provide them with channels to expand their business." Maddock smiled indifferently. Colin frowned before a look of understanding flashed past his eyes. He had also attended the previous Black Star party, and Sorokin had been there, but the latter had chosen to invest in Bloodshed Land and was now using it to attack the partners of the Black Star Army. As someone local to the Shattered Star Ring, a bold conjecture appeared in Colin's mind. The Limitless Financial Group did not just wish to enter the Shattered Star Ring. It wanted to attack the Black Star Army. All of them were just pawns that had been caught up in the storm. The Colin Group was just one of many examples. During this period, many of the local businesses within the Shattered Star Ring were acquired or controlled, either defeated directly by sheer banknotes or simply willing to go under the banner of the Limitless Financial Group. For those that did not agree, there were many methods that the Limitless Financial Group could use. For example, in response to conflicts, they could rally the smaller shareholders to overthrow the larger shareholders. They could also buy out some key personnel or invest in building factories to attract the civilizations to hinder the businesses of some companies. The Limitless Financial Group was well experienced in this. If someone would not compromise, they would be suppressed to death sooner or later, and they would lose more than what they would have originally obtained. The Limitless Financial Group had no way to directly shake the businesses of a hegemon like the Black Star Army, so they could only erode them bit by bit. To the local enterprises, this universe-level top financial group was like a giant crocodile that they could not compete with. You might be rich, but the Limitless Financial Group is especially wealthy. Under such operations, the Limitless Financial Group, having worked behind the scenes for several months, acquired many of the local businesses, forming a large number of business channels. They strongly inserted themselves into the Shattered Star Ring market with a stable footing. At the same time, the Bloodshed Land released a joint announcement with the Limitless Financial Group to publicly announce their cooperation. The Bloodshed Land also mentioned that they would expand their business and carry out a transformation of their organization. While it was not specifically stated, everyone in Shattered Star Ring knew that their target was the Black Star Army. The Limitless Financial Group is working in depth with Bloodshed Land. In the headquarters of the army, Sylvia looked at the report on her hand, her face revealing a troubled expression. The Bloodshed Land plans to steal our businesses. There has been a conflict of interest on both sides, so those organizations that have been acquired by the Limitless Financial Group have terminated their cooperation and turned to the Bloodshed Land. The secretary next to Sylvia shook his head, his tone worried. They don't want the quota for the evolution cube anymore? Sylvia frowned. I'm not too sure, but most of the acquired organizations are private, and their demand for the evolution cube is not great. Hearing this, Sylvia nodded. That was the case, as private organizations were different from civilizations. Even if they required evolutions, they would probably have purchase slots for all their members in the past few years. The main reason they cooperated was to maintain the influence created by the network of interests. Now that they had been acquired, they could only be swayed to the intentions of the Limitless Financial Group. What businesses relied on to compete was their power, wealth, and influence, and force could not be applied to them. Furthermore, with the Bloodshed Land as a beyond grade organization and an ally of the dynasty, this provided a suitable shield for the Limitless Financial Group to act. Teacher was right. The Limitless Financial Group did not have any good intentions at all. Sylvia secretly huffed and looked at the detailed report. While the Limitless Financial Group was huge, it would be impossible to fight against all the businesses in the entire star field. That was especially so for the civilizations. It was impossible for them to give up on cooperating for the evolution cube. The Limitless Financial Group could only target the private organizations, and because each acquisition also required a lot of money, the larger organizations had not been targeted for the time being. Thus, so far, the Black Star Army had only lost a few business channels, but it was far from the level of hemorrhaging. Only their peripheral businesses were affected. Their core businesses like the Evolution Cube, Flickering World Development, and Planet Mining were still stable. But they had to guard against any further upsets. As she thought of this, Sylvia had a severe expression as she took out her communicator. I have to inform my teacher immediately. Chapter 932, The Capacity of a Beyond Grade A. Chapter 932, The Capacity of a Beyond Grade A. At the same time, in the dynasty's central territory, a small unmarked fleet was docked above a huge blue planet. The planet hosted one of the most famous interstellar cities in the Crimson Dynasty, with a prosperous economy and a huge population. This fleet came from the branch of the Black Star Army in Constellation Corridor. Because of his long stay in the dynasty this time, Han Shao immediately dispatched the local army fleet the moment he arrived in order to utilize the fleet's machinery factory to produce machinery to while away the time on the way. The Crimson Dynasty knew that Han Shao had come over to the central galaxy with the purpose of avoiding any danger, so he did not need to proceed to planet Crimson Ring to report. Except for the secret military areas, he was free to roam about the territory of the dynasty, and the upper echelons of the dynasty would not restrict him. Han Shao was practicing his energy training techniques while searching for the famous people of the dynasty in the future. He had arrived in this interstellar city to visit just one person. The number 16 Comprehensive Superpower Academy of the dynasty was a first-class university and a famous facility on this planet. The goal of Han Zhao's trip was precisely this academy. In his memories, a future Beyond Grade A dynasty member had graduated from this college. According to the data from his past life, this Beyond Grade A was recruited into the academy between the years 709 and 712 on the galaxy calendar. This was the early stage of the update from version 3.0 to version 4.0, this exact period. Because his fleet was unmarked, the arrival of Han Shao did not cause a sensation on the planet. Only the upper echelons of the academy were notified, and the principal immediately dropped all his affairs to personally greet them. At this moment, in one of the campuses of the dynasty's number 16 Comprehensive Superpower Academy, Han Shao took Aurora with him as they walked down the tree-lined road. Their faces were concealed by a virtual disguise, and their real identities could not be seen. The artificially planted trees helped to ward off the shine from the artificial sun in the sky, and the sunlight passing through their canopies was cut into slivers of golden specks. There was also a sparkling river beside the road, where several students were frolicking in the water. Further ahead, there was a patch of grass where students of different races mingled with each other in discussion, and occasionally, a few students flew past in midair holding books to rush to class. Everywhere was full of youthfulness. So nice. Looking at this scene, a slight longing and envy appeared in Aurora's eyes. Her childhood was akin to hell, and she had never experienced such a normal growth process. Gazing at the scene, Han Xiao suddenly felt a little sad. The life of a normal person is already too far away for me. Lowering his head, Aurora's profile, under the morning light appeared particularly pure and sacred, and her long eyelashes twitched gently. Your Excellency Black Star, the pugilist department is in front of us. At this time, the voice of the principal sounded by his ear. Han Xiao withdrew his gaze from Aurora, looking forward at a tall building complex. There were spherical gravity training spaces visible to the naked eye, and many of the pugilists were also practicing. The three of them walked around the teaching area for a while and walked past a classroom. A new class of pugilists were in the middle of a cultural class. When Han Xiao looked in, his gaze immediately landed on an unremarkable person belonging to the galaxy human race. This plain and unassuming face was very familiar in his eyes. Carlet, the Beyond Grade, directly under the dynasty in the later versions. After Dark Lord Claudi died, he took over his position, and his combat ability also reached the peak of Beyond Grade A. The memories of his past flashed through Han Zhao's mind in an instant, and Han Zhao's eyes flashed inexplicably. Seeing that Han Xiao had stopped and did not move, the principal was a little confused. He looked over and saw Carlet seated there. He hesitated before he asked, "Your Excellency Black Star, do you recognize this freshman?" Han Xiao shook his head. "I just felt that he has a lot of potential." freewebnov.co. Hearing this, the principal immediately looked carefully, but he could not see anything special about Carlet. He was a little dissatisfied in his heart, but he could not help paying attention to the opinions of a Beyond Grade A. The principal secretly took out his communicator to check Carlet's files, but he found out that the freshman had yet to awaken his super gene, and thus, his performance was also at the bottom of the cohort. The majority of the freshmen in the college were ordinary people, as the college would also conduct tests to select the good seedlings to start education earlier. Within this 1.5-year period, if they could not awaken their super genes, they would be asked to leave. "I hope to be able to chat with him," Han Xiao said. Okay. The principal hesitated a little but finally agreed. Han Xiao walked into a random empty classroom, and when the bell rang, the hallways got noisy. The door of the classroom opened, and the principal walked in with Carlet. "Sit." Han Xiao smiled. "Why do you want to meet me?" I didn't do anything wrong." Carlet stood dumbly, his expression cramped and speech awkward. His family were all ordinary people who ran a small business. However, his parents wanted him to become a super so that this family business could obtain the social welfare treatment that was unique to supers. Thus, they allowed him to go to the college. Carlet had no opinion and thus took the admission exam, being lucky enough to pass it. As a freshman who had never come into contact with any supers, Carlet had only met the principal once at the opening ceremony. However, the principal had approached him personally today, which made him anxious as to whether he had broken any rules. "Haha, you didn't do anything wrong. I just wanted to chat with you." Han Xiao laughed. Carlet finally heaved a sigh of relief, closely scrutinizing Han Zhao's face before he asked curiously, "You? Who are you? I don't recognize you. Why are you looking for me?" "Oh, my name is Black Star. Maybe you've heard of my name. I'm an ally of the Crimson Dynasty, and I think that you have potential. Are you willing to join my Black Star army?" Han Xiao smiled. The purpose of this trip was to search for potential strong candidates, but because Carlet's starting identity was too low, he was not spotted early. If Han Xiao could bring such a power over, he would not hesitate. Seeing this, the principal began to doubt his own eyes. It was impolite to poach someone in front of him, but he did not dare say anything. It was even more surprising, seeing that Black Star would personally invite this person without any extraordinary features. What is the Black Star Army? Carlet opened his eyes wide, a look of puzzlement. He never paid attention to interstellar matters and did not even know what their dynasty ruler was called. Han Zhao's face cramped up, and he threw a glance to Aurora. Aurora could only explain it patiently to him. Carlet seemed to only understand half of it. So, you guys are mercenaries? You can put it this way, I guess. Han Zhao was helpless. If you join our army, not only will you obtain better teachings, you can also obtain more benefits. Before waiting for Han Zhao to finish, Carlet began shaking his head. I'm not going. Dad only sent me here to improve our family condition. He does not allow me to go out to fight and kill. If he learns about this, he will beat me up. Hearing this sentence, Han Zhao did not know whether to laugh or cry. This reason was quite refreshing. The universe indeed was not lacking people who wanted to be super just for the benefits. However, once they obtained the strength, their mentalities would undergo a change. Thus, he could understand why Carlet was thinking like this right now. In his previous life, Carlet himself belonged to the late bloomer protagonist character archetype. He was honest, clumsy, and had a slow growth rate, but he slowly stepped forward until he stood at the peak of all supers. During his peak, he could even kill ordinary beyond grade as without losing his breath. After graduating from this official superpower academy, the military and some government departments came to recruit him. At that time, Carlet finally had his own beliefs and joined the army against the will of his family, starting his legendary career. However, now Carlet was still a naive child in Han Zhao's eyes. Every beyond grade A was unique. If he rashly changed Carlet's future, he might not grow up like his previous life. After all, guys like Carlet were not like Gila, who had the innate potential to hit beyond grade A. Seeing that no one was talking, Carlet scratched his head and hesitantly asked, "If there's nothing else, can I go?" "All right." Han Zhao put his thoughts aside and smiled as he nodded. He decided not to push Carlet so far right now as he did not have the value to be poached. But he had also helped Carlet indirectly, since he showed this student's importance. The principal would definitely try to focus on his training, and he could use this time to foster a closer relationship with him. Watching Carlet leave, Han Zhao temporarily bid farewell to the principal, returning to his spaceship. As soon as he entered the cabin, his communicator rang. It was Sylvia on the line. "Teacher, there's a situation with the Limitless Financial Group." Han Zhao's eyes flashed. "Explain in detail." Sylvia quickly summarized the incidents, and Han Zhao frowned as he connected the picture of him conversing with Sorokin. An understanding came to him. Them entering the Shattered Star Ring market is false. Their true motive is to deal with me. "Teacher, you're saying?" Han Zhao sighed. "The Limitless Financial Group acts as an economic and commercial enterprise on the surface, but its true motive is to support the Bloodshed Land in opposing us, interfering with our development. I've been waiting to see what the pressure brought about by the evolutionary totems would be, and it turns out it's in this form. There should be many backers behind the Limitless Financial Group this time, likely the Federation and the Church as well. Then what should we do? There's no way to resolve this." Sylvia's expression was solemn. Han Zhao was also tied up. In terms of commercial activities, the Limitless Financial Group was the undisputed ruler. The core businesses of the army were not impacted, but he was unable to prevent Sorokin from acquiring his partners. That would later cause a negative effect as his other business partners would choose to dissolve any relationships in order not to be targeted. This was a straightforward strategy of attacking using their own abilities. If we hope to compete with the Limitless Financial Group, we must turn our dispersed capital into a whole. Use this external pressure to facilitate internal cohesion among our partners. Encourage them to unite and form an existence similar to that of a chamber of commerce. We can help each other resist the malicious acquisition of the Limitless Financial Group. Sylvia thought about it before nodding in agreement. This method is not bad. Alas, there is no method to tackle the root cause. We can only stop the damage from spreading. Han Zhao's eyes flashed with a cold light. After a period of time, I'll have the mechanical host I left in the headquarters go to the Bloodshed Land and find Heber 4. A good talk. After discussing the countermeasures, Han Xiao hung up, and his expression sank. Now that the Black Star Army had gained the opportunity to shine in the world and develop rapidly, Sorokin attempted to deliberately drag them down, preventing them from developing peacefully. He wanted to destroy the network of interests Han Xiao had spent years trying to build up. Although this method of Sorokin's could not shake the core businesses, it was very sinister and disgusting, and it would kill the future of the army. He wanted to contact Sorokin for questioning, but he quickly banished this idea. With that old fox's character, he would definitely use all kinds of business activities as an excuse, and there would be no way to express his own dissatisfaction. Since he knew how Sorokin was going to reply, there was no point calling him. If Heber promised to cooperate, it means that he's taking this opportunity to develop his forces. He, of course, won't mind knocking me down in the process. When I advance to level 300, I'll go and chat with him. Han Xiao clenched his fists with a heavy expression. Since he could not deal with Sorokin, he would cause trouble for Heber. Tai is not giving me face at all. If you think that this wave of trading is very profitable for you, don't blame me for destroying your prestige later. Chapter 933, Black Star's Tour. Chapter 933, Black Star's Tour. In the Bloodshed Land's palace, Jord excitedly reported, "In summary, we've obtained many new channels of business in a short amount of time, and our operations will double at the very least this year." A burly figure stood beside the window, and Heber listened to the report. Jord then continued reading the report. The Black Star Army completed their transformation many years back and diversified their operations. We didn't have the evolution cube, so despite having cleansed support, our transformation was very slow, and we were still restricted by the quality of the employment missions that we received. About 70 to 80% of our funds come from various armed employment missions. After working together with the Limitless Financial Group, they've provided great aid to our transformation, and the embryonic state of our transformation is already complete. The Black Star Army and Bloodshed Land were both beyond grade organizations, but their operation direction was different. Under Han Zhao's lead, the Black Star Army managed to diversify their operations through the evolution cube. They had both military and financial strength. As for the Bloodshed Land, they were a classic poor army with their influence and operations being very limited. This was a problem that had been troubling the Bloodshed Land. With the help of the Limitless Financial Group, Heber's problem was now resolved. As long as they continued down this path, the Bloodshed Land would no longer be a group of boorish individuals who only knew how to fight wars. They would have the right to fight with the Black Star Army as a private organization. Heber turned around and calmly said, "Good job." Jord hesitated for a moment and could not help but ask, "Your Excellency, just what kind of a deal did you make with the Limitless Financial Group? Why are they willing to help us without holding back?" "It is just an exchange of benefits." Heber glanced at him. "They wish to enter the Shattered Star Ring and want to borrow our influence to gain a spot in the local market." "Humph, although their targets are the organizations that cooperate with the Black Star Army, we are also a beyond grade organization, and it won't be a loss for them to join us." This was the reason on the surface. As for the deeper intention of their deal, Heber was not planning to inform his subordinates. Although Heber did not say anything else, Jord could sense that this matter was not so simple. The Limitless Financial Group did not approach the Black Star Army but went to the second best option instead. They were obviously targeting the Black Star Army. Jord broke out into cold sweat as he thought about the possible meaning behind the cooperation and did not dare continue asking. He still wanted to live to the day where he could hug his grandchildren. Jord then wiped away his sweat and left the room. Heber was the only one left, and he continued looking out the window. A long while later, the corner of his lips curled up slightly. Although he maintained his calm appearance in front of his subordinates, he was actually very happy. He was not bothered about whether the Limitless Financial Group would succeed. He only wanted to make use of this opportunity to develop. The losses of the Black Star Army were of no consequence to him. The both of them were the dynasty's allies but also competitors. He would be more than happy to see the Black Star Army suffer a huge loss. On the other side, Carlet, who had rejected Han Zhao's invitation, returned to his dormitory, and his friends immediately crowded over with curiosity. "Hey, why did the principal look for you?" Carlet was extremely honest, and his results were at the bottom. Thus, his relationship with the others was not too bad. A few of his friends had seen the principal approaching Carlet at the end of the lesson and thought that he had done something wrong. Thus, they all crowded over with concern. Carlet scratched his head and said, "Nothing much. Someone wanted to meet me." "Who?" "He is actually able to get the principal to personally invite you," one of Carlet's dormitory mates exclaimed. He was the one with the best background in the entire dormitory, but he was still far from the level of the principal. Carlet's family was extremely ordinary, so he could not help being puzzled. "He said that he is called Black Star and asked me to join the Black Star Army," Carlet said helplessly. The moment he said these words, the entire room fell silent, and a look of disbelief could be seen on everyone's face. "That legendary Black Star. Are you kidding me? Why would he look for you?" Seeing his dormitory mates' expressions, Carlet could not help but ask with doubt, "Do all of you know him?" "My goodness, don't tell me you don't even know who Black Star is." One of his friends almost fainted. I hadn't heard of him before," Carlet said with a tinge of embarrassment. "Is he really a big shot?" "He isn't just a big shot. He is a beyond grade a super, the peak of individual strength and an existence who can chat with the dynasty ruler." One of his friends then began describing Han Zhao's history. The others then surrounded Carlet and showered with him plenty of questions. Carlet briefly explained the situation, but with his lousy expressive vocabulary, it took a while for the others to understand what had happened. That handsome dormitory mate of his then could not help but notice a sour feeling in his heart. Why did such a good thing fall on the head of this bottom-ranked idiot instead of him? At this moment, another one of his dormitory mates then realized something and asked, "Did you accept Black Star's invitation?" "I didn't agree," Carlet replied uneasily. "You actually rejected the opportunity to join the Black Star Army." Everyone was truly speechless. "You're truly an idiot. This is an opportunity to change your fate. Ordinary people like us would never be able to enter the Black Star Army. You actually..." Seeing everyone say so, Carlet fell into a daze and started to doubt his own choice. "Did I really make the wrong choice? I'd better ask my family first." Carlet then took out his communicator and ran to the side to contact his family. That handsome dormitory mate then looked at Carlet's back, and a look of dense jealousy and resentment could be seen in his eyes. Why him? Why did he obtain such an opportunity but not know how to treasure it? He is truly idiotic to the extreme. Why would such a legendary figure take notice of such an individual? He originally liked Carlet and was willing to take care of Carlet, but now he was only filled with disgust toward Carlet. The next day, Han Xiao temporarily ignored the frustration of the financial groups and continued monitoring Carlet. He noticed something interesting. The event had already spread throughout the entire level, and the attitudes of all the students changed greatly. A portion of them fawned over him while others excluded him. "Because of my actions yesterday, his entire school life has been rewritten by me. He can no longer be a transparent individual like in his previous life." Han Xiao shook his head and had a greater understanding of his status as a big shot. For Carlet to be dragged into the storm early on, the effects on his growth would be unknown. Could be a good or bad thing. However, his actions had definitely helped him. Any individual capable of becoming a beyond grade A would have grit in them and be unwilling to concede defeat. Difficulties would only spur on his potential, and he would welcome all problems head-on. Who knew if Carlet had such a character? Perhaps the intense competition in the school would allow Carlet to experience a change further. If that's the case, why don't I aggravate the situation further? Han Xiao stroked his chin. After waiting for a moment, the bell went off, and the students left their classrooms. Han Xiao then openly called out, "Carlet." Upon hearing someone call his name, Carlet turned around. Upon seeing Han Xiao in the same clothes as the previous day, he recognized Han Zhao's identity and was startled. Black Star, it's you again." His voice was not loud, but it seemed to have a magical force. The students in the surroundings all stopped and looked at Han Xiao with burning gazes. "You seem to be very nervous?" Han Xiao ignored the crowd and smiled at Carlet. Although others were unable to see his true appearance, he could still display emotions. "My father asked me to thank you, but he doesn't wish for me to interact with you too much," Carlet said with a nervous look. Han Shao was not too bothered by the response. Raising his finger, Carlet's communicator flew into his hands. After fiddling with it casually, he handed it back to Carlet. "It's all right. I left my number for you. You can contact me if you change your mind." Carlet was overwhelmed with favor and said without confidence, "I truly do not understand why you think so highly of me. I am only interested in developing more talents." He then patted Carlet's head and felt the changes in the gazes of those around. A profound smile could then be seen on his face. "Hey, I helped you strengthen your protagonist interface. You don't need to thank me." Han Shao then looked at Carlet deeply before disappearing from everyone's sight. The next moment, Han Zhao's figure appeared outside the atmosphere. He did not remain on the planet and left in his spaceship. During the following period, Han Shao remained in the territory of the dynasty. The upper echelons of the dynasty paid close attention to Han Zhao's actions and observed that he paid visits to many different people. Some of them were middle-rank members within the dynasty, and others were ordinary individuals. The upper echelons of the dynasty understood Han Zhao's intentions. Black Star was planning for the future and considering what kind of talents he should invest in for his authority in the dynasty to increase. However, the choices that Han Shao had made were truly strange. Han Shao did not pick the current high-ranking individuals but went to find some strange people. Just what kind of logic was that? The dynasty had investigated everyone that Han Shao visited. Some of them truly had great potential, but the majority of them did not seem special at all. The upper echelons of the dynasty were puzzled. They could not understand the basis behind Black Star's choices. His choices truly seemed far too random. On Han Zhao's side, he paid visits to many NPCs that would be famous in the future. The majority of them rejected joining the Black Star army just like Carlet. There were some who had accepted Han Zhao's invitation, and he managed to bring some talents over to his side. Of course, Han Shao did not rope over any talents who would have authority in the dynasty in future. On the Shattered Star Ring side, Sylvia acted according to Han Zhao's instructions and took the relevant measures. She contacted many of the organizations working together with the army to withstand the pressure from the Limitless Financial Group together. This idea achieved a certain effect, and a portion of the organizations accepted the suggestion to form a loose alliance to increase the difficulty of the Limitless Financial Group acquiring these organizations. However, this was a method that did not resolve the root cause of the problem. The army was not a real financial group after all, and their foundation was not as robust as the Limitless Financial Group. These organizations only cooperated with the army and were not properties of the army. The most important thing would be for these organizations to hang in there by themselves. As for the rest, the army could only look at convincing some of their partner civilizations to provide some political leeway to these organizations to aid their businesses. The only way to resolve the root cause of the problem would be for the dynasty to open up the rights to sell the totem to everyone. However, this was not something that Han Shao could decide alone. Since competition was unavoidable, Han Shao did not think too much about it and focused on training his energy. As long as his energy reached the requirement for the promotion mission, he would go and cause trouble for the tyrant. He would not be able to solve the problem this way but could create a lose-lose situation for both of them. He would only be able to use strength to target Heber, but it was useless for him to suggest sparring with Sorokin. The other party was the leader of a financial group and was using normal business means to compete with him. If Han Shao used strength to deal with Sorokin, the citizens of the universe would only think that the Black Star Army was too tyrannical. Furthermore, Sorokin did not need prestige, and Han Shao was able to think of over 100 different reasons for Sorokin to admit defeat immediately. Heber was different. As an ally of the dynasty, Heber helped the enemy backstab him, and Han Shao would have no qualms with beating Heber up. Heber placed much importance on his prestige and would never run from a spar. This was also a good opportunity for Han Shao to take revenge about the time Heber bullied him when he had just become a Beyond Grade A. As the owner of the Evolution Cube, many large organizations paid close attention to all of Han Zhao's actions. Even if he was only having a holiday in the dynasty's territory, many organizations still paid attention to him. Everyone knew that he was hiding from the storm, and no one wanted to disturb him. However, there were some who had other thoughts. Planet Ladbu was the colonial planet of a star system vassal civilization in the Crimson Dynasty's territory. Because of the interference from the universal civilizations, all the vassal civilizations in the central galaxy made use of more lax and backward political systems. This civilization was like that. This colonial planet was managed by a local feudal lord. Apart from in emergency situations, the feudal lord would not be appointed by the central power but elected from the region. It was a semi-independent system. Such a backward ruling method was not advantageous to the authority of the civilization. The position of feudal lord on planet Ladbu had always been held in the hands of a few prestigious families. Although an election would be held according to an ancient agreement, the election was only for show, and the family that took up the position of feudal lord had already been decided beforehand. This year was the election year for planet Ladbu, but it was different from the other years. An individual called Iapetus, who was born in a business family, returned to participate in the election. Originally, someone like him would have been suppressed by the other families, and it would have been impossible for him to emerge victorious. But this time, the citizens of planet Ladbu seemed to be tired of the various large families playing politics and wanted a new face. As such, they gave their votes to the outsider, and Iapetus became the most popular candidate. First, he was a local, and second, he was from a pretty famous business family on planet Ladbu. According to the current votes, he was the most likely candidate for the position of feudal lord. We hope that you will back out from the election. In one of the most luxurious apartments of the planet, the emissaries of the various families placed a communicator with a bank transfer page on the screen in front of Iapetus. What is the meaning of this? Iapetus frowned. Name a price. I do not lack money. Do you really want to block our way? Iapetus replied with a deep voice. I am only playing according to the rules. This is what an election means. The emissaries then looked at each other and stood up to leave. One of them then looked at Iapetus coldly and said, You've made the wrong choice. After the emissaries left the room, Iapetus let out a long sigh. His back was already covered with sweat, and he let out a bitter laugh. At this moment, a lady wearing a secretary uniform walked in and stood in front of Iapetus. She said with worry on her face, They will not let go of you so easily. I know. Iapetus waved his arms and muttered under his breath. Now that negotiating with me has failed, they will employ more violent means. If they are kind, they will kidnap me and use various methods to frame me. If they aren't, I will not be able to survive until the end of the election. I have already hired more galactic mercenaries as your bodyguards. They will protect you for sure. Mercenaries. People who can be bought over with money cannot be trusted. Brother, why not you give up on the election? Your life is more important than anything. This female secretary was not an ordinary employee but Iapetus' kin. No, there are some things that an individual has to do. Iapetus shook his head. The female secretary had a complicated look in her eyes and a tinge of admiration. She had always admired Iapetus, not just because of his methods but also because of his courage. Both of them then fell silent for a while, and Iapetus' eyes lit up as though he thought about something. Right, I heard that the big shot Black Star is currently touring the dynasty. His last seen location isn't too far from planet Ladbu. Right? I think so. Upon hearing that, a bright glow lit up in Iapetus' eyes. I have a bold idea. Perhaps we can make use of Black Star. Chapter 934. You are truly bold. Chapter 934. You are truly bold. In the dark energy gathering chamber of Black Star's spaceship, a black metal sphere that was 10 meters in diameter floated in the middle of the room. The surface of the sphere had many beehive-like holes lined up neatly along the surface, with most of the holes being connected to a high-efficiency energy transmitter cable that stretched to the wall. The spaceship had many of these dark energy gathering chambers that were used to collect the dark energy when traveling in the universe. This black sphere was the dark energy converter. Under normal circumstances, the dark energy reactor was enough to sustain the spaceship for ordinary flight. Using such an energy collector was akin to harvesting solar energy for backup and for letting the energy reactor rest once in a while. It was also able to provide additional energy if required. The room was filled with abundant dark energy. Han Xiao floated in front of the collecting device, and strands of dark red energy flowed around his body. The cells of his entire body absorbed the dark energy being given out, and he used an energy conversion manual to increase his own energy. Whoosh! After a while, the red light in Han Xiao's eyes receded, and he spat out a mouthful of hot air. He looked at the notification on his interface. The number of refinements for his dark energy refinement manual had increased by 1 again. Among the energy training techniques that he had purchased, this was one of the best. He could absorb dark energy and convert it to his own energy with an upper limit of 240 refinements. Every refinement would give him 10 energy, and he would be able to obtain a total of 2,400 energy points at most. After triggering the promotion mission, Han Xiao had been training his energy every day, and his energy points had already gone up by a few thousand points. Landing on the ground, Han Xiao gestured with his finger, and the cable lines that he unplugged were plugged back into the energy collection device. He then walked out of the room, and his consciousness entered the quantum network. With 2 fingers, he grabbed Philip and brought Philip in front of him. "Has anything happened recently? Let me see, Philip then took out a holographic book and pretended to flip through it. An animated light bulb then lit up above Philip's head. A few dozen dynasty organizations issued an invitation to you. They wish to get to know you, Master. They're here again, Han Xiao said helplessly. It was no secret that he was touring the dynasty's territory. Most of them knew not to disturb him, but a small portion of them wanted to cling onto his thighs, and there were already a few hundred organizations that had invited him. They were all rejected by Han Xiao without exception. Reject them all if there are no invitations worth paying attention to. Han Xiao waved his hand. I looked through all the invitations, and there is a pretty interesting invitation that I think you may be interested in, As he said that, the invitation was displayed before Han Xiao. Your Excellency Black Star, I am the founder of the Iapetus Financial Group, and I have always admired the Black Star Army. I wish to work together with the Black Star Army and build a subdivision on planet Ladbu. Having heard that you are in the area, I wish to invite you to take a look at planet Ladbu. Planet Ladbu, Feudal Lord, Iapetus. Han Xiao looked through the invitation and could not understand what was special about it. What's so special about this? Isn't this an ordinary invitation? Just send someone to build the subdivision. Why is there a need for me to go personally? The problem is, his signature is wrong. When I checked his identity, he isn't the feudal lord of that planet, but only one of the individuals participating in the election. I looked through the database, and it is very likely that he is in a precarious situation and thus chose to issue this invitation. Han Xiao did not have any impression of Iapetus and went online to check on his background. Iapetus' current situation was no secret to a virtual mechanic like Han Xiao. After looking through the information, Han Xiao could guess Iapetus' thoughts, and a look of interest could be seen on his face. He wants to make use of me, and he doesn't even bother hiding it? A teasing look could be seen in Han Xiao's eyes. Their statuses were worlds apart. A small little financial group leader actually wanted to make use of a dynasty bigshot like him. Without mentioning the rest, he was at least bold enough. Master, should I reply to him? Philip asked. Han Xiao thought for a while and smiled. Agree to him and change course to planet Ladbu. Let's take a look at this fellow who has the guts to make use of me. In the room, Iapetus was currently pacing around with a frown. His female secretary was dealing with the administrative work for the election and glanced at Iapetus with concern from time to time. Beep beep. Right at this moment the communicator rang, and Iapetus picked it up immediately. Brother, are you all right? Upon seeing the sudden change in his expression, the female secretary could not help but ask that with concern. I'm extremely good. Black Star has replied to me and agreed to my invitation. He will be arriving at planet Ladbu very soon. Iapetus was truly overjoyed. He really agreed. The female secretary had a look of disbelief on her face. She actually did not think that Iapetus' plan would work. In her eyes, a big shot like Black Star would never bother about insignificant people like them. See for yourself. Iapetus handed the communicator over to his secretary. This was just a bold attempt of his, and he had known that it was unlikely to succeed. Even if Black Star could not see through his intentions, it would be difficult to tempt the other party with such a small amount of benefits. But since Black Star had agreed to their invitation, it meant that their cooperation had begun. Make immediate arrangements, Iapetus instructed. I want to personally welcome Black Star. I understand. The secretary stood up immediately and suddenly said with hesitation, those few families are already taking action. Should we release news now and get them to? No. Iapetus rejected without any hesitation. This information cannot be revealed before Black Star arrives. If it is, I will be in danger. Cancel all my plans during this period. We must not give the enemy any chances. The representatives of the various wealthy families were gathered together. There was a pale-looking man seated on the couch with a box in his hands. His hand had never left the surface of the box. What is Iapetus doing? He's cancelled all his plans, hiding at home. We will not have any chances to take action, one of the representatives said. Another representative then looked at the pale man and said, Do you have an idea to get rid of him? This pale-looking man was an assassin that the various families had been grooming. He was a grade B cannon master. He shook his head upon hearing the question. I had been observing the security of Iapetus' house. He's hired many bodyguards with a few grade B supers. His defenses are extremely tight. Unless he comes out in the open, it will be impossible for me to break into his house. I have already come into contact with those grade B mercenaries, one of the representatives said. They took my money but told me that they can only pretend to be careless. They cannot betray their employer in the open, otherwise it will affect their credibility. We'd better wait for Iapetus to leave his house. If those grade B bodyguards are on our side, I am confident that I will be able to kill him. The pale-looking man smiled coldly. All right, be ready for your orders, one of the representatives said with a dark expression. Planet Ladbu is our territory, and we will never allow it to be managed by outsiders. A couple of days later, Iapetus finally left the house and took a bulletproof flying device to one of the harbors. His motive was unknown. The various large families received news and immediately sprang into action. They arranged for the pale-looking man to follow behind them and waited for their opportunity. Very quickly, Iapetus arrived at the harbor, and his flying device landed under the protection of his bodyguards. The pale-looking man followed behind and arrived at a storeroom under the arrangement of the families. There were no windows in the storeroom, but a cannon master had the ability to lock onto his target. He was definitely able to aim accurately without the need to see his target. This would allow his assassination to be better concealed. He opened up the box beside him. The parts of a sniper rifle were stored within it. He rapidly assembled it, and it transformed into an electromagnetic sniper rifle. He then aimed the sniper rifle at Iapetus. The bodyguards intentionally left a gap that was a huge flaw in the eyes of the pale-looking man. He then pressed on the microphone in his ear. I am in position. I can open fire any time. Very good. The voice of the representatives entered his ear. In the city, the representatives monitored Iapetus' movements through the various satellites. After controlling the planet for so many years, they had plenty of resources available to them. Looking at Iapetus through the satellite, all the representatives could not help but be puzzled. Is he waiting for someone? Strange. Who would come to meet him? He has a financial group after all. Perhaps he hired some new bodyguards. But there isn't a need for him to personally welcome bodyguards, right? Since they could not understand his intentions, they decided to just not think about it. Regardless of what he planned to do, they just had to kill him and the problem would be solved. One of the representatives then issued the kill order. You can... But before he could finish, an emergency call was made from the defensive troops outside the atmosphere. This representative immediately picked up the call. What's going on? This is the observation station outside the atmosphere. An unknown fleet suddenly appeared outside the planet's atmosphere. A group of battleships just broke through the planet's detection net and is landing rapidly. Their target should be the harbor near the capital of the planet. Upon hearing the location, everyone was stunned. Iapetus was waiting for this fleet? Was this a show of force? Humph, what's the point of calling people? You're dead for sure. Everyone's face darkened. Just when they wanted to give the kill order, a gasp could be heard over the communicator. Wait a moment. I recognize it now. This is the Black Star Army's fleet. Although there isn't an insignia on the spaceships, they passed by here recently, and the number and models of the ships are identical. The expressions of all the representatives changed greatly. At the same time, a gushing sound could be heard at the harbor, and everyone looked up. A group of spaceships was descending at high speed and becoming bigger by the second. The spaceships then landed accurately in front of Iapetus' group and messed up their hair. Whoosh! The spaceship's hatch opened, and a tall figure walked out from the spaceship. He then took off his disguise and revealed his true appearance. Black Star. All the representatives were dumbfounded, and some of them even collapsed on the ground. Black Star was a big shot that belonged to a completely different world from them. Yet, the person whom Iapetus wanted to receive was Black Star. How was that possible? What was the relationship between them? Why would Black Star make a trip to such a small planet? Not just the representatives of the families. Even the bodyguards beside Iapetus were shocked. They could feel an immense pressure from just seeing Black Star's figure, and they felt that even breathing had become difficult. Right at this moment, the representatives seemed to have been shaken awake from their dreams and roared into the microphone. Quickly leave. Stop all your operations. All of them were frightened by the sudden visit of Black Star. Before understanding the relationship between Iapetus and Black Star, they would not dare make a rash move. The pale-looking man gulped and swiftly disassembled his rifle before running away at top speed. Han Shao looked in the direction the assassin had escaped before glancing at the leader of the group with interest. You are Iapetus? Iapetus suppressed the nervousness in his heart and said, Yes. I welcome you, Your Excellency Black Star, on the behalf of Planet Ladbu. Your arrival is our honor. Although his plan had succeeded and he had already planned what he should say to Han Shao, his mind completely blanked out when he saw Han Shao. His mental state was immediately shaken. Just what kind of a character did I summon this time? Han Shao then sized him up and smiled. You are truly bold. Iapetus' body trembled slightly, and he did not dare reply. This time, even a deity would not be able to save him. Chapter 935. I will harvest crops with a sickle in my hands. Chapter 935. I will harvest crops with a sickle in my hands. Iapetus had a respectful attitude before him, and the secretary beside him was extremely nervous. Han Shao sized the two up and confirmed something in his heart. He did not have an impression of the two, which meant that they were not famous NPCs in his previous life. At the very least, they were not famous among the players, however. Not having any fame did not mean that he did not have any ability. The galaxy was extremely large, and there would be many characters that the players had not come into contact to. Perhaps Iapetus did not achieve much in his previous life, or perhaps Iapetus passed away early and thus remained without fame. Han Shao generally tried looking for those with potential in his previous life, but apart from this, it was also possible for him to dig up some latent talents. Before coming, the great mechanic Han had checked up on Iapetus' background. His resume was complete, and his background was clean. He had founded a local financial group, and his few strategic decisions showed his foresight. The way he saw it, although Iapetus did not have any combat strength, he was a capable talent in terms of management and could be brought back to help Sylvia. With the various thoughts going through his head, Han Shao did not say anything for a while. His silence had instead increased the pressure that Iapetus felt. A drop of sweat rolled down Iapetus' neck, but Iapetus maintained his posture and did not dare wipe his sweat off. Are you planning to let me continue standing here? Han Shao teased. My apologies. It is my oversight. Please follow me. I have arranged everything already, Iapetus said immediately and cursed himself in his heart. Han Zhao's immense pressure made him lose control of his own thoughts, and he was afraid that he would incur the ire of Han Shao. Iapetus led the way in the front and boarded the flying carrier with Han Shao and Aurora. The flying carrier then started moving toward the city. Iapetus and his secretary were seated opposite Han Shao and Aurora with a reserved attitude. "You are the one who invited me. Why are you so nervous?" Han Shao chuckled. "There are fewer than 100 people in the universe who can probably maintain their cool before you, and I am not included among the 100. Iapetus calmed himself down and attempted bootlicking him. It was a pity that Han Shao did not like people sucking up to him. He then suddenly said with a smirk, "Right, you seem to have told me a lie. You aren't the feudal lord of this planet yet." Iapetus tried to calm himself down and forced a smile. "This is only temporary. With my current polls, becoming the feudal lord is only a matter of time." Han Shao did not retort but chuckled. "This means that our Black Star army will only be able to set up a subdivision here after you become the feudal lord, right?" This sharp question had targeted the core of the matter. Although Iapetus had such a thought, he did not dare admit it. He could only use his silence to agree. The other party's reaction was not out of Han Zhao's expectations. He then paused for a while and said with a smile, "If that's the case, why don't I work together with the current feudal lord? The election date is arriving, and I will definitely become the feudal lord of this planet. I will still be the one in charge of working together with you. Thus, I decided to make use of you being nearby to send you an invitation." Iapetus knew that this reason was shaky, and it was only an excuse. Before inviting Han Shao, he had already considered the possibility of angering Black Star. He knew that Black Star might end up choosing to work together with the other huge families. However, this was a gamble anyway. If Black Star did not come, he would not have the chance to turn the tables. Thus, even if Black Star chose to work together with the large families, his situation would not be any worse than before. After considering the possible gains and losses, he had decided to make use of Black Star's influence. Even though he was making use of Black Star, Iapetus was extremely clear that it was Black Star helping him. His little tricks would not be able to fool a big shot like Black Star, and he had not even been confident that Black Star would show up. Now that the other party was here, it meant that even if Black Star was aware of his intentions, Black Star was still willing to help him. Thus, there was no need to make things too clear, and both parties would have a tacit understanding of the situation. Upon hearing the other party's words, Han Shao did not make things difficult for him and chuckled. He could not help but recall a story from his previous life. There was a young man who wanted to become the son-in-law of the world's richest man. As such, he applied for a job at a famous bank and claimed that he was the son-in-law of the world's richest man, hoping to obtain a high-ranking post. He then went over to meet the world's richest man and claimed that he had a high-ranking post in the famous bank and wished to marry his daughter. Although this story was fake, Iapetus' strategy was extremely similar to it. Although it was a little risky and had a low chance of succeeding, Iapetus' decision wasn't too bad. Han Shao nodded in his head. However, the other party's actions were no different from inviting the wolf into his house in Han Zhao's eyes. With fresh crops jumping right into his embrace, he would be a fool not to eat it up. Constructing a subdivision on an ordinary planet was almost meaningless to him. What Han Shao wanted was Iapetus. Regardless of the generation, talent was the most important resource. He did trigger a mission on his interface, but the rewards for the mission were pitiful. Since he was already going to help Iapetus, though, he might as well accept the mission. Han Shao and Aurora then arrived at Iapetus' villa, and Iapetus could finally heave a sigh of relief after arranging everything. The bodyguards returned to their position. After seeing that there was no one else around, Iapetus' female secretary could not help but hug Iapetus' neck from behind with excitement. "Yes, we will definitely win with Black Star's help." Iapetus forced out a smile and then shook his head. "It is enough for Black Star to come. I only want to borrow his prestige. As long as the large families do not do anything underhanded, I will be able to win the election for sure." "I was almost frightened to death when Black Star appeared just now." The female secretary rolled her eyes. "This move of yours was truly too risky. Don't do something like this again. If not for me making this bold move, our ending would definitely have been terrible." Iapetus said with a resolute gaze. There's no point to trying to guess the thoughts of a big shot. Why not just give it a try? How could we know if the other party was willing to help us? We must take the initiative to seize opportunities. On the other side, Han Zhao's arrival on planet Ladbu had scared the few large families, and they were currently discussing what they should do next. In the conference room, the family heads of the various families had solemn expressions on their faces, and the atmosphere was grave. Our information shows that Iapetus doesn't have any background. Why would Black Star come and meet him? One of the family heads asked with doubt. Our intelligence report must have missed something. Immediately check his relationship with Black Star. Before this, all our schemes against Iapetus must stop. Another family head roared. Black Star's arrival had disrupted all their plans, becoming an obstacle that they could not ignore. They had no choice but to consider Black Star's attitude in their future plans. Everyone present was not sure about the relationship between the two, and this was the misunderstanding that Iapetus wanted them to have. With Black Star by his side, it would be impossible for them to assassinate him. If Iapetus was truly Black Star's friend, they would be dead if they dared make a rash move. These family heads could only do as they liked on this planet, but they were no different from ants when compared to Black Star. Even if Black Star slaughtered them all, the universe would not be bothered by the matter. As a vassal of the dynasty, the central government would not stand up for them for sure. Even if they died, no one would care about them. Thankfully, we stopped the assassination, but I'm afraid, one of the family heads said with lingering fear in his heart. The current feudal lord is still a member of our family. We should first pay a visit to Black Star and try to fish for some information. A few hours later, the current feudal lord of planet Ladbu visited Iapetus' villa with plenty of gifts. Even though Han Xiao was only the guest in this place, he seemed more like the owner of the villa. Iapetus did not dare reject the guests on behalf of Han Xiao and reported it to Han Xiao obediently. The feudal lord of planet Ladbu waited for a while outside the gate before being allowed to enter. He then suppressed his anxiety and arrived at the guest room. However, he was immediately stunned upon entering the room. Han Xiao could not be seen in the room, and only an adorable girl was seated on the couch. He then remembered that this girl was one of Black Star's subordinates and sat opposite her obediently. You can let me know what you want. Aurora tried her best to force out a solemn expression. The planet Ladbu feudal lord then chuckled and said with a fawning tone, as the leader of planet Ladbu, I would like to pay a visit to His Excellency Black Star and personally welcome him. You don't need to worry about that. His Excellency Black Star is not an individual that you can meet as and when you please. Aurora waved her hands and mimicked the words and tone that Han Xiao had taught her. You may leave if there isn't anything else. The planet Ladbu feudal lord refused to give up and tried probing Aurora a few more times. He only left after he noticed Aurora frowning. After leaving the villa, his face became extremely ugly. He was unable to meet Black Star, but Iapetus was able to personally welcome Black Star. The meaning behind this made his heart sink. With Han Zhao's current position, many complicated matters became simple. Just his name and appearance were sufficient to frighten the various large families. They no longer dared act as they pleased, afraid that they might anger him. As such, they had no choice but to watch as Iapetus' votes increased in number and had no way to stop Iapetus. Han Xiao trained his energy and stayed on planet Ladbu for a period of time. Very quickly, it was time for the election. During the day of the election, Iapetus won by a landslide. He then made a speech and went through plenty of ceremonies. Night gradually came, and darkness descended. A flying carrier moved slowly in the air, and Iapetus looked out of the window at the city. His excitement from the day had died down, and upon thinking about the big shot waiting for him at home, he could not feel happy. His flying carrier stopped outside his door. Despite it being his own house, he was like a frightened beast in front of the house. Iapetus then took a deep breath and walked into the villa. You're back. Just as he entered the door, he saw Aurora leaning against the wall, waiting for him in the hall. She then pointed up and smiled. He is waiting in the room for you. Iapetus then went up into the room nervously. Han Xiao was the only one in the room and had his back facing the door. Without turning back, he knew that someone had arrived and said, "Come in and take a seat if you're here." "All right." The atmosphere in the room made Iapetus gulp, and he sat in front of Han Xiao. Han Xiao then looked at Iapetus expressionlessly. "Since you have succeeded, it is time to fulfill your promise." Iapetus heaved a sigh of relief and said respectfully, "I understand. I will immediately use my authority to work together with the Black Star Army and support the construction of a subdivision over here." Before he could finish, Han Xiao interrupted him. "I am not talking about this small matter." Iapetus felt his intestines tangle up. Han Xiao then looked at him and said slowly, "Since the matter is completed, I shall speak openly. You borrowed my prestige to suppress the other great families, and this is only your motive on the surface. Your second motive was to obtain the support of the army through the subdivision constructed here to ensure that you can sit comfortably in the position of feudal lord." Iapetus fell silent upon hearing that. That was indeed his plan. The election was only the start. After running Planet Ladbu for so many years, the various large families controlled the officials of all levels. Even if he became the feudal lord, he would be no more than a puppet without authority. When Black Star left and the families investigated his relationship with Black Star, his life would be in danger. Thus, he had to find a reliable backer. Black Star, who was in the vicinity, had attracted his attention. As such, he hoped to make the Black Star Army his backer to stabilize his position of feudal lord. "Only, what do you want?" Iapetus said with a dark expression. Han Xiao looked at him and smiled. The oppressive atmosphere in the room also disappeared. "Don't be so nervous. I won't harm you since I chose to help you." freewebnovel.com. Iapetus also felt that those words made sense and eased up slightly. Before Iapetus could catch his breath, Han Xiao's next words made him freeze in place. "All right, you have played enough already. Pack up and follow me onto the spaceship." Iapetus' expression froze in place. Chapter 936 Dealing with Sorokin. Chapter 936 Dealing with Sorokin. "What do you mean?" Shock could be seen on Iapetus' face. "You should understand the universal language, right? I mean what I said. You are going to come with me." Han Xiao looked at Iapetus with interest. "Are you joking?" "Leave with you." Iapetus was puzzled. "I am not joking with you. You will need to pay the price for my aid. Since you sought help from me, you will become a member of my Black Star Army and my subordinate as the price." "We never had such an agreement." Iapetus stood up abruptly. "Why do you think that I need to discuss terms with you?" Han Xiao raised his brows. "Since I am the one providing help, the conditions will naturally be decided by me. My condition is you. You are already one of my subordinates now." Iapetus' face began to contort. He had never imagined that the other party actually wanted him. All of a sudden, his heart was filled with a myriad of emotions. There was shock and frustration, and he even felt overwhelmed with favor. Iapetus then replied in a deep voice, "I am sorry. I thank you for thinking highly of me, but I will not sell myself." "Why are you under the impression that you have a choice?" Han Xiao could not help but laugh. Compared to combat strength, management ability did not have a benchmark. One could only view an individual's past records to make a judgment, and Han Xiao felt that Iapetus was a talent worthy of harvesting. It wasn't that Han Xiao thought extremely highly of Iapetus. There was no lack of management talents in the army, but having met a talent, he would just take Iapetus back with him since he was already there. "I won't be able to fight back if you want to force me, but will the famous Black Star do something like that?" Iapetus was completely helpless and could only attempt to persuade Han Xiao otherwise. "TSK, you seem to have gotten something wrong." Han Xiao then walked behind Iapetus and pressed down on his shoulder to get Iapetus to sit down. "If this was an ordinary recruitment, I wouldn't force anyone who rejects me. But the relationship between us is different. You wanted to make use of me and have already obtained benefits. Furthermore, you will still need the Black Star Army to help you stabilize your position. Thus, the initiative is in my hands. Can be said that I am your creditor." Han Xiao then retracted his smile and said calmly, "Since I am your creditor, I will decide how you should pay your debts and not how much money is in your wallet. Iapetus had nothing to say in response. This was obviously a forced transaction, but he had no way to reject a big shot like Black Star. Gritting his teeth, Iapetus said, "You should have mentioned beforehand that you wanted me to work for you. That way I wouldn't." Han Shao interrupted Iapetus calmly. "Don't forget that you were the one who took the initiative to seek help from me. You did not ask me for my conditions at all." Upon hearing that, Iapetus was completely speechless. He had only hinted at Black Star about his intentions during the invitation. How could he openly ask the other party for his conditions? Should he have openly stated that he would not work for the other party? Would that not have been too shameless of him? How would he have known that Black Star would take a fancy to him? Now that things had developed to such a point, Iapetus had nowhere to go. Black Star already had the initiative, and if he insisted on rejecting Black Star, he was certain that the Black Star army would work together with the other families. The situation was different from before. Before the election, he had nothing to lose, and the situation could not have become worse for him. Now that he had already obtained the position of feudal lord, Black Star's attitude would determine the stability of his position. In fact, it even determined his life. At this moment, Iapetus only had a single thought. Just why do you think so highly of me? I will change. Seeing Iapetus' difficult expression, Han Shao narrowed his eyes and intentionally lowered the tone of his voice. Do you really dislike the Black Star army that much? Upon hearing that, Iapetus was taken aback. After thinking for a moment, he shook his head. Iapetus had no choice but to admit that his future in the Black Star army would definitely be brighter. How could the feudal lord of an ordinary planet be compared to the personal recruitment of Black Star? I am not against the idea of joining the army. It is just that I didn't only participate in the election for my future, but also to do something for my mother planet, Iapetus said with a sigh and briefly described his ambition. He was born in an ordinary family and started everything from scratch. After he made his mark, he became dissatisfied with the corruption in his homeland and thus tried to use many ways to wipe out the corruption in his homeland. You can still continue to be your planet's feudal lord while serving me, Han Shao then replied. Then, I really cannot leave with you. How can I leave after being elected? Iapetus said with difficulty. Can you give me a few years to iron out matters here? You do not have the right to negotiate with me, Han Shao chuckled. Even if you are not on planet Ladbu, you can still manage it from afar. With my support, no one will be able to shake your position even if you aren't present. Upon seeing that he still had something to say, Han Shao did not bother bargaining with Iapetus and said while leaving the room, I don't care how you take care of it, but I will only give you 3 days. You will leave with me when the time is up. Looking at Han Zhao's retreating back, Iapetus sat in silence, and his face was extremely bitter. His worst nightmare had come true. It was truly easier to invite a wolf into his house than send it away. Before he even warmed the seat of feudal lord, he would have to leave and sell himself away. I'm so tired. I truly regret it. I shouldn't have provoked such a big shot. 3 days later, Iapetus stood in front of the hatch with a complicated look on his face. He then let out a sigh and looked at his secretary, who had a reluctant look on her face. I will have to trouble you when I am not around. After 3 days of making arrangements, Iapetus decided to make his trusted secretary his spokesperson to help him manage planet Ladbu. With the support of the Black Star Army, her personal safety was guaranteed. Although he was not very willing, he had no choice. His secretary stepped forward and gave Iapetus a hug. She could only watch as the situation turned out as such, and she had no strength to prevent Iapetus from being dragged away. You, be careful, Iapetus' secretary said with worry on her face. Upon hearing that, Iapetus could not help but laugh bitterly. If he followed Black Star, not to mention other things, his safety definitely would not be an issue. He then suppressed his emotions and headed toward the spaceship and his unknown future. Frubnov.com. News of their new leader leaving was not kept a secret, and all the large families were extremely shocked. Is he leaving the 3rd day after the election? Just what is this? After a series of investigations, the various large families understood what had happened. They found out that Iapetus had become a member of the Black Star Army and was taken away. He had left his secretary behind to maintain his control over the planet. Iapetus had the support of the Black Star Army, and none of them could fight back. However, Iapetus' actions did not conform to the rules. The local leader of a colonial planet was not allowed to join another organization. This was to prevent the colonial planet from being controlled by other organizations. All of them then made a plan and made use of their network to report this matter to the central government. They did not have any way to deal with Iapetus, but the civilization's government could. They would be able to take away Iapetus' title of feudal lord by using the reason of sensitive identity and have an official take over the position. In their eyes, although the Black Star Army was powerful, they did not have the right to interfere with the internal affairs of a civilization. Since they could not provoke Black Star, they could only choose to employ such methods. This civilization had stopped progressing many years ago, and many of their officials were corrupt and easy to deal with. These large families could not do anything to Iapetus, but they were still confident about roping in such an official. The situation definitely would not be worse than it was right now. After the central government found out about this, they immediately fell into a dilemma. Such an action had gone against their laws, but they could not afford to provoke Han Shao. After some discussion, they could only force Iapetus to make a choice. He could choose to give up his identity as a member of the Black Star Army or give up the title of feudal lord. Iapetus would want to return to his home planet, but he had no choice. However, he was not resigned to give up the title of feudal lord and could only report the matter to Han Shao. Since he had roped the other party into his army, Han Shao did not mind increasing the loyalty of this newbie. As such, he immediately made a call to the Crimson Dynasty. The effect of this call was obvious. A few days later, this star system civilization retracted their orders and pretended that nothing had happened. This time, the several large families of planet Ladbu were truly helpless. Black Star's authority made all their plans useless, and they could only accept their fate obediently. This star system civilization was a vassal of the Crimson Dynasty. With Han Zhao's status in the dynasty, a single call was enough to resolve this problem. However, Han Shao was clear that this method would only work on the vassal civilizations of the dynasty. If it was a neutral star system civilization, his fame would be useless. An outsider interfering with the internal affairs of a civilization was already taboo and touched the bottom line of a civilization. His status was indeed high up as an ally of the dynasty, and he was respected by the various star system civilizations. But respect was one thing, and no civilization would compromise on their principles. However, the vassal civilizations of the Crimson Dynasty were different. Their political will was weak, and they adhered to the requests of the Crimson Dynasty. The dynasty did not want to affect the relationship between the two because of such a small matter. This could also be considered one of Han Zhao's special rights in the Crimson Dynasty. Iapetus had already spent some time on the spaceship and adjusted his own emotions. Now that things had developed to such a state, he could only accept his fate. Since fighting back was useless, he chose to enjoy it and decided to do his best for the army. Han Shao finally summoned him that day. When he arrived at Han Zhao's office, he immediately asked about his job. "Your Excellency Black Star, what do you need me to do for the army?" Han Shao placed down the communicator in his hands and looked up at Iapetus. "You started out from scratch and have good management abilities. Your business foresight isn't too bad either. I have some financial group-related matters to hand over to you. This is my specialty." Iapetus heaved a sigh of relief. "But before this, meet your future superior first." As he said that, Han Shao pressed his communicator, and Sylvia's projection appeared in the room. "I am the chief administrative official of the Black Star Army. Are you Iapetus?" Sylvia sized Iapetus up. "Yes. I have already seen your resume. Your ability isn't too bad." Sylvia nodded. Right at this moment, Han Shao knocked on the table, and both of them turned around. "All right, let's get straight to the point. I plan to set up a subsidiary financial group that is still in the preparation phase. I will be investing in a large number of talents in the future. The current Black Star Army was extremely large, and there was a need to modify its structure a little. After some consideration, Han Shao decided to make the Black Star Army the core and develop a few organizations. The first organization would be a pure financial organization. The financial group would be able to make use of the Black Star Army's resources to gain business advantages. A portion of this idea came from referencing the structure of the Limitless Financial Group, and the other reason was to deal with the Limitless Financial Group's competition. The methods of the Limitless Financial Group revealed the weakness of cooperation through benefits. As such, Han Shao planned to develop a subsidiary financial group and reorganize all the Army's subsidiary operations. All the previous operations managed by organizations cooperating with them would be transformed into their own operations. This would limit the Limitless Financial Group's acquisition tactic. Sylvia nodded and looked at Iapetus. I am the temporary leader of the financial group. Although you are a newbie, you are a talent that the Army commander has personally recruited. I will give you a chance. You do not need to work from the bottom and can lead a team to compete with the other teams. As long as you are able to produce results, I will give you the position of a manager. As for whether or not you can be promoted, that will depend on your performance. The Army had a large number of talents, and Iapetus was only a newbie. Han Shao would not allow him to become a manager so quickly, and he could only slowly prove his ability to rise up the ranks. I understand. This is fair. Iapetus nodded. He was pretty confident in doing business and was not afraid of competition. Thinking about that, he could not help but ask, what is the name of that subsidiary financial group? Upon hearing that, Han Shao raised his brows, and a teasing look could be seen on his face. Let's call it the Germinal Financial Group, Chapter 937 Feiden. Being lucky is so troublesome. Chapter 937 Feiden. Being lucky is so troublesome. Iapetus did not know the meaning of the financial group's name, but the strange smile on Black Star's face when he mentioned this name told him that this name had a special meaning. Han Shao shook his head and knocked on the table. I will get people to send you to the Army headquarters located in the Shattered Star Ring when we reach the next planet. When you arrive, you will have time to get used to your job. That's all I have to say. You can leave now. Go and do your own homework. All right. Iapetus nodded, bowed, and left the room. When Iapetus left the room, Sylvia rolled her eyes and said, You are far too petty. You actually came up with such a name. Although she was not someone from planet Aquamarine, she had served under Han Shao for many years and had also heard about his experiences in the early days. I am not being petty, Han Shao grunted. In fact, Gila, Aurora, and himself were the final 3 members of the Germinal organization. Looking at it that way, Germinal was truly brimming with talents. After joking for a while longer, Han Shao got back to the main point. Anyway, how are matters in the Shattered Star Ring? Upon hearing that, Sylvia also retracted her smile and reported the situation regarding the Bloodshed Land and Limitless Financial Group. Ever since the start of their competition, Han Shao had gotten Sylvia to give him a report every now and then. Currently, the remaining organizations working together with the Black Star Army had formed an alliance and restricted the Limitless Financial Group's acquisition tactic to a certain extent. The Limitless Financial Group and Bloodshed Land had also changed their tactic and started to stabilize the operations that they had acquired. The efficiency of the Bloodshed Land had immediately shown itself. They quickly digested the market stolen by the Limitless Financial Group, and the Bloodshed Land expanded rapidly during this period. Both parties were able to complement each other. The Limitless Financial Group smashed money to acquire organizations while the Bloodshed Land provided their influence and network to reorganize these resources. As such, the development of the Bloodshed Land went smoothly and was catching up to the Black Star Army's status in the Shattered Star Ring. The combination of a foreign dragon and local snake gave people the greatest headache. If not, even if the Limitless Financial Group could print money, their threat would still have been limited. The tyrant had truly created a lot of trouble for him. Han Shao snorted after listening to the report. I will definitely give you a good beating after my promotion. Han Shao shook his head. I understand the situation. You can get back to work. Humph, you only know how to order me around. Can't I even stay a bit longer with you? Ever since I became the chief administrative official, you've become more and more distant from me. Sylvia could not help but sniffle. Since when? Han Xiao was stunned. I don't care. I haven't taken a break in such a long time. I want to be as carefree as Jenny. Sylvia complained with anger. Although I am willing to work for the army, you cannot treat me like a slave. Humph. Do you really think that I like working, if not for you? Humph. Han Xiao could only comfort her helplessly. In the eyes of the members of the army, Sylvia would never complain and had a steady image. She would only start to whine and throw a tantrum when she was in front of him. At the next planet, Han Xiao picked a few battleships and sent Iapetus back to the Shattered Star Ring. He then continued to run around in the dynasty, searching for crops while training his energy. He went through many different star clusters, star systems, and planets. As time went on, the various organizations no longer found his actions strange. After touring the dynasty for a long time, Han Xiao accumulated his energy to the boundary point of LV.19. He was getting closer and closer to completing his promotion mission. Whoosh! In the gravitational chamber, the half-naked Han Xiao was floating in midair with his eyes glowing brightly. Han Xiao then took a deep breath and retracted all his mechanical force. Ending the gravity simulation, he could feel as though a layer of restriction was taken off his cells, and new energy was being formed. I finished training another energy training technique. Han Xiao's eyes sparkled, and he nodded with satisfaction. This was an energy training technique that used gravity to force out the energy of the cell. He had trained it to the maximum and squeezed out all its value. During this period, Han Xiao had trained a few different energy training techniques, and he now had about 119,000 energy points. Just one last 1,000 points. I am not too far away from LV.19. Han Xiao then controlled his body to open the sweat pores of his body. Sweat immediately gushed out from his pores but evaporated the instant it left his body. At his current level, he was able to control his body perfectly. Even sweating was something that he could control with a thought. He could choose not to sweat after an intense workout and would only feel a tinge of discomfort. Drying up his body, Han Xiao touched his chest muscles and admired his body for a while before putting his clothes back on. Han Xiao then walked out of the gravitational chamber, walked to the alley, and looked out of the window. The image displayed on the window was capable of zooming in and out. At this moment, the image on the window showed the surface of a planet with plenty of spaceships taking off and landing from it. Enya Hub, a famous galactic city in the Constellation Corridor. A high-grade transfer hub. This was a prosperous galactic city that belonged to one of the dynasties beyond Grade A allies. Because of its good management and location, Enya Hub had become one of the famous spots in the dynasty. However, Han Xiao did not come to this planet to dig up talents. His fleet needed to replenish their resources, and Aurora and his Black Star Guards complained that they had stayed on the spaceship for too long and wanted to play in the city. Thus, he brought them to Enya Hub and had stayed there for a few days already. In order to not attract any commotion, Han Xiao disguised his fleet and got Philip to conceal information of his arrival and create a fake identity. As such, Enya Hub's artificial intelligence did not detect his arrival, and no one knew that he had arrived. Opening his interface, he could see an evolutionary totem buff on it. This is also a planet that has an evolutionary totem on it. Han Xiao stroked his chin. The sale of the evolutionary totems had been going on for quite some time already. The dynasty and their allies had purchased whatever they wanted and had begun putting them to use already. The evolutionary totems would usually be used on colonial planets, and it was rarer to see one being used in a transit station. Han Xiao looked through the past 2 years of information for Enya Hub and realized that the Enya Hub had attracted more tourists and visitors. Some weak races would even send some of their members to stay on a neutral planet that had the evolutionary totem. As such, a new wave of migration happened. Han Xiao then walked over to the officers' activity room. There would usually be many people playing cards in there, and it would be extremely noisy. But today it was extremely silent, and not even half of the Black Star Guards were playing Wayne cards. All of them turned around and greeted Han Xiao before continuing to play their game. Looking around, Han Xiao did not see Fiden, Hadavi, and the others. He then tapped someone on the shoulder and asked, "Where are the rest?" "Oh, they went to Enya Hub to play." Hadavi led a group of them to, cough cough, to that type of bar. As for Fiden, I think he went shopping with Aurora. This calamity-grade guard rubbed his head and said, "Do you want to call them back?" "Forget it." Han Shao shook his head. He would not prevent his subordinates from seeking entertainment. He was not in a rush to leave anyway. Since he only needed another 1,000 energy points, he might as well remain there and finish his promotion mission. In the fourth entertainment zone, a grand ceremony was being held, and the streets were filled with people of many different races. A convoy moved slowly down the streets with the performers on the convoy performing strange actions toward the spectators. From time to time, there would be street performers performing alongside the convoy. Fiden and Aurora had put on disguises and were currently mixed in with the crowd. Aurora looked around with curiosity, and Fiden followed behind her as a temporary bodyguard. He had a bright smile on his face and would comment on the performance by the side from time to time. "Sai, it is truly too boring to be on the spaceship. Somewhere with more people is much more fun." Aurora was currently holding on to some snacks in her hands, and she spoke while chewing on her food. Gila enjoyed being alone, but Aurora enjoyed crowded places. When she was young, although a traumatic experience had given her social anxiety, she no longer faced such an issue after so many years of adjustment. She spent most of her time with Gila, and now that Gila was on a long trip, Aurora wanted to travel around to increase her worldview. However, she did not only like crowded places because of her personality, and there was also a biological factor. Her Esper ability allowed her to detect life force, and there was a certain degree of attraction in a place with plenty of life force. Such an environment allowed her to become extremely energetic and joyful. "Oh, I like places that are quieter." Fiden shrugged his shoulders. Aurora then rolled her eyes and said, "You like your two-person world, right? Is mental mating really so fun? Are both of you addicted to it?" Fiden was not too bothered by the remark and chuckled while pointing to his forehead. "You made her shy." Aurora felt her hair standing up. Just when she wanted to say something, Fiden's expression changed, and he grabbed Aurora's shoulders. "Wait a moment. Something seems to be happening." Aurora immediately dropped her joking expression and threw away the snacks in her hand. She then grabbed her firearm and got ready for battle. At the same time, she circulated her life force detection ability and scanned the direction of Fiden's sight. She then noticed the appearance of a few life forces with a particularly weak one as though an individual was severely injured. Both of them then looked at each other and entered an alley. After making a few turns, there was no trace of the passers-by anymore. Very quickly, they arrived at the location of the life force but were greeted with an empty patch of land. Fiden frowned and took out a magical badge. This was a gift that Logi had given to her. It was equipment that could detect magical fluctuations. It was currently vibrating and pointing toward the empty land in front of them. It seems like some magical barrier. To think that it is able to hide from the magical detection equipment of the city. However, they don't seem like good guys if they wanted to hide in the city. Just what are they trying to do? Fiden wondered if they should poke their noses into this matter. But before he could even make a decision, the space around him shattered like glass. Clank, clank. The invisible barrier was broken from within, and a bloody figure charged out before collapsing on the ground. The scene in front of Fiden and Aurora immediately changed, and a large number of craters could be seen. Apart from this injured individual, there were a few standing far away with war hammers in their hands and black hoods on their heads. Their robes were inscribed with a white insignia, and they had a couple of different necklaces each. They were dressed like the priests of some religious order. A group fight had obviously just broken out here. It might have been because of the broken barrier, and they did not wish to attract any attention. These few priest-like individuals then turned around and left without any hesitation. Fiden thought for a moment and did not bother giving chase because he was not aware of their identities. He then walked forward to support the injured individual. Before he could even ask about what had happened, the injured individual grabbed onto his clothes tightly and said with a hoarse voice, "Stop them." The injured individual fell unconscious and left a bloody print on Fiden's clothes. They looked at each other with their eyes widened. "What should we do?" "Sai, use your ability to save him first. We should ask him about what's going on." I have a feeling that this isn't a small matter. As he said that, Phaidon shook his head and muttered under his breath. Why do I always encounter such situations? Chapter 938, Meeting an Opportunity Even When Shopping. Chapter 938, Meeting an Opportunity Even When Shopping. Upon seeing the severely wounded individual on the brink of death, Aurora placed her palm on his body, and a brilliant ray of life force energy was released from her fingers. The next moment, the individual's wounds healed up at a rapid rate. His bloody wound closed up, and fractured bones connected back together. His pale appearance also regained some color, and all his wounds were healed. His brows twitched, and he gradually woke up from his slumber. Where am I? He was in a daze for a moment before remembering what had happened before he fell unconscious. He then stood up abruptly and looked around cautiously. Where did those maniacs go? Phaidon coughed lightly to catch his attention and said, The ones who attacked you have escaped. We saved you. Escaped? T. It took me a great deal of effort to find traces of them, and I lost track of them again, he said with frustration before sizing up Phaidon and Aurora. After a while, he came to a realization. You're the two I saw before I fell unconscious, right? That's right. Phaidon pointed at the bloody print on his clothes. You even asked me to stop them. This individual then slapped his head and said with resignation, I'm sorry, friend. My injuries were too severe, and my consciousness was muddled. It wasn't my intention to drag both of you into danger. I would have asked both of you to escape if I was thinking clearly. Just as he said that, he remembered about his wounds. After checking his body, he was immediately startled. Where are my wounds? Where did the large hole in my chest go? Aurora then imitated Han Zhao's expression and said, I was the one who healed you. This is my ability. He then moved around and realized that not only was his body completely healed, he was full of energy as though he was at his peak state. It was not that he had not witnessed a healing ability before, but this was the first time he had witnessed an ability with such powerful effects. It had only been a few minutes since he fell unconscious at the very most. This healing efficiency was truly too frightening. I met a treasure. This individual was extremely excited and stepped forward, wanting to hold Aurora's hand. Are you interested in joining us? Phaidon helplessly stretched out his arm to block the passionate fellow. After a short period of interaction, he realized that this fellow seems to be a little dim-witted. You should introduce yourself first at least. This is basic manners. Oh, right. I was too agitated and forgot. He then retracted his arms and said with a solemn expression, I am called Raymond, a member of the Punisher Alliance. What alliance? Phaidon had never heard of such an organization. You guys don't belong to the star system, right? Seeing the other party's puzzled expression, Raymond rubbed his head awkwardly and explained, The Punisher Alliance is an organization that protects the normal people and punishes evil. Our main area of operation is within the star system. Phaidon and Aurora immediately understood what kind of an organization the Punisher Alliance was. The Punisher Alliance was a local vigilante super organization in the star system. They were the superheroes of the ordinary galactic residents. Those who had strength would have a slight change in mental state. There would always be wanted individuals in the various parts of the universe. The core reason for this was the strength that individuals could obtain. As such, there would be the bad guys who had various different ambitions, but also the superheroes who were on the other side. Being a superhero was also a kind of occupation, but it was different from being a mercenary. This occupation was extremely bitter. They not only had to go around saving people everywhere, but might not even receive a reward in return. Their moral standard was at least as high as a 5-level building. There were few willing to go into such an occupation, and most supers wanted to use their strength to lead a better life, obtain more wealth, and gain greater authority. Thus, there were very few supers who became superheroes. As such, a superhero organization would usually be formed by a group of like-minded individuals. However, there was also a benefit of such an occupation. Their fame was much higher than the mercenaries. Although there were not many superheroes, their numbers were not small when adding up the numbers across the universe. Most of them operated in their local region. As such, the three universal civilizations set up a superheroes association to make it easier to manage them. As long as one registered and obtained a superhero permit, they would be allowed to administer justice within a certain region and not get invited for tea. Apart from having a salary, any losses suffered during the process of administering justice would be reimbursed by the association. In summary, the superheroes were like a bunch of vigilantes. After listening to his introduction, Phaidon thought for a moment and did not give his real name. I am Faye. Cough Chin Xing. She is Aura. Thank you for saving me. Both of them had a disguise on, so Raymond did not recognize them. Just what is going on? Phaidon asked. Raymond originally did not want to drag outsiders into the matter, but Aurora's ability changed his mind, and he explained what was going on. The bunch who attacked me belonged to a cult called Bloodhammer Church. They use blood sacrifices to carry out their rituals and have committed many crimes within this star system. They are the old rivals of the Punisher Alliance. Upon hearing that, Phaidon began to frown. He did not like the action of using an ordinary individual's blood to perform a ritual. Even if the public security within the three universal civilizations was good, crimes could not be avoided in society. Unless the preparator had extremely high combat capability or the crime was extremely severe, the governing universal civilization would not personally take action and leave the matter to the local vassal civilization or mercenaries. The universal civilization would only intervene if their vassal civilization could not deal with it. Every blood sacrifice conducted by the Bloodhammer Church would not kill too many, and many of their operations had been stopped by the Punisher Alliance. At the same time, they would not catch the members from the dynasty's colonial planet directly. Thus, the dynasty had not found the need to personally intervene and capture them yet. I detected traces of them on Enya Hub and was worried that they were going to carry out a blood sacrifice here. As such, I followed them stealthily and wanted to find their base of operation but was discovered halfway. You know what happened next? If not for you two, I would be dead already. Raymond laughed bitterly. I see, Phaidon said. Then, what is your current plan? Don't worry. I have already contacted my other partners, and they are rushing over to Enya Hub now. I will continue to pursue the Bloodhammer Church and not allow them to harm ordinary citizens. Raymond then paused for a moment and added, but I won't be a match for them alone. You can approach the military or public security forces stationed here, Aurora said. I will definitely make a report, but I am an ordinary superhero, and they will not allow me to join in their operation. I can't sit idly by the side without doing anything and will have to do something, Raymond said with sincerity. I hope that both of you can help me, and I sincerely invite both of you to join the Punisher Alliance. Many superheroes had such a habit. They enjoyed working alone. Furthermore, the other party had obviously taken a fancy to Aurora's Esper ability. All right then, allow us to consider the matter. Phaidon did not reject him immediately. He planned to report the matter to Han Shao and hear his opinion. It was not that he enjoyed poking his nose into others' business. They were in the territory of the dynasty, and they were allies of the dynasty. It would not be good if they ignored such a crime. After all, it was a small matter to the Black Star Army to stop such a crime. Punisher Alliance? Bloodhammer Church. In the cultivation chamber, Han Shao opened his eyes and looked at Phaidon and Aurora's long-distance projection with a strange look on his face. He was originally training his energy and received a message from Phaidon and Aurora about this matter. Han Shao then searched in his memories of his previous life for these two organizations. The Punisher Alliance had quite a bit of fame and was a secondary faction, so joining it would not affect the player's status. There were some players in his previous life who joined the Punisher Alliance to enjoy the feeling of being a superhero. During that period, the Bloodhammer Church had already been destroyed, and the players could only come into contact with the Bloodhammer Church storyline through a dungeon crystal. Han Shao had played the Bloodhammer Church dungeon before many times as well, and the dungeon had left a deep impression on him. The priests in the dungeon had healing abilities and could also swing their hammers around viciously, capable of both dealing damage and healing health. In front of the Bloodhammer Church, a priest only capable of healing was like a child. The Punisher Alliance also had a side storyline. After defeating many evil organizations, they collected plenty of items, and one of them was a relic left behind by a powerful super. A powerful secondary dimension life form was sealed within it. Many years later, this life form broke out from the seal and caused massive damage to the Punisher Alliance. Han Shao could clearly remember that the mission to get rid of this boss had two talents as the reward. One increased psychological resistance and the other magical resistance. Furthermore, the relic was also valuable. It was able to increase a psychic energy by a large extent. Upon seeing Faiden's clueless appearance, Han Shao had a complicated look in his eyes. You can truly find gold whenever you leave the house. Chapter 939 Scheme in the Dark. 939 Scheme in the Dark. I always meet unexpected events when I bring a protagonist-level character out with me. I only want to train my energy in peace. Is that really that difficult? Han Shao let out a helpless sigh and waved his hands. Since there is someone creating trouble in the dynasty, just help them stop it. I will hand this matter over to you to handle. You can mobilize my Black Star Guards if you meet any difficulties. Also, let me give you another mission. You and Aurora should hide your identities to enter that Punisher Alliance and help me find information regarding an item. The Blood Hammer Church and Punisher Alliance was too many levels beneath him. If it was during ordinary times, Han Shao would have been willing to interfere personally. But now, he only wanted to train his energy in peace and was not interested in joining such a matter. As such, he might as well get Faiden to help him find clues on whether that sealed item was currently in the Punisher Alliance. He could just one-hit the boss when the time came. It would save him a great deal of effort, and he would still be able to gain the talent easily. He was at ease handing a mission like this to someone like Faiden. All right then, Faiden said. Then, about the problem of concealing our identities. I will get Philip to forge both of your resumes, and there won't be any loopholes. It will be enough to gain their trust, Han Shao said. Since both of you are going to conceal your identities, don't perform too outstandingly. You can just work together with that Raymond guy, and there's no need to show too much initiative. All right then. Faiden hesitated for a moment before asking, can you help us use your virtual technology skills to trace the whereabouts of the Blood Hammer Church? Han Shao shook his head. Without any clues, I will need to infiltrate the main system, or even control the quantum network node of Enya Hub if I want to investigate this matter. This is a huge matter, and this planet belongs to another beyond Grade A ally. They will have their own defense troops, and there's no need for me to intervene. Didn't I just say that there isn't a need to be too outstanding? It wouldn't be good if you attract Raymond's attention. Searching for a few targets by spying on the entire planet required a large amount of calculations. Although Han Shao was able to do so, it was very troublesome. The Blood Hammer Church was at too low a level, and he did not wish to waste his effort on this matter. Enya Hub's security forces should also have a similar method to track any suspicious characters. Han Shao would rather hand the matter over to them than poke his nose into this matter. All right, Faiden thought for a while and realized that what Han Shao said made sense. Troubling a beyond Grade A for such a small matter was like making a mountain out of a molehill. As a member of the Black Star Guards, how could he get his superior to help him do everything? Raymond and the others were only at Grade B, and a calamity grade like him should be enough to deal with the situation. Even if things took a turn for the worse, he could still mobilize Hadavi and the other guys, who were bored to death. As things stood, those Black Star Guards would really become sloths. Closing his communicator, Faiden explained the matter to Aurora, and Aurora's eyes lit up immediately. He got us to take care of the matter? Great. I finally have something to do. Faiden smiled and contacted Raymond. He then agreed to Raymond's invitation and said that he was willing to join the Punisher Alliance. Raymond was overjoyed upon hearing that. Great. I welcome both of you on behalf of the Punisher Alliance. I will inform the rest immediately and arrange for both of you to enter the Alliance. Upon seeing that Raymond was about to hang up, Faiden could only stop him and say with a sigh, we'll need to fill an application if we want to join, right? Did you forget about that? Right. Raymond slapped himself on his forehead and said, I was too excited. You need to fill in a form to join the Alliance. I will send it to you immediately. Faiden shook his head and received the document that Raymond had sent. After looking at the form, it only needed them to fill in their names, abilities, grade, and past employment. He then filled in the identity that Philip had forged for him. His new identity was only a grade B super. This was to make him seem more ordinary. If others knew that he was a calamity grade, his status would be completely different, and it would not be good for him to sneak into the organization. Although the calamity grade percentage in the Central Galaxy was higher, calamity grades were still a rare sight. After filling up the form, Raymond sent it out to the members of the Punisher Alliance without any hesitation. 2 star zones away from Enya Hub, there was a small spaceship in hyperdrive heading toward Enya Hub. There was a logo outside the armor of the spaceship that belonged to the Punisher Alliance. A group of individuals were in the spaceship, either sitting down or standing up. Some of them were wiping their weapons, while others were cleaning their firearms. There were some who had their eyes shut in meditation, while others watched variety shows. They were all the superheroes of the Punisher Alliance. They did not have an actual leader, and they were all comrades of equal level who had their own jobs. There were a few nominal leaders within the organization who were the old members with greater fame. This was a common structure within superhero organizations. A holographic screen suddenly appeared in the middle of the room, and Raymond's message was displayed. Raymond sent news. Everyone immediately looked at the screen, and the temporary captain of the team read it out. Raymond talked about what he had experienced and emphasized heavily on Aurora's ability. He also indicated that he hoped that they would be allowed to join the Alliance. It is actually a powerful healing Esper ability. The captain was surprised and immediately understood the value of such an ability. A superhero alliance like theirs found it difficult to recruit new members. Every time a superhero died, they had one less member. If there had been such a comrade among them in the past, they would have been able to receive timely healing, and the death rate would have been lowered greatly. Is there any problem with their resumes? I checked it before, and it is all true, one of the mechanic superheroes said. Then we can be at ease. I support them joining us. Wait a moment, a skinny-looking man said. We have to be careful and ensure that this isn't a scheme of the Bloodhammer Church. Perhaps they are the spies that they want to place in the Alliance. Don't forget that they also have their evil healing ability. Ask Raymond if he personally witnessed the other party healing him. Slade, you are thinking too much. Although Raymond is a little rash, he is still reliable. The captain frowned. I trust Raymond, but I don't believe in such a coincidence, the skinny man said coldly. He was called Slade and was an old member of the Alliance. He was extremely suspicious of the people around him, and no newbie would be able to obtain his trust from the start. The captain knew that it would be impossible to persuade the other party and changed the topic. Let's not talk about this now. It is more important for us to foil the schemes of the Bloodhammer Church. That's right. Everyone's face turned dim. However, none of them knew that they had only witnessed the tip of the iceberg. The background behind this matter was not as simple as they thought. A conspiracy was brewing in the dark. In the temporary stronghold of the Bloodhammer Church on Enya Hub, the few priests that had ambushed Raymond returned to the stronghold, and the other members in the stronghold immediately knew that something was wrong. In the room, a tall man stood up. He was dressed in a set of luxurious robes and held onto an even larger hammer. He was the head bishop of the Bloodhammer Church and had an unfriendly gaze in his eyes. There's the smell of blood. You guys met an enemy? It's a member of the Punisher Alliance. He followed us and we used a magical barrier wanting to get rid of him. However, he broke the barrier and escaped. It's them again. They've wrecked so many of our missions and are truly like flies. The head bishop was enraged. He hated these old nemesis of his. Raymond thought that the Bloodhammer Church was planning to carry out a blood sacrifice, but this was not the truth. It would not matter if this was an ordinary blood sacrifice mission. But this time, they had received an important employment mission that was related to the future of the Bloodhammer Church. As such, the head bishop was truly incensed. We cannot stay in this stronghold anymore. We have to change locations immediately, the head bishop said with an ashen face. We cannot afford anything to go wrong during this mission. Pack up your things quickly. Upon hearing that, Everyone in the stronghold got to work and packed up the items in the room. The head bishop then walked in front of a table and looked down on the paper map placed on it. An important location of Enya Hub was outlined on the map, and a detailed plan was marked out with various arrows pointing toward the middle of the region. This place was the location where Enya Hub's evolutionary totem was placed. A couple of streets away, there was a secret stronghold of another organization. In the room, a few people were surrounding a table, and the structural layout of another evolutionary totem location was on the table. This group was a bandit group famous in the black market that specialized in stealing important items for their employers. They had also received employment for a job on Enya Hub. We are going to steal the evolutionary totem located on Enya Hub. This item is protected by many layers of defenses, and it will be a difficult mission to complete. It isn't too far away from the appointed date by the employer. Do you guys have any ideas? I've received enough intelligence after scouting the place out a couple of times. There is plenty of advanced surveillance equipment that is constantly monitoring the location. I already have a rough idea, but my plan needs to be perfected. It would be impossible for us to steal the item alone. We will only have a chance if we have helpers, like our employer said. The few of them then suppressed their voices and discussed their strategy. At Enya Hub Dock 1, the main hall was crowded with people, and the passengers leaving or entering the dock needed to pass through there. In a beverage shop near the door of the main hall, an ordinary-looking woman was reading a book with a drink in front of her. She had been sitting there for quite some time, as though she was waiting for someone. A commotion suddenly arose from the entrance of the dock, and a group of bodyguards surrounded a young man. Two of the bodyguards were different from the others. They did not conceal their auras, and the strength of a calamity-grade super emanated from them. They stood on the left and right of the young man. It was obvious that this young man had a huge background. As the people in front witnessed such a scene, they immediately opened up a path for them. After watching the group leave the main hall, the ordinary-looking woman then paid for her drink and left the harbor, with her book under her arm, going in the opposite direction that the group had left in. After walking through 10 or so streets, the crowd became thin, and she walked into the shadow of a building. However, the individual who emerged from the shadow was a burly man, and the book in her arms had disappeared as well. This individual had a disguise esper ability and altered her appearance many times before taking a carrier to another region of the city. He then walked into a rundown inn and returned to his room. There were another 3 individuals of different races in the room. All 3 of them were notorious wanted calamity-grade individuals who were once members of Fallen Arkansas. After Han Shao captured ES God, they had left Fallen Ark and led a low-profile life. After closing the door, the disguised individual said, "The intel is accurate. The target has arrived, and he has 2 calamity-grade bodyguards. His 2 bodyguards are the ones in the intelligence report. Very good. Proceed according to the plan," one of them said with thick killing intent in his eyes. On the mother planet of the Crimson Dynasty, a meeting concerning the present circumstances of the Crimson Dynasty was coming to an end in Terunimir Palace. Ever since the Federation of Light and Arcane Church implemented their plan to suppress the Crimson Dynasty had suffered plenty of pressure from the various regions. Because the dynasty had invested a large amount of resources into the flickering world, the other regions were neglected slightly, and the other 2 parties had an opening to seize. Because of their miserable plight, there had been plenty of such meetings recently. The Federation of Light and Arcane Church are targeting us in these few regions and have created pressure for us in many areas. Their goal is obvious, and it is because they want us to allow the public sale of the evolutionary totem. What are your thoughts? Ernrel said with a solemn tone. The upper echelons all nodded, with some of them expressionless. The only thing in common was that they all remained silent. They were not in the faction of the ruler, and there were some who were important members of other factions. Ernrel placed greater importance on the opinions of these people. Ernrel then looked at an old official and said, "Ludwell, what are your thoughts?" Ludwell was an official in charge of finances and also the head of the neutral faction. His status was extremely high, and he replied slowly, "Your Excellency Ruler, there will be benefits and losses regardless of our choice. Share your thoughts." "All right, Ludwell nodded. The benefit of not selling the totems openly is that it will increase the number of vassals and earn us more allies. It will also improve the potential of our races in the long run, and we will be able to produce more talents in the future to slowly overtake the other civilizations. The downside is that the other two civilizations will target us. Selling the totems openly will reduce the pressure on us and stabilize the status of the three universal civilizations. We can still obtain political benefits by limiting the sale. However, we won't be able to enjoy the advantages of the evolutionary totem alone, and will lose an opportunity to surpass the others in terms of potential. Right at this moment, Ludwell suddenly changed topics, raised up a finger and said calmly, however, there will be a problem that cannot be avoided if we want to openly sell the totems. The equipment to manufacture the totems isn't controlled by us, and this is an unstable element. We are now enduring such huge pressure, but the majority of the benefits are given to Black Star. This isn't a good thing. We must consider this aspect if we want to sell the totems openly. If we cannot receive all the benefits from the totems, enduring so much pressure will be a huge loss. All right, I know your opinions already. Ernrel raised up her arm but did not disagree with those words. Ludwell knew that Ernrel did not wish for him to continue, and thus, he kept his mouth shut. Ernrel could not help but sigh upon witnessing such a scene. Ludwell was the leader of a faction, but he would not go against her orders. He only had some differences in political opinions in some areas. The problem of the evolution cube was one of them. Ludwell belonged to the party that strongly believed in Black Star handing over the cube. He was an official in charge of finances, and he would usually see things from an economic or political aspect. He was not well versed in military affairs. He was not satisfied with their dynasty enduring the pressure from two other civilizations but not being able to enjoy the benefits of the evolution cube. He had always believed in taking back the evolution cube from Black Star, regardless of whether they had to use resources or force. In any case, he felt that the dynasty should be the ones to hold onto the universal treasure. Ernrel placed great importance on Black Star, and they had a difference in opinion in this regard. It was because of her presence that the faction who wanted Black Star to hand over the cube could not succeed. Let's end the meeting here today. Ernrel shook her head. The projections in the conference room disappeared. Ludwell bowed before turning off his communicator. His viewpoint then returned to his own office. Sighing, he rubbed his eyes, and the creases could be seen at the corner of his eyes. Do. The phone on his table rang, and Ludwell immediately picked up the call. Your Excellency, your grandson is calling. Should I connect the call? This brat. How many times have I told him not to call the number in my office? Ludwell frowned. Patched the call through. A while later, the voice of a young man sounded on the phone. Grandfather? I am already on Enya Hub. I am telling you beforehand lest you send people to find me again, and cause the people from my company to think that I am missing. Humph. Ludwell snorted and was slightly embarrassed. Right, you said that you like to eat the delicacies on Enya Hub. I will bring some back for you this time. That's more like it, Ludwell said. Take care of yourself. The universe is no longer calm, and there have been many attacks within the territory of the dynasty. Humph, they all want to snatch the evolutionary totems. Are the two bodyguards that I sent beside you? Sigh, these two are looking at me as though I'm a prisoner. They even want to follow me to the toilet. Grandfather, can you please take them back? With them beside me, everyone thinks that I am the superior, and even my boss doesn't dare reprimand me. If things go on like this, I will probably be fired soon. That won't do. You are my only grandson, and your safety comes first. I will only be assured with both of them beside you, Ludwell said with a solemn tone before realizing that his tone was not good. He then spoke with a gentler tone and sighed. Sigh. Take care of yourself. Also, you aren't an official of the dynasty and shouldn't call the internal channel. There are some members of the internal department who have complained to me about this matter. Freebnovel.com. All right. I shall hang up now. The line was then cut off, and a doting look could be seen on Ludwell's face. Chapter 940 Chaos. 940 Chaos. Over the next few days, Phaidon and Aurora worked together with Raymond, and searched for traces of the Blood Hammer Church in the various regions of Enya Hub. This matter had already been reported to the security troops of Enya Hub. After a series of negotiations, the security troops promised to check on traces of any suspicious individuals before sending all of them out of the door. They obviously had no intentions of letting the superheroes help. Although the superheroes were legal in the universe, the security troops of the various regions did not like working together with superheroes. After all, the majority of superheroes were just grade B supers, which could be easily found in the various civilizations. Furthermore, the strength of the superheroes might not even be compared to an ordinary member of the security force. As such, they did not need the help of superheroes most of the time. Raymond insisted on investigating the location of the Blood Hammer Church, and Phaidon remembered the mission that Han Shao had given him. He thus moved into the location that Raymond rented and hid his strength to help Raymond. After a few days, the three of them still had not found any clues of the Blood Hammer Church but managed to wait for the reinforcements of the Punisher Alliance. "All of you are finally here." In the rented house, Raymond was overjoyed and immediately welcomed the reinforcements. He then introduced Phaidon and Aurora to the rest. Most of the superheroes had friendly looks on their faces with only a small portion remaining expressionless. "These two are Chan Xing and Aura, whom I've mentioned. They are both grade B supers. Aura's healing ability is truly extraordinary." "Hello everyone, I am Chan Xing." Phaidon smiled toward the crowd. He did not put on any airs as a calamity grade and spoke with an amiable tone. The moment he smiled, many present immediately felt their hearts speed up. Phaidon's charm attracted everyone regardless of their race and gender. Even if he had a disguise on him, his charm still could not be concealed. This new comrade of theirs truly gave off a good vibe. Many of them thought that and looked at each other. "IMO, Aura." Aurora was not too used to her fake name. Everyone then looked over with a passionate gaze. No one would dislike a partner with the ability to heal. Any of them could require the other party's help someday after all. Just when they wanted to move forward to interact with their new comrades, an unfriendly tone sounded from the crowd. "I would like to ask something. Why do both of you want to join the Punisher Alliance?" Everyone then looked over with a look of resignation. The one who had spoken was Slade. "Because he invited us." Aurora shrugged her shoulders and pointed at Raymond. "Both of you are grade B supers after all. You joined us just because of a simple invitation? Don't you find this matter strange? You hadn't even heard of the name of the Punisher Alliance before and changed your minds so easily." "Huh? I would rather believe that both of you are scheming something," Slade said with a cold voice. Everything was far too big a coincidence, and he could not help but suspect them. Phaidon smiled and did not bother defending himself. The others were worried that Phaidon would be dissatisfied and immediately went forward to stop Slade from continuing. The first impression that Phaidon gave them was truly too good, and they could not help but speak up for him. Someone who looked so good had to be a good person. Slade tried his best to defend against Phaidon's charm halo and said with a cold voice, "I will keep my eye on you. If you have other intentions, don't blame me for being rude." He then left after finishing what he had to say. The atmosphere immediately became awkward after this, and Raymond walked forward to console Phaidon. "Don't bother about him. He's always been like this. I was also targeted by him when I first joined. It's all right." Phaidon smiled. Upon seeing that, everyone came forward to talk to Phaidon, and Phaidon easily blended into the atmosphere. After half a day of rest, the temporary leader of this team broke the team up to search for the Blood Hammer Church. The Punisher Alliance did not have many individuals, and they could only assign a few people to search a large region. Phaidon was naturally together with Aurora, and both of them were assigned to work with Raymond and another pugilist superhero. The four of them were in a team to search a prosperous region of Enya Hub. The artificial sun gradually set, and the entire sky was dyed red. Darkness gradually descended upon Enya Hub, and the lights of the building all lit up. Enya Hub would only be alive in the night, and another side of this galactic city would be shown. It would be transformed from a tired traveler to a smoking hot hostess. Everyone would spend their night getting drunk before continuing on their journey the very next day. The crowds on the streets were larger than in the day, and a joyful atmosphere filled the air. Fiden's group of 4 walked along the streets and observed their surroundings. Raymond pushed aside a drunkard and said with a suppressed voice, "The Blood Hammer Church usually conducts their blood sacrifice rituals at night. Don't overlook the smell of blood and pay more attention to any deserted locations." After walking for a while, Aurora suddenly pulled on Fiden's sleeves and pointed up to the sky. "There is the life force of a calamity grade." Fiden looked up and saw a flight carrier stop at the top of the building. A group of bodyguards then pushed aside the crowd, with 2 of the bodyguards emanating the strength of a calamity grade super. The passers-by also noticed their aura and looked up as well. Raymond then muttered, "It seems like a big shot." The pugilist by the side then shook his head and said, "We won't be able to come into contact with someone like that anyway. Stop looking. This has nothing to do with us." "You're right." Ignoring the 2 by the side, Fiden felt that the 2 calamity-grade bodyguards were a little familiar, as though he had seen their photo before. Fiden had always believed in his intuition and took out his communicator to send the picture over to Philip. "Philip, check who they are." "All right, matching in the database." "Matching complete." The large artificial intelligence database of the Black Star Army was also opened up to ordinary individuals, and most of them used Philip's child program. Because Fiden had followed Han Shao for a very long time already, he had the authority to enjoy Philip's main artificial intelligence. The efficiency difference was akin to the difference between 3G and 5G. Lowering his head to take a look, he realized that these 2 calamity-grade bodyguards belonged to the Crimson Dynasty, but there was no information on the young man. There was obviously an unknown force that encrypted his information. Ordinary individuals did not have such a privilege, and he should be the descendant of some upper echelon. He should be the descendant of an upper echelon in the dynasty. Fiden nodded and was not too bothered. Right at this moment, Aurora sent him a message. "I can feel 4 different calamity-grade supers hiding nearby." Aurora could use her life force detection ability to find people. As long as there was no magical barrier ability, she would be able to easily detect the strength of an individual's life force and determine the other party's strength. Fiden then paused for a while and took a look at the coordinates that Aurora had sent him. He realized that the 4 calamity-grade supers had already surrounded the area. Who knew if they were protecting this upper echelon descendant from the dark or had other intentions? It isn't our business. Don't bother about it." Although Fiden said that, Aurora still paid attention to the situation. She had a bad feeling that something will happen tonight. After searching for a while more, Raymond suddenly received news from his comrades. "Hurry up and come over. We found the Blood Hammer Church." His comrade's anxious tone could be heard with the sound of fighting in the background. "Where are you? Have you started fighting with the Blood Hammer Church?" Raymond hurriedly asked. "It isn't us." His comrade said with a strange tone of disbelief, "We didn't find the Blood Hammer Church. But they are actually attacking the military-restricted region." "What?" Everyone was stunned. In their minds, the Blood Hammer Church was just a cult that would capture people to perform blood sacrifice rituals. Why would they suddenly attack a military-restricted region? All of a sudden, everyone had a bad feeling in their hearts. Right at this moment, the ground beneath their feet began trembling. Boom! A blinding light then came from afar, and explosions could be seen in various different regions. A powerful shockwave swept through the region, and even though they were far away from the explosion, the shockwave still blew their hair messy. Everyone then turned around and looked toward the explosion. Something isn't right. Fiden frowned. This was Enya Hub, which had plenty of soldiers standing guard. Such a huge commotion definitely was not one that a second-rate organization like the Blood Hammer Church could cause. We were misled by Raymond. There are definitely other organizations trying to cause trouble on Enya Hub, and they should have a bigger scheme. Just as the thought flashed through his mind, an ear-piercing alarm went off in the city. Battleships could then be seen taking off from the various military camps and sprinting toward the various regions. The passers-by were immediately thrown into a mess. Bang! A silver light flashed past, and the head of an Enya Hub guard exploded. The head bishop then exchanged fire with the guards of the military-restricted region. Both parties were engaged in an intense battle. The artillery towers in the surrounding opened fire on the priests of the Blood Hammer Church, and dark energy rained down on the magical shields of the priests. Many priests died under the heavy fire of the enemy, and not even their ashes were left behind. The head bishop displayed his calamity-grade strength, and his warhammer caused great chaos throughout the battlefield. Everything that blocked his way would be destroyed with a single blow of his hammer. The high-level combatants of Enyahub would not be stationed at the outpost all the time and were still on the way there. The head bishop smashed his war hammer down on the ground, and a strange red light glowed on the hammer. The blood on the ground then evaporated into a bloody mist, which formed a huge figure in midair. The next moment, two sun-like eyes lit up on the face of the red fog as though they were eyes. An individual's consciousness had descended upon this bloody mist. This bloody mist then shot out blood-red magical arrows toward all the priests in the battlefield. The priests were immediately bathed with red as though they were enjoying a buff. Not only were their wounds healed, their strength also seemed to have been increased. This figure was the deity of the Blood Hammer Church. It was a secondary dimensional magic being that could temporarily descend through special means. It had the strength of a calamity-grade super. The same situation also occurred in various different locations, and the Blood Hammer Church was not the only organization attacking the military-restricted regions. This was definitely a well-engineered plot. The tallest building located right in the middle of Enyahub belonged to the protector of Enyahub. The one guarding this place was an experienced calamity-grade super called Jabra. Upon witnessing the city being lit up with lights, Jabra threw the female organism in his arms aside and stood in front of the window to look at the explosions. "Your Excellency Jabra, there's an emergency." His vice commander's projection appeared in the room, and he anxiously narrated the situation. "Someone is attacking the military region where the evolutionary totem is located. They are seeking death by attempting to snatch something on my territory," Jabra said with a baleful aura. He then put on his pants and smashed the window apart with a kick. Jumping into the night sky, his body glowed brightly with gray pugilist flames, and his figure shot toward the battlefield. At the same time, a wanted calamity-grade individual saw the gray shooting star in the sky and pressed down on his mic. Jabra has already been led away, and the other calamity-grade supers are also heading toward the battlefields. The organizations over there will tie down these calamity-grade supers. We can take action when chaos envelopes the entire city. Remember to take care of the battle quickly and disguise it as just another battle. At the same time, two ordinary-looking individuals stood on the rooftop of a skyscraper and looked down at the chaos. "The operation has begun. Thank you for proving that I am not blind. I wonder how many of these gray organizations will still be alive after today. Even if they can survive, they will be cleaned up eventually. If not by us, they will be caught by the dynasty. The army has gone to protect the evolutionary totem. Do they really think that we created such a huge commotion just for the evolutionary totem? Thankfully, we are not on a colonial planet of the dynasty. If we were, it would have been impossible to smuggle these weapons in. The other teams will have enough time to create chaos all over the city. The fellow guarding this planet is a trusted aide of a beyond grade A super. He will probably suppress the chaos before dawn arrives. We spent so many resources just for a single night of chaos. It doesn't matter. Even if all these gray organizations die, they just have to stall long enough for the other team to get rid of the target. Only then will we be able to make a report to our team leader. It is truly dangerous for us to be assigned such a mission. TSK, I am truly envious of the other teams." Chapter 941, Interference. Suppression. Chapter 941 Interference. Suppression. A series of explosions occurred in the different regions of Enyahub. After receiving the message from his comrades, Raymond rushed over to meet up with them. Phaidon and Aurora could only follow behind him. At the same time, Phaidon contacted the other Black Star Guards secretly. Because he had to sneak into the Punisher Alliance, it was not convenient for him to take action. As such, the Black Star Guards were his best helpers. The situation had already exceeded his initial expectations. In order to weather this storm, the Black Star Army could no longer stand idly by the side. The restricted military area was extremely chaotic, with battleships arriving from various locations. Afraid that the shockwaves of the battle would cause damage to the neighboring cities, they could only use their weapons within the planet to deal with the enemy. Jabra led his subordinates to find the Grey organizations. He also had Calamity-grade comrades beside him, and both parties were engaged in an intense battle. There were 7 or 8 Calamity-grade supers exchanging blows, and the shockwaves of the battle had completely ruined the area. If not for the army activating a protective shield, the shockwave of their battle would have spread to the other regions. The members of the Punisher Alliance could not interfere with the battle between Calamity-grade supers at all, so they could only help deal with the various Grey organizations. Hurry up and help them! Raymond joined the battle without any hesitation after arriving at the battlefield. As Phaidon saw that, he protected Aurora and only displayed a grade B strength to fight the enemies. He had plenty of capacity to spare and could fight while thinking about the bigger picture. I never imagined that the situation would develop as such. For these Grey organizations to come and snatch the evolutionary totem, there is definitely a mastermind behind them. Phaidon frowned. Rather than cause such a huge commotion to rob the evolutionary totem from within the territory of the dynasty, they would be better off robbing the other civilizations located in the other star fields. Their target should be something other than the evolutionary totem in this region. Just as he was thinking about this question, another round of explosions occurred across various regions. There were obviously more enemies in the dark, setting off explosions all around. Jabra avoided the head bishop's hammer and roared, "Send some people to get rid of those B***stards setting off explosives." With the command being given, some of the battleships dispersed and headed to the various regions to maintain security. Boom! Right at that moment, a large explosion occurred in a region afar, and a skyscraper collapsed. The shockwave of the attack destroyed another few streets, and an unknown Calamity-grade aura appeared. "There are still more enemies," Jabra said with frustration, and thought that there were incoming enemy reinforcements. However, the Calamity-grade supers from afar did not seem to have any intention of coming nearer, but seemed to be fighting an unknown opponent. What's going on? Jabra was puzzled. He could not leave his position. The way he saw it, his enemy's target was the evolutionary totem. If he left his current location, the enemy would break through the defenses and steal the evolutionary totem. Thus, he could not leave his post. After thinking for a while, Jabra could only temporarily ignore the unknown situation afar and get rid of the lousy Calamity-grade supers in front of him. Only then would he be able to take care of the other situation. Phaidon also felt the shockwave from afar, and his eyes narrowed. If he did not remember wrongly, the shockwave came from. All of a sudden, Phaidon thought about the group of Calamity-grade supers that he had discovered. With just his instincts, he could guess that they were fighting with the bodyguards of the upper echelon's descendant. This seems to be a scheme. Phaidon's eyes lit up. At the same time, in another region, an intense battle was being fought. The Calamity-grade supers did not hold anything back, and plenty of skyscrapers were destroyed. The ones fighting were the 4 Calamity-grade fugitives and the bodyguards of Ludwell's grandson. With the battle being a 4 versus 2 situation, the bodyguards beside Ludwell's grandson were already covered in injuries as they endured the attacks from the 4 Calamity-grade fugitives. Just why are they attacking me? Ludwell's grandson had a face full of shock. Although he was the grandson of a high official, he had never developed in the political arena but chose to become a businessman. He had not imagined that he would meet with such a situation one day. At this moment, he was hiding within a protective energy shield and could not move an inch. Outside the shield, the shockwave from the battle would easily destroy him, and he would lose his life the moment he left the shield. His 2 bodyguards were high-level combatants developed by the dynasty and were extremely loyal. Although they knew that the chance of them emerging victorious was slim, they still gritted their teeth and defended against the attack of the 4. Bang! All of a sudden, one of the bodyguards suffered a huge blow and was sent flying. Only one bodyguard was left to endure the attack from the 4 enemies, and his injuries worsened rapidly. They were not elite Calamity grades like Jabra, and these fugitives were not ordinary characters. A single opening would be seized by them, and the arm of this bodyguard was cleaved away. The bodyguard's face turned pale, but he only let out a soft grunt and wanted to fight back. However, his powerful mental will did not translate to extra combat strength. With both his bodyguards being severely wounded, Ludwell lost the protection of experts and had already become a lamb for slaughter. Get rid of him. The four fugitives wanted to get rid of their target. However, a change occurred at the next moment. Beams of light rained down from the sky and the Calamity-grade fugitives immediately avoided the attacks. Boom! The laser beams exploded in front of them, and the soil melted under the high temperature. A couple of figures then descended and blocked the four fugitives. Who are all of you? One of them immediately felt that something was going wrong. The Calamity-grade supers before them were not in the intelligence report and were not part of the Enya Hub security force. Furthermore, the pressure that they gave off was far greater than the two bodyguards that they had just fought. They were definitely powerhouses in the Calamity grade. We are the Black Star Guards from the Black Star Army. Who are all of you? How dare you cause chaos within the territory of the dynasty? Hadavi's gaze swept past the fugitives coldly. The fugitives were stunned, and their expressions changed greatly. Black Star Army. Since when did they arrive on Enya Hub? Why did they not receive any news at all? They truly kicked an iron plate this time. If they had known that the Black Star Army was present, would they have dared participate in the mission? They were truly unlucky. We actually have reinforcements. The two severely wounded bodyguards heaved a sigh of relief and were overjoyed. Thankfully, Black Star was on Enya Hub. If not, the consequences would have been dire. The moment the name of the Black Star Army was reported, the four fugitives immediately thought about retreating and abandoning their mission. However, Hadavi would not give them any time to think and immediately charged forward with the Black Star Guards. Both parties became embroiled in battle. On the other side, there were plenty of casualties in the battle at the military region, and there was even a Calamity-grade super who had his head blown up by Jabra. Although the Enya Hub forces had the advantage, Jabra would not be able to get rid of the enemies anytime soon. As such, it would be difficult to suppress the chaos on Enya Hub quickly. The members of the Punisher Alliance helped out in one of the battlefields and were engaged in an intense battle. Many of their members had suffered injuries of varying degrees. At this moment, they personally experienced the overpowered ability of Aurora's healing. Regardless of how severe their injuries were, they would be healed in a couple of breaths. All the members of the Punisher Alliance were immediately energized and fought as though they were not afraid of death. Slade, who was wary of the two, had an awkward look on his face and was too embarrassed to even say thanks when he received healing. After such a long period of growth, Aurora's recovery ability was far more powerful than before. The little bit of exhaustion to heal a Grade B super was less than her own recovery speed and did not have any burden on her body. Just as they were fighting, the projection of a vice commander appeared beside Jabra and said anxiously, "Your Excellency Jabra, the evolutionary totem is missing." What? Jabra was shocked, and he furiously roared, "How did you guys lose it? Get it back immediately." At this moment, he understood that the attack was no more than a distraction so that a thief could sneak in from the back and steal the evolutionary totem. The evolutionary totem was placed in a supposedly secure location, but galactic thieves were still in business because they were able to enter places that ordinary people could not. With things developing to such a state, even with Jabra's proud personality, he could not help but be shocked by the amount of forces that the enemy could mobilize. He was truly curious about the individual behind the entire scheme. Spending so much effort for a single totem? Jabra didn't think that this was possible. Protecting the totem was his responsibility. In truth, he could not care less about the totem itself because they were also an ally of the dynasty. They could easily purchase a new totem from Black Star anytime. Just as he was thinking, the enemy's attack disrupted his train of thought. Jabra was instantly incensed, and he thought to himself, "The totems can be lost, but these B***stards must die. Get rid of these fellows creating trouble first before dealing with the lost totems." Just as he said that, a couple of Calamity-grade supers suddenly descended from the sky. They were the other Black Star Guards team. They joined the battle without saying a word, and the balance of the battlefield was immediately broken. Reinforcements. Jabra was stunned. Where did they come from? One of the Black Star Guards worked together with him to destroy the magic being summoned by the head bishop. And Jabra made use of this opportunity to ask, "Who are you?" That member of the Black Star Guards calmly replied, "The Black Star Guards, it's you guys." Jabra was overjoyed. He knew that Black Star had been roaming around the dynasty's territory, but never had he imagined that the other party would arrive in his territory. The heavens were truly on his side. Jabra then bellowed, and his voice covered the entire battlefield. "The reinforcements of the Black Star Army have arrived. Stop resisting if you don't want to die." All the Black Star Guards were then dumbfounded. "We haven't even reported our names, and you beat us to it? Why do you look more like a member of the Black Star Guards than us?" The effect of those words was obvious. The faces of the enemy changed abruptly, and their hearts sank. The morale of the Enya Hub soldiers increased greatly. The moment they thought about the Beyond Grade A standing behind them, they all felt at ease. To ordinary soldiers, the presence of a Beyond Grade A was like a mental pillar for them. Black Star Army. The members of the Punisher Alliance looked at the Black Star Guards with a strange look in their eyes. An organization like this that could roam unhindered in the universe seemed extremely distant from them. It was not a level that they could even come into contact with. Upon seeing the members of the Black Star Guards, everyone was extremely excited as though they had seen their idol. To a famous Calamity Grade group was a superstar in the super world. "We have obtained the item. Let's leave." A couple of individuals who were dressed in disguises escaped from the battlefield. They were secretly escorting the stolen evolutionary totem to safety while the main army was being tied down. As famous galactic pirates in the black market, they had various items and suitable esper abilities to aid them. Spaceships flew past in the sky, searching for traces of the thieves. However, the thieves hid among the allies and under shelter to avoid being spotted. Just when they were about to run out of an alley, they felt their shoulders become heavy, and they were pressed down by a powerful force, preventing them from moving. A breathing sound then appeared behind them. They did not detect anything before this, and their hair immediately stood on end. Turning around, a suave appearance appeared before their eyes. "Where do you think you're going with the goods that I sold?" The voice was extremely calm, but it sounded like thunder in their ears. This face before them was extremely famous in the universe. Perhaps ordinary individuals might not recognize it, but every organization would definitely recognize the owner of this face. Fruobnovel.co. He was an ally of the dynasty, enemy of the arcane, indestructible body, Black Star. The galactic thieves froze in place and did not dare move. Han Shao snorted coldly, and nanoparticles flowed out from his clothes. The nanoparticles then transformed into cuffs to lock all of them in place. With a wave of his arm, a mechanical soldier appeared beside him. "Take this back to where it came from." Han Shao pointed at the evolutionary totem. When the chaos erupted, Han Shao, who was training his energy in seclusion, noticed what had happened. He tacitly allowed the Black Star Guards to take action and stop the storm, and he also detected the evolutionary totem being stolen. After plenty of practice, Han Shao had already formed a soul connection with the evolution cube, and the effects of the soul connection were similar to what Psyker previously had. He was able to detect the location of the evolution cube. At the same time, he would also be able to detect the evolutionary totems within a certain range. More accurately, he was able to detect the evolution energy within them. There was no need for him to interfere in the battle between Calamity Grades, and his Black Star Guards were sufficient to take care of such an enemy. However, he would not be able to sit idly by the side if an evolutionary totem was stolen. With the interference of the Black Star Army, the chaos would be suppressed extremely quickly. The people who came up with this plan definitely did not think that he would appear. Han Shao looked at the thieves that he had caught and revealed a smile. "Now, tell me everything you know." Chapter 942. Want to escape? Do you think that's possible? Chapter 942. Want to escape? Do you think that is possible? Hadavi strangled the neck of one of the Calamity Grade fugitives like a little chicken. This fugitive was already covered in wounds all over and could not break free from Hadavi's grip. He launched a wave of attacks in desperation, but his attacks were not capable of breaking through Hadavi's defenses. Useless. Hadavi closed his eyes with a look of enjoyment as he enjoyed the wave of attacks. The next moment, his eyes glowed with a fierce light, and he snapped the enemy's neck. Kacha! The enemy's head immediately drooped down, and his backbone was destroyed. Such a wound was not fatal to a calamity grade, and the fugitive immediately activated the healing ability in his cells to recover from his injuries. Hadavi, however, would not give the enemy the chance to recover and slammed him into the ground with a punch. The Black Star guards beside him then swarmed over and tore this enemy into shreds. Hadavi enjoyed fighting powerful enemies to bring himself pressure. However, he was not interested in bullying these ordinary calamity grades alone and wanted to take care of the battle as quickly as possible. Black Star's Black Star guards were all carefully chosen elites within the army. Hadavi was a beyond grade A seed and had a huge advantage against an ordinary calamity grade super. He was famous in the Shattered Star ring for his defense, and these kids would not even be able to break through his skin. The instant the Black Star army intervened, the fate of these fugitives was determined. Only one of these calamity grade fugitives was left alive, and Hadavi had intentionally left him alive. With the enemies being taken care of, Ludwell's two bodyguards were finally at ease. They did not care about their own injuries, but immediately deactivated the protective shield around Ludwell's grandson to check if he had any injuries. After ensuring that he was all right, both of them walked forward to Hadavi and expressed their gratitude. On behalf of His Excellency Ludwell, I thank all of you for your assistance. I will truthfully report your contributions to him. Ludwell? Who is he? Hadavi was puzzled. Unlike Phaidon, he was completely clueless about the structure of the dynasty officials. He was only concerned about becoming a beyond grade A super and was not too interested in anything else. He is a high political official in the Crimson Dynasty. The bodyguard then described Ludwell's title and position before pointing to the young man by the side. This is His Excellency Ludwell's grandson, and our job is to protect him. The consequences would have been dire if not for all of you. Oh, so we saved the child of a high official? Hadavi's eyes widened, and he chuckled. Hey, you guys are truly lucky that we were on holiday here. Or perhaps it should be said that the enemy is unlucky. It is a small matter to us anyway, and we cannot watch as others cause chaos within the dynasty as an ally of the dynasty. We will not forget this kindness. The amputated guard then looked at the remaining fugitive and said coldly, I have one request. I hope to participate in the interrogation later. I need to see who set their sights on His Excellency Ludwell. We can talk about this later. My comrades are still fighting over there, and I shall go over to help them first. Although Hadavi had a straightforward personality, he knew that he could not easily agree to something like this. He thus waved his arms and led the other Black Star guards to the main battlefield. As the two bodyguards saw that, they could only follow behind with Ludwell's grandson, lest they ended up being ambushed again. At the same time, they also reported what had happened to Ludwell. The economic situation of the dynasty isn't ideal, and we suffered from a huge impact in terms of trade. In the gigantic conference room, all the high officials in charge of finances were gathered and Ludwell was also part of the group. Many of the economic officials belonged to the neutral faction, and Ludwell was one of the leaders of the neutral faction. As such, he possessed great authority when it came to finances. Halfway through the meeting, Ludwell's communicator began vibrating. After looking at the contents of the message, he placed his communicator aside and continued with the meeting. After the meeting ended, Ludwell returned to his office. As the door closed, he slammed his palm on the desk. Bang! The entire alloy desk was dented. Although Ludwell was a refined individual, it did not mean that he did not have any combat strength. The majority of the officials in the dynasty were not weak scholars. Investigate this matter for me. Just who set their eyes on my grandson? Ludwell's face was ashen, and he roared out orders for half a day before his anger subsided slightly. He was extremely shocked when he saw the news but endured his anger as he was in a meeting. He only unleashed his anger at this moment and was determined to make use of the authority in his hands to check the matter clearly. Thankfully, his grandson was saved in the end, and Ludwell heaved a sigh of relief with lingering fear in his heart. Thankfully, they met the Black Star Army. If not, upon thinking about this possibility, he could not help but shudder with fear. After pacing around in the room for a while, Ludwell gradually calmed down and sat down in his chair while muttering to himself. Black Star, I owe you a favor this time. He originally did not like Black Star. However, they were allies and he did not treat Black Star like an enemy. There was only a conflict in terms of benefits for the dynasty. Work affairs would remain as work affairs, but his personal impression of Black Star was much better than before. Although he would not bring his personal emotions into work, he would remember this favor. After Hadavy brought more reinforcements to join the battle, the chaos was immediately suppressed. Those who wanted to escape were not able to do so, and the others were either killed or wounded. The soldiers then cleaned up the battlefield and placed restrictive equipment on all the survivors. These fugitives then squatted by the side with their heads lowered, and the scene looked like an anti-vice operation. Lock them all up and interrogate them properly. Jabra roared at his subordinates before walking forward to the members of the Punisher Alliance. He then said calmly, "You guys are not bad. I will get people to give you a reward later. Thank you for your assistance." Although he was giving his thanks, his tone was calm and perfunctory. The status of the Punisher Alliance was truly too low, and they were not able to provide much help to him. They could only deal with some small fries in his eyes. However, the other party did help him after all, and he had to show some face to these superheroes. Raymond and the others nodded. They were not expecting an officer of a beyond grade as super to be super grateful to them, and displaying such an attitude was already decent. Furthermore, they still had money to take, and the money could be used to replenish the funds of their alliance. A calamity-grade powerhouse like Jabra definitely would not be stingy for sure. However, Jabra did not leave immediately but looked at Aurora instead. "Are you interested in joining me?" Raymond frowned and said with a deep voice, not bothering about the other party's status. "What's the meaning of this?" "Your healing abilities aren't too bad. Join our Beyond Grade A organization. You will have a brighter future," Jabra said calmly. During the battle previously, Aurora's healing abilities had attracted his attention, and thus, he wanted to poach her. Upon hearing that, all the members of the Punisher Alliance looked at Aurora with anxiousness in their eyes. They did not want such a good comrade to be poached away, but they could not reply on her behalf. Aurora shook her head and said, "No thanks. I am more interested in being a hero." Jabra frowned and wanted to persuade her. Right at this moment, footsteps sounded from behind him, and Hadavy arrived with the Black Star Guards. Jabra immediately abandoned the members of the Punisher Alliance and said with a bright smile toward Hadavy's group, "Ha ha ha, brothers from the Black Star Army. Thank you for your assistance. You have helped me greatly." Jabra's attitude took a 180-degree turn when it came to the Black Star Guards. He would put on airs before the Punisher Alliance but was extremely passionate in front of the Black Star Guards. Although he was a subordinate of a Beyond Grade A Super, Jabra's boss was only an ordinary pillar of the dynasty. However, it was very likely that Black Star, who had a great amount of potential, would take over the position of Dark Lord in the future and become the dynasty's strongest ally. We're all allies of the dynasty, so it's only right for us to help each other, Hadavy then added on. His Excellency Black Star wishes to interrogate these fugitives together. Would it be convenient for you? Of course it's convenient, Jabra chuckled. Hadavy nodded before looking at Aurora. He then said, "You are extremely capable. Are you interested in joining the Black Star Army? You will be a part of the Black Star Guards at the very least." Everyone's face became strange as these words were said, especially the members of the Punisher Alliance. "You just wanted to poach one of ours, and now she is being poached by a bigger fish." Upon hearing that, Jabra's face froze in place, and he coughed to hide his awkwardness. It isn't too suitable, right? I don't have any intention of leaving my current organization. All right. Remember to inform us if you change your mind." Hadavy chuckled and glanced at Aurora with a look of delight. Aurora's mouth contorted slightly. "You are truly such a vengeful person." Right at this moment, a mechanical soldier arrived with the evolutionary totem. Jabra immediately ran over to take a look and was overjoyed. Great, even his last problem was solved. He would not need to have a headache over the matter anymore. Black Star was truly a good man. With this slight interlude, Jabra no longer felt like poaching others and got his subordinates to clean up the battlefield. Hadavi then glanced at the members of the Punisher Alliance and left with a strange smile. Only then did the members of the Punisher Alliance relax. They were truly nervous when being surrounded by a group of Calamity-grade supers. After calming themselves down, they looked at Aurora and Phaidon with greater passion. These new comrades of theirs had actually rejected a beyond grade A organization to stay in their organization. They then thought about the scene of Phaidon and Aurora fighting beside them. At this moment, everyone, including Slade, had truly recognized these two as their new comrades. Upon seeing that, Phaidon smiled. At the same time, there were two individuals moving around stealthily. It was the Disguiser and his comrade. They knew that their plan had failed the moment the Black Star Army intervened. It would be a lie to say that they were not furious about failing despite investing so much resources. However, being angry was useless. Were they going to fight a beyond grade A? They could only swallow their anger and secretly leave their observation spot. Our plan failed. One of them shook his head with resignation. This was an accident. Who could have known that the Black Star Army would hide their identities and remain on this planet? The captain won't blame us. However, we wasted plenty of resources, and our spies located on this planet will definitely be cleaned out. According to the rules, we will be punished and demoted. If we can seize this opportunity to leave this plan and be transferred to a safer position, it may be a blessing in disguise. All those organizations were hired from the black market, and we didn't intervene directly. It will be difficult to trace the matter to us. Is that so? Yes. Both of them then froze in place with a look of shock on their faces. That voice did not belong to either of them. Looking up, they saw a phantom-like figure floating above their heads. Who knew how long this figure had been following behind them without them noticing a thing? Upon seeing this figure, they froze on the spot without moving. Their minds blanked out, and they had the same thought in their head. Just how did Black Star find us? The various gray organizations did not know that they were the masterminds, and they were also in disguise when they helped the Calamity-grade fugitives lock onto their targets. Han Shao then floated down gently and could not help but ask, "What's so surprising about me finding both of you? Do you two really think that it is possible to escape from me?" After interrogating the thieves, he realized that they had received the mission from the black market, and their employer's mission was for them to steal the evolutionary totem. Han Shao then joined the dots to Phaidon's report of the assault on Ludwell's grandson, and could more or less guess what their entire plan was. These organizations that came to create trouble were all hired from the black market and were no more than pawns. They did not know the entire plan and were only in charge of their own segment of the mission. The true objective of the mastermind should be to get rid of Ludwell's grandson. Although Enya Hub was not a colonial planet of the dynasty, their security was not too bad. For this group to be able to smuggle such restricted items in, they had definitely borrowed the strength of the local organizations. There were very few organizations capable of organizing such a scheme in the territory of the dynasty. The two most suspicious parties were the Federation of Light and Arcane Church. During this period, there were many cases of evolutionary totem robberies in the dynasty's borders. The robbers were mainly hired from the black market, and the employers were not the Federation or Church. They had definitely borrowed the name of other organizations, and their true motive of causing chaos was not the evolutionary totem but creating security problems within the dynasty. They were trying to create chaos for the dynasty and make the dynasty know that such events would be commonplace if they did not allow the totems to be sold openly. They also wanted to make use of this opportunity to express their attitudes to the other civilizations. In any case, they definitely had other plans, and this was only the tip of the iceberg. Since he guessed that there was a mastermind behind the matter, there was no reason for Han Shao to let them go. He had gotten Philip to infiltrate the artificial intelligence of Enya Hub and open a backdoor to dig up all the data. If he was not a virtual mechanic, these two masterminds might have escaped. What a pity. Han Shao shook his head. "You two are truly unlucky to meet me." Chapter 943, Favor and Attitude. 943 Favor and Attitude. Jabra, Hadavi, and the other Black Star guards were waiting for Han Shao when he brought the group of depressed captives to the Enya Hub prison. Your Excellency Black Star. Jabra took 2 steps forward and bowed. Han Shao was at the same level as his boss, and he was welcoming the other party on behalf of his organization. As such, he was very wary of his own attitude and made sure to be humble. Hello. Han Shao nodded, and the captives flew toward the prison warden. Hadavi and the others followed behind Han Shao while Jabra led the way in front. They all arrived at the interrogation chamber, and the prison warden placed each captive in a solitary room. Would you like to interrogate them? Jabra asked Han Shao. It's fine. You can do it. Show me your art. Han Shao shook his head. He had already obtained the intelligence that he wanted from these 2 masterminds, and he was only there for show. These 2 masterminds were indeed from the Federation of Light and Arcane Church. They were part of a plan to pressure the Crimson Dynasty and were members of a small team. Han Shao could see the tip of the iceberg of a grand scheme from the confession of the 2. There were many different teams targeting the various regions of the dynasty, with each team being in charge of a region. These 2 were in charge of causing chaos within the dynasty with regards to the evolutionary totem and employed pawns through the black market to affect the public security of the dynasty, while carrying out some other special operations like assassinating Ludwell's grandson. Their goal was to sow chaos with the accidental death of a high official's grandson. They hoped to disrupt the unity within the dynasty and increase the pressure from within. Their targets were not chosen by people but calculated by an artificial intelligence. They would calculate the expected impact their target could create on the dynasty and deal with the targets with the highest impact. Ludwell's grandson was chosen in this manner. The final calculation of the artificial intelligence was that getting rid of Ludwell's grandson would result in a high probability of Ludwell's position being changed. For a large plan like this, which involved dozens of regions, using artificial intelligence would be far more accurate than a human's thought process. The Federation and Church were targeting the dynasty in many areas, but as long as their schemes were not exposed, everyone would follow the unspoken rules and only work in the dark. But things would be different if they had a witness. These 2 individuals were not too useful to Han Shao, but they would have their uses for the dynasty. Even if the Federation and Church refused to acknowledge the existence of these 2 individuals, the dynasty would still be able to make use of them. As he watched the captives being interrogated, Han Shao pondered about other things. He originally thought that it was only a third-rate organization causing trouble, but never expected to be dragged into this matter and save Ludwell's grandson in the process. Fiden's luck was truly amazing. If he did not discover Ludwell's grandson beforehand, they might not have been able to save him. He is truly a great general. Han Shao shook his head and sighed while stroking his chin. As for Ludwell, he was no stranger to this name and knew that Ludwell was a high official of the dynasty with great clout in the economic arena. However, Ludwell did not have many dealings with him. Han Shao only knew that there was a faction that wanted him to hand over the evolution cube in the dynasty but did not know who they were. Ludwell had a high position and did not have many enemies as a member of the neutral faction. As members of the dynasty, the other officials would not reveal too many details to Han Shao. Strictly speaking, the allies were still outsiders, and only the officials of the dynasty were their own people. As such, no one was willing to create enemies for themselves for no good reason. With the interrogation being completed halfway, the scene before him became a little nasty. As such, Han Shao was prepared to leave. Jabra immediately stopped the interrogation and escorted Han Shao to the exit of the prison. It is all thanks to your help, Your Excellency. Without you, these 2 spies would have escaped, Jabra said with a bright smile on his face. It's just a small matter. Will you remain on Enya Hub, Your Excellency? Please give me the chance to be a good host. It isn't necessary. We plan on leaving. Han Shao waved his arms. With his identity exposed, he would probably end up being surrounded like a zoo animal, and he was not prepared to remain on this planet. Since Fiden had already snuck into the Punisher Alliance successfully, Han Shao was prepared to get his fleet to follow behind him stealthily. He would train the last bit of energy while waiting for Fiden to find the item to trigger the hidden boss. Under the respectful gazes of the Enya Hub members, Han Xiao returned to his spaceship with his Black Star guards. Just as he returned to his room, Han Xiao's communicator rang, and it was a foreign number. Picking up the call, an old face appeared on the screen. "I am Ludwell, Black Star. Thank you for saving my grandchild. It isn't much." Han Xiao then sized this high official up. "This is our first meeting, right?" "That's right," Ludwell nodded. "I have long heard of your great name. You're too polite. I have also long heard of your name." Han Xiao smiled calmly. Seeing Han Xiao's friendly attitude, Ludwell's impression of Han Xiao became even better. It was not that he had not talked to any beyond grade as before. However, a cold individual like Dark Lord liked to treat the warmness of others with a chilly attitude. Even the old dragon had the arrogance of a beyond grade A. It was rare to see such an amiable beyond grade A in the universe. After chatting casually for a while, Ludwell expressed his gratitude. Since the other party had saved his grandson, he had to express some gratitude. "We are all comrades of the dynasty, and I naturally did what I could. I cannot sit idly by the side when someone else causes chaos in the dynasty," Han Xiao replied calmly. A smile appeared briefly on Ludwell's face, and he asked casually, "I heard that the Limitless Financial Group is expanding into the Shattered Star Ring?" "That's right. They are preparing to expand their operations. They are extremely wealthy, and I also suffered slightly. That tyrant truly knows how to seize an opportunity." Han Xiao understood the other party's intentions and was slightly surprised. I understand." Ludwell smiled and said, "I will treat you to a meal the next time you come over. I have something else to do and shall hang up now. See you next time." Ending the call, Han Xiao played with the communicator in his hands, and a smile could be seen on his face. The Crimson Dynasty had long known about his competition with Bloodshed Land. However, it was not good for them to help either party, and thus they had decided to ignore the matter entirely and watch from the side. However, it seems like Ludwell was planning to aid him somehow. Ludwell did not speak openly, and Han Xiao did not know how the other party would help him or whether the other party would even help him at all. It was extremely common for officials to speak in such a vague manner and let others guess their intentions. Perhaps someone else would not have such authority, but Ludwell was the individual in charge of trade and economics in the dynasty. This matter was well within his influence. If he's willing to help, the effects will be significant, Han Xiao thought to himself. Financial support was one thing, but financial cooperation was another. It was similar to the difference between giving a man a fish or teaching him how to fish. After the dynasty split up the pie in the flickering world, the Crimson Dynasty would not have any new support plans for a long time in order to achieve balance. However, this was no longer so certain. Faiden has allowed me to build a relationship with this high official, and I can make use of this relationship to deal with the Limitless Financial Group. Is this the legendary following the protagonist for meat to eat? Beep beep. At that moment, his communicator rang again. This time, it was someone he knew. The other party was Jabra's superior and the Beyond Grade A ally who owned Enya Hub. They had met a few years ago in the meeting to deal with ES God, and Han Xiao had recorded the other party's number. This was the first time that the other party had taken the initiative to call. The reason for his call was simple. He was calling to thank Han Xiao for helping him maintain the security on his territory and invited Han Xiao over to be his guest. Both parties then exchanged some pleasantries before hanging up. In his office, Ludwell placed his communicator down and thought for a moment before calling the internal channel. "Contact Bekarodi for me." Bekarodi was a high official who also supported the idea of Black Star handing over the evolution cube. However, both parties were in different political factions. Ludwell belonged to the neutral faction, whereas Bekarodi was an important figure in the Hawk faction. Although both parties supported the notion of Black Star handing over the evolution cube, their methods were different. As a member of the neutral faction, Ludwell would only bring up his ideas to Urnrel, but Bekarodi would take physical action. Ludwell was in charge of the economic arena, and the actions of the Limitless Financial Group were within his observation. His experience told him that there should be a faction of the dynasty supporting the Limitless Financial Group from behind, and Bekarodi was the biggest suspect. Ludwell did not plan to interfere with this matter in the past as it was in line with his neutral stance. Thus, he was not the mastermind but also pretended to ignore this matter. However, he owed Black Star a favor now, and Ludwell decided to intervene with this matter. His stance would not change, but he could change his methods slightly. His first step would be to have a talk with Beccarotti and warn the other party a little. He would then be able to influence the deal between the other party and the Limitless Financial Group. Because of his status, Beccarotti would not be afraid of Black Star. However, he had no choice but to listen to the opinion of another political leader. The storm in Enya Hub came to an end. The number of casualties was large, and the financial losses were also great. Some time would be needed for Enya Hub to recover. After collecting a large reward, the Punisher Alliance was not willing to stay any longer and also planned to leave. After the battle, Phaidon and Aurora had already blended into the group and left together. "Where are we going?" Aurora asked curiously. "Both of you are still newbies, so we will return to headquarters now," Raymond said with a friendly smile, but Aurora thought that he was making a funny face. Phaidon nodded upon hearing that. "The item that Old Black wants me to find is probably in the headquarters of the Punisher Alliance. Sigh. I wonder if I will be able to find it." Chapter 944 Box of Enticement. 944 Box of Enticement. The Punisher Alliance did not have the financial strength to construct a space fortress, so their headquarters was a modified spaceship that was parked in a galactic harbor called Punisher. After entering the spaceship, the two newbies explored the spaceship under Raymond's lead. The structure of the spaceship was a circular one with the different regions being connected by an alley. It was shaped almost like a pearl bracelet. "This is our base. This is our daily activity region, and every member has their own room. I have already made the arrangements for both of you. All your daily necessities are prepared, and you can rest anytime. That is the combat training region, and that is the equipment storage, frubnovel.com. They then came to a region with a door that had Spoils of War Museum written on it. "That is," Phaidon pointed at the door. He felt that there would be clues inside the room. "Oh, this is the glory of our Punisher Alliance." Raymond chuckled. "These are all the spoils of war that we have obtained from fighting fugitives. Let's go. I will regale you with tales of our glorious achievements." The room was extremely spacious, with a few transparent cabinets being placed within it. A portion of the cabinets were empty, and the others were filled with many different items. There were some broken weapons, half-broken masks, a charred electronic eyeball, and many other items. Raymond led the way and began explaining the origin of the items. "This is the tomahawk of a fugitive called Ruthless, who had a bounty of 300,000 anas. We sacrificed a comrade during this battle. Do you see that electronic eyeball? That is the artificial eyeball of Professor Vicious. His corpse was completely destroyed, and this is the only thing that he left behind. That is the war hammer of the head bishop. The others just placed it in." Hearing Raymond's explanation, Phaidon looked through the artifacts while comparing them to the picture that Han Shao had given him. All of a sudden, Phaidon's footsteps froze in place, and his gaze was locked on a transparent cabinet. An old-fashioned looking white box was placed in the cabinet with a black charred mark on it that seemed extremely ordinary. "What is this?" A look of joy flashed past Phaidon's eyes as he pointed at the box. This was the item that Han Shao had gotten him to find. "What's this?" "So, it turns out that it was so easy to find it. I thought that it would be much more difficult to find it. Let me think." Raymond thought for a while before saying, "I remember. This is the loot from one of our operations. There was one fellow who wanted to take over a surface civilization with the weapons that he smuggled. When we heard the news, we set off on an expedition to get rid of him. We found many items in his storeroom, and this is one of them. What's the use of it?" Phaidon was extremely curious. He was truly curious about an item that Black Star said he wanted. "We aren't clear about its origins and only know that carrying it will strengthen one's psychic energy and mental defenses. However, the user will hallucinate if the box is used for a long time, and they will hear voices in their ears. Thus, we called it the Box of Enticement. We sealed the box up after one of our comrades went crazy because of it." As he said that, Raymond suddenly had a puzzled look on his face. Didn't we seal this item up? Who put it back on display? Right at this moment, Fiden frowned slightly, his attention still on the box. He could hear a soft voice calling out to him and luring him to touch the box. Using his psychic energy to scan the box, he felt as though the box was covered with a mental shield. Fiden wanted to see what was in the box and transformed his psychic energy into a drill to break through the psychic current of the box. However, the moment his psychic energy came into contact with the box, his face changed abruptly, and he cut off his psychic energy that was being sucked into the box. Upon seeing that, Raymond waved his arms and said with resignation, "Stop trying. It's useless. Our psychic tried it once. But psychic energy isn't able to detect the situation inside the box. Can we open up the box normally?" "You can, but there is nothing inside." Raymond opened up the cabinet and opened up the box. At this moment, Aurora jabbed Fiden's waist and made a hand sign. Fiden immediately understood what Aurora meant. There was a life force within the box. Black Star wouldn't want this box for nothing. The item that he wants is strange indeed, Fiden thought to himself. Raymond then placed the box back into the cabinet and continued touring the place with the two. After taking a tour throughout the entire base and meeting some new members of the Punisher Alliance, Fiden and Aurora said goodbye to Raymond and returned to their rooms. After a few more hours, they left their rooms and walked straight to the museum. The artifacts in the museum only had commemorative meaning, and the surveillance equipment in that region was of a lower grade. Fiden took out an army-made automatic infiltration device. Just when he was about to plug it into the door, he was stopped by Aurora. "Are you going to walk in like this?" Aurora asked doubtfully. "The alarm will sound." "I know," Fiden said slowly. "Since Black Star wants the item, it will be impossible for them to fight back. I do not like to bully the weak, and they aren't a bunch of evil people. Even if I want to take the item, I must let them know the reason. I am not willing to act like a thief. This isn't good, right? What if Black Star has his own intentions?" Aurora hesitated. Truthfully, she also felt that it was beneath them to act like thieves. He didn't make any special requests. Even if he does, he will only blame me. Fiden smiled, walked into the room openly, and picked up the box of enticement. DDD. He ignored the ear-piercing alarm and led Aurora toward the entrance of the spaceship. He did not face any restrictions along the way and only met Raymond, Slade, and the other members of the Punisher Alliance by the hatch of the spaceship. "Why do both of you want to steal the box of enticement?" Raymond had a bitter look on his face and was not willing to believe what he had seen. Slade gritted his teeth and said coldly, "I almost believed both of you. Both of you had other intentions indeed. Perhaps they were enticed by the box of enticement." Raymond looked at Fiden with a complicated gaze and a trace of hope in his eyes. "I'm sorry." Fiden shook his head and said calmly, "I am here for this item." Raymond could not help but ask, "Was it a scheme for you to save me? Would you believe me if I said that it was luck?" Fiden said helplessly. Slade then walked out from the crowd and pointed his weapon at the two. "I said it before. If I discover that both of you have other intentions, I will not show any mercy. Since you have already admitted to it, place the box of enticement down and give up on resisting or face the power of my weapon." Fiden looked at the agitated group and said slowly, "Aura and I saved all of you more than once during the battle on Enya Hub. Are all of you really going to fight us?" Upon hearing that, it was as though they were doused with cold water. He was right. If not for her healing abilities, they would have suffered heavy losses on Enya Hub. It would not be too much to say that both of them had saved all of their lives. Although they had other intentions, it was not a lie that both of them had saved them all before. Everyone immediately had a look of difficulty on their face and lost the will to fight. Slade was the same, but he immediately threw away such emotions and gripped his weapon tightly. "This is an unrelated matter. You will become our enemies if you want to steal the box of enticement. We will not let you leave." Fiden then glanced at the group and sat on the ground. "All right, I won't be leaving then." Everyone was stunned. "What are you doing?" Raymond asked. "Waiting for someone to pick me up." He then closed his eyes and meditated. You truly have character. Aurora, who was by the side, then glanced at the group and said helplessly, "Why are all of you still holding onto your weapons? Do all of you really want to attack me?" Slade had a look of hesitation on his face. After thinking for a while, he decided to keep his weapon while watching Fiden by the side on high alert. Just when everyone was on high alert, the hatch opened, and a black figure stood outside the spaceship. The members of the Punisher Alliance immediately turned around and were astounded. The one who had arrived was Black Star. You. Raymond's eyes widened to no end. He was dumbfounded. Han Shao glanced at him before bringing his Black Star guards over to Fiden. The members of the Punisher Alliance immediately opened a path with a look of shock on their faces. Why was Black Star there? Just what was going on? He then looked at Fiden and said with resignation, "Why do you have to trouble me to make an appearance for such a small matter? Stop playing already." Fiden smiled and stood up. "You know my personality." "That's right. I've known your personality ever since we were on Sunil." Han Shao rubbed his head helplessly and joked, "If you continue to be so reckless, I won't dare use you in the future. I know how to differentiate between important and unimportant matters. I do not wish to lower my bottom line for such a small matter. Besides, you shouldn't have asked me to be a thief." Fiden blinked. "Sigh. It is truly so difficult to avoid work." Han Shao groaned. Every protagonist had their own principles, and it was impossible to order them around without restraint. It seemed as though they would not be able to display how extraordinary they were if they did not cause some trouble. Upon hearing their conversation, everyone was dumbfounded. Slade was a little anxious and could not help but cry out, "Just who exactly are you?" Hadavi looked over and snorted. "He is called Fiden, Vice Commander of the Black Star Guards." Slade's body froze in place upon hearing that. He could not believe that he had actually interacted with such a character. Such a character could kill him like killing an ant. It was a joke that he thought Fiden was afraid of their numbers. It turned out that the other party could not even be bothered with them and probably treated them as kids. Slade's face turned pale. Thinking about his forceful tone toward Fiden, he was filled with both shock and fear in his heart. Han Shao said at this moment, "All right, since you want to let them know the reason." He then turned around and sucked the box of enticement into his palm. Exerting strength on the box, he smashed it into pieces. Arg! Everyone could then feel a powerful mental energy exploding out from the box. The faces of the Punisher Alliance superheroes turned pale, and they covered their ears. They could hear an ear-piercing screeching sound in their minds. The mental sound in their head was filled with excitement, as though a man that had been imprisoned for many years had been released. Chapter 945, Heart-Sucking Demon. 945 Heart-Sucking Demon. Who? As though a storm swept through the place, an illusory figure gradually appeared. Its facial features were not distinct. It only looked like a shadow. Its shape was extremely odd, as though it was a creature with many arms. Its shape was still transforming, and it was emanating a frightening aura. Delicacies. A mental energy was spread out in all directions, and everyone could understand the intention of this illusory being. A strange sense of fear rose in their hearts, and even Han Shao and the Black Star Guards were no exception. They just were not as badly affected. What kind of a beast is this? Raymond and Slade had a look of fear on their faces. They did not know that such a beast had actually been hiding within the box of enticement. They could feel a sense of fear in their hearts, and they started to feel a wave of dizziness. It is a special creature from the secondary dimension. You can treat it as a parasite that is born together with the soul. It is one of the reasons the psychic current exists in the universe, Han Shao said calmly. This was a boss from the secondary dimension called the Heart-Sucking Demon. The thoughts of every living being in the universe formed a universe consciousness, and the heart-sucking demons would crawl at the bottommost layer of the universe to feast on the universe consciousness. The bottommost layer of the universe was the nest of these heart-sucking demons, and there was an almost endless supply of them in the bottommost layer of the universe. This heart-sucking demon was at the Lord level, but it had been caught by a powerhouse and sealed in this box. Han Shao knew that the heart-sucking demon boss' main attacking methods were to attack the souls of its targets. It also had many different types of resistance and was almost immune to mental attacks. Most mental attacks would only be food for it. It was because of this that the corpse of a heart-sucking demon was a huge supplement to one's mental strength. However, the side effects of it was an explosion. Only a psychic and some mages were able to make use of it without any side effects. It could increase the mental defenses of a psychic and also cause one's attacks to have the chaos status. However, the heart-sucking demon was extremely difficult to catch and extremely rare in the universe. The instant the heart-sucking demon broke free from its seal, a notification popped up on Han Zhao's interface. Destroy the heart-sucking demon. Mission Introduction. The heart-sucking demon is an extremely dangerous secondary dimension being that feasts on human thoughts. This heart-sucking demon was brought into the universe because of some reason, and it would be a hidden threat if ignored. Mission requirements. Kill the heart-sucking demon. Reward: 10 million experience. Rewards for the highest damage dealer: mental defense talent and magic resisting body talent. Mental defense, plus 40% psychological resistance. You will be immune to chaos and shock statuses. Magic resisting body. Your body has additional resistance toward magic, plus 45% magic resistance. You will have a 5% chance of being immune to a magical attack. Cooldown: 10 minutes. The players would definitely form a party when killing bosses, and the player who output the most damage would gain the kill of the boss. Even with Han Zhao's current ability, he felt that the effects of these two talents were not too bad, so he had come for these two talents. freewebnov.co. The box was just a sealing device, and the heart-sucking demon had been trapped in it for a long time already. It could not come into contact with the outside world and was extremely weak at the moment. It was currently in a starving state, and it immediately rushed toward the members of the Punisher Alliance to fulfill its thirst the moment it was released. These people were a group of walking delicacies in its eyes. Hurry! The beast is coming over. Raymond, Slade, and the others immediately drew the weapons and unleashed a wave of attacks toward the demon. However, although their attacks struck the heart-sucking demon, the effects of their attacks were limited. The defense of the heart-sucking demon was similar to that of the interstellar beast, and the attacks of a Grade B super were unable to break through its defenses. Despite enduring a large number of attacks, the heart-sucking demon was unharmed, and it slowly approached Raymond. Upon seeing the strange beast about to stick on him, Raymond's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly backed off. Swoosh! Right at this moment, a ray of light pierced through the back of the heart-sucking demon, and the heart-sucking demon immediately froze in place. A spherical floating cannon floated beside Han Zhao with multidimensional energy being released from the sphere. This was a multidimensional weapon that Han Zhao had created after obtaining his new ultimate knowledge. It was extremely effective in dealing with the beasts from the secondary dimension and could be used to kill the heart-sucking demon. The ray of light rapidly expanded in the heart-sucking demon's body, and the heart-sucking demon trembled as though it was trying to struggle for its life. An intense sense of despair was sent out from the heart-sucking demon's mental waves, and everyone present was also affected by its emotions. It had just left the wolf's nest to enter the tiger's mouth. It was truly unlucky. Everyone then saw the heart-sucking demon explode like a bubble being burst. The heart-sucking demon disappeared without a trace and only left behind a black, palm-sized item on the ground. This was the corpse of the heart-sucking demon. Han Zhao then sucked the corpse into his hands and threw it to Phaidon casually. Deal with it. You helped me find it, so this item shall belong to you. You can go and discover its use on your own. Phaidon was stunned. You're giving it to me? You don't want it. It's useless to me. Han Zhao shook his head. He was a mechanic and did not need the corpse of the heart-sucking demon. His goal was only the two talents. A mission completion notification popped up on his interface the instant he killed the heart-sucking demon. He had already obtained the two talents. Although the resistance of the heart-sucking demon was high, Han Zhao's strength stood at the peak of the universe. Even if the interstellar beast from before appeared before him right now, killing it would only require a single cannon. That reminds me, I seem to be even tankier than the interstellar beast. Glancing at the members of the Punisher Alliance, Han Zhao did not bother giving an explanation and left the spaceship. Faiden shook his head with a smile and followed behind Han Xiao. After being together for such a long time, he realized that he was becoming increasingly fond of Han Xiao's personality. He is truly a friend who I am willing to serve. Raymond and the others opened a path and watched as Black Star left. Slade then came to a realization. Such a terrifying creature was hidden in the box of enticement. If it escaped someday, we would have been. Upon hearing those words, the members of the Punisher Alliance came to a realization as well and felt that they understood Black Star's intentions. Black Star knew about the existence of the heart-sucking demon and thus came just to destroy this demon that should not have appeared in the universe. They had personally experienced how terrifying the heart-sucking demon was. If the heart-sucking demon had been allowed to escape in the future, they would have suffered heavy casualties for sure. Did this mean that they had all been saved by Black Star? To think that they had misunderstood such a big shot. Understanding this point, Raymond and the others had complicated feelings in their heart. They were filled with both gratitude and a sense of shame. After struggling for a while, Slade rushed out of the spaceship and wanted to catch up to Faiden and apologize for his previous attitude. When he left the hatch, he realized that Black Star had already disappeared and left the planet. Upon seeing that, everyone looked at each other and sighed. Black Star's level is too far away from us, and we will never be able to repay this favor. The event that Faiden had triggered came to an end, and Han Xiao learned his lesson. He no longer allowed the fleet to stop near any planets, lest Faiden ended up meeting another fortuitous event and disturbing his training. Thankfully, Faiden hid in his room to research the heart-sucking demon's corpse and did not run around anymore. After absorbing the corpse, Faiden's psychic energy was strengthened, and Han Xiao had a strange feeling in his heart. No matter how he looked at it, suddenly gaining a treasure was like the treatment of a protagonist. Although he had also gained some talents, Faiden seemed to have benefited more. After traveling for a few more days, Han Xiao's energy level finally reached LV.19. His level 300 promotion mission was finally completed. Chapter 946, Level 300 Promotion. Chapter 946 Level 300 Promotion. Circular mountains covered the land with some alloy wreckage sticking out from the ground occasionally. There was a black mountain peak filled with desolation and an ancient feeling in the distance. The sky was gloomy, and the planet was deserted. A powerful gale was blowing through the planet, sweeping up anything that was on the surface of the planet. This was a deserted planet covered with a thick layer of gray fog. From the outside of the planet, a large storm-like spiral could be seen in the atmosphere of the planet. This used to be a planet full of life with the color of nature all around the planet and the sound of beasts roaring resounding through the forests. Today, only darkness and silence were left behind. This was one of the battlefields during the exploration era. Underground, a large number of battleships were buried. A black figure walked slowly on the planet as though he had melded into the background. This place is fine. Han Xiao looked up at the gray skies and knew that a spaceship was waiting for him outside the atmosphere of the planet. The people on the spaceship would probably be looking at him through their windows. The commotion of a beyond-grade super would not be small, not to mention the fact that he was going to undergo a race upgrade and class advancement at the same time. The commotion would probably shake the mountains and the earth. He would probably destroy the spaceship if he carried out his promotion on it. Thus, Han Xiao had found an uninhabited planet and was planning to complete his advancement on the planet. Of course, he had already touched Faiden before coming over and was currently full of confidence. Opening his interface, his promotion mission and class advancement mission were already completed. Han Xiao then chose to end the missions. LV 300 promotion mission completed. Plus 70 END bonus. 1 END equals 480 health equals 490 stamina. The energy within your cells causes your body to experience a transformation. Your genes are experiencing a transformation toward a higher level, and you are taking another step on the road of evolution. Race detected. Black Star Race. Specialty Race. Unchangeable. Randomly drawing 5 matching evolutionary directions. Randomizing. Randomization complete. Please select 2 from the 5 race evolution choices below and receive 1 talent from each. 1. Void Archangel, human form. 2. Endless proliferation aberration body, group consciousness. 3. Void priest, human form. 4. Saint Tyracle's race. 5. Margala void beast. The evolution directions aren't too bad. Han Shao nodded with satisfaction. He had chosen Void Saint in his previous evolution, and he now had the option of Void Archangel. He was already coming to the end of the Void race. Endless proliferation aberration body was a terrifying being that could endlessly proliferate as long as it had enough energy. There was no need to worry about his genes collapsing, and he would become a meat planet eventually. He would also be able to form various flesh constructs such as a new organism that could reproduce normally. He could split up a part of his body to create an organism that was controlled by his consciousness but still had its own free will. Saint Tyracles was an extinct race that had superb mechanic talent. They were said to be natural-born mechanics. Margala Void Beast was a void beast with an extremely powerful body. It was a leviathan in the void race that was an equal to the void dragons. After pondering for a while, Han Shao came to a decision. He chose Void Archangel and Saint Tyracles. The former was to maintain his void evolution path, while the latter was to strengthen his mechanic talent. He had many different void talents. The reason he did not choose Void Priest was because it contained many of the talents of the Void Archangel. Although the endless proliferation aberration body was terrifying, Han Shao was not prepared to give up his human form. He still had to remain human. Margala Void Beast was famous for being a meat shield, and Han Shao felt that he was already a first-rate meat shield and didn't need to be strengthened in this regard. All the talents of the two races were placed before him, and he could choose one each. After looking at them for a while, he made his choice. You have received the talent, Divine Void Power. You have received the talent, Tyracle's Mechanical Legacy. Divine Void Power. Your understanding of the void has been increased to a new level. You will be able to control void energy more effectively and increase your attributes. Your attack and defense will be boosted by void energy, and your attacks will receive a void bonus, 12,500 points plus 12% attack, minus 10,000 damage and plus 15% resistance to all damage taken. You will receive more from Divine Void Power as your level increases. Level 1 100. Plus 15 STR, DEX, END, INT, and MYS for every 10 levels, plus 0.5% attack. Level 100, 200. Plus 30 STR, DEX, END, INT, and MYS for every 10 levels, plus 1% attack. Level 200 and above. Plus 45 STR, DEX, END, INT, and MYS for every 10 levels, plus 1.5% attack. Current bonus. Plus 900 STR, DEX, END, INT, and MYS, plus 30% attack. Tyracle's Mechanical Legacy. The mechanic discipline is inherited in the memories of the Saint Tyracle's race. The Saint Tyracle's race has superb talent in the mechanic class. Minus 20% experience to level up any mechanic skills, inclusive of but not limited to mechanic skills and blueprints. You will receive more mechanical legacy as your level increases. Level 1, LV 100. Plus 8% machinery affinity for every 10 levels. Level 100 LV 200. Plus 12% machinery affinity for every 10 levels. Level 200 and above. Plus 16% machinery affinity for every 10 levels. The legacy of the Saint Tyracle's race is stored in their memories. You will unlock a special race blueprint when you reach levels 20, 60, 100, 160, 200, 260, 320, and 360. Boom! Han Shao felt his head spinning and his body being washed in void energy. It was as though he was attacked by both cold and heat at the same time. A transformation was ongoing in Han Zhao's body, and more notifications popped up on his interface. The talent of his Black Star race was also upgraded as well. Your Black Star race talent, Mechanical Genius, has been upgraded. Mechanical Genius, 1.15x machinery affinity increased to 1.25x. Plus 30% machinery creation performance increased to 40%. New effect added. All mechanic skills will be increased by 1 level. Detecting race appearance. Based on your evolution experience, you can change your appearance by up to 1.4%. Han Xiao was still pretty confident in his own face editing skills, but he would not test them on his own face. Thus, he chose to maintain his own appearance. Molecular structure has been improved, organ structure has been strengthened, and metabolism has been altered. Black Star Race potential upgraded. You have received bonus attributes, plus 334 STR, plus 320 DEX, plus 470 END, plus 767 INT, plus 580 MYS, plus 205 CHA, plus 8,000 energy. Energy level bonus attributes have been changed. All his cells were trembling, and the powerful wave of energy gushing out from his body affected the environment of the entire planet. Han Xiao had turned into the eye of the storm, and a powerful cyclone was formed with him at the center. In the fleet outside the atmosphere, Aurora, Phaidon, Hadavi, and all the Black Star Guards stood in front of the window and watched the commotion that Han Xiao was causing on the planet. What a frightening energy reaction. His Excellency is experiencing another growth? He is actually able to increase his strength within such a short amount of time again. Hadavi was dumbfounded. Although I have known him for a long time, he always surprises me. Phaidon shook his head. Why is there such a talented individual in the world? He is like a natural-born super. I've never heard of a beyond grade A that grows so quickly. Hadavi lamented with a sour feeling in his heart. He had fought for a long time in order to become a beyond grade A, but his wishes had not come true yet. However, Black Star was not only the individual who had used the least amount of time to become a beyond grade A, he was able to maintain his growth even after entering the beyond grade A realm. This was truly unheard of. Anyone would truly be angered to death if they tried to compare themselves to Black Star. Hadavi had a face full of envy. Not just him, the other Black Star Guards were also astounded. Such a rapid growth rate was something that they could not imagine. Aurora clenched her fists with sweat in her palms. This was the first time that she had witnessed Han Zhao's promotion process. She could clearly feel Han Zhao's life force shooting up to the sky rapidly, completely different from the slow evolution process of a beyond grade A. She could not help but be afraid that Han Zhao's promotion would fail. She was already prepared to exhaust 99% of her life force to help Han Xiao. After a long time, the high energy reaction finally subsided. It seems like he succeeded. Just when everyone was about to heave a sigh of relief, they were shocked to realize that the subsiding energy level shot up again. A new storm had appeared. Didn't he just complete an evolution? He's going through another one again. Everyone was dumbfounded and felt their worldview being shattered. At this moment, Han Xiao, who was in the middle of the storm, received a notification. You have completed the class advancement mission. You have obtained a new class. Divine Throne Mechanic. Chapter 947. Divine Throne Mechanic. Chapter 947. Divine Throne Mechanic. Divine Throne Mechanic LV1. Plus 450 energy. Plus 5 STR. Plus 5 DEX. Plus 15 END, plus 20 INT. You have received 15 free attribute points and 1 potential point. You have obtained the talent Key of Adeptus Mechanicus. You have obtained the talent Spirit Instrument. You have obtained the talent Mechanical Evolution. Creator's Heart. You have acquired the skill Universal Simulation. You have acquired the skill Dimension Factory. You have acquired the skill Virtual Paramount. You have acquired the skill Mechanical Proliferation Growth. You have acquired the skill Strengthened Machinery Civilization. You have acquired the skill Apostle Evolution. You have acquired the skill Composite Mechanical Deity. You have acquired the blueprint Divine Mechanical Throne. The effect of all your virtual technology-related abilities and talents has increased by 50%. A series of notifications popped up on the interface. A huge cyclone was formed with Han Xiao at the center, and from outer space, it looked like a pot of gray soup being stirred rapidly. Divine Throne Mechanic was a new boundary, and the level limit was increased from 40 to 60. Han Shao had gone from Apostle, Emperor, Lord, and finally arrived at Divine Throne. This was the current peak of the mechanics in the universe. Mechanic Emperor Manison was currently at this stage, and there was not a mechanic who had exceeded him yet. At his current stage, all his abilities went through a series of transformations. If the strength of an Apostle Mechanic was mainly reliant on himself, the specialty of an Emperor Mechanic was strengthening the army style, and the specialty of a Lord Mechanic was increasing the long-distance combat ability of a mechanic and creating Apostle weapons. The specialty of a Divine Throne Mechanic was strengthening all three aspects greatly and creating an entirely new path. Han Shao endured the intense pain of the transformation and looked through his interface to see the benefits of the class advancement. Key of Adeptus Mechanicus. Its basic effect increased machinery affinity by 200%, and its core effect set up a machinery faith. As long as there were believers who treated him as their machinery deity, he would receive bonus attributes. The greater the number of followers, the greater the bonus. There were many different religions in the universe, and the machinery faith was a special faith in the universe that was crazy about technological skills. The followers of the faith worshipped a powerful mechanic and treated him as a machinery deity. After Han Zhao's deeds resounded through the universe, he had actually collected a large batch of machinery faith followers, and he would be able to gain an attribute bonus from these followers. A beyond grade A mechanic who had Key of Adeptus Mechanicus could increase their own machinery affinity. Mechanic Emperor Manison was an important idol for the machinery faith and obtained great strength from his followers. Now, Han Shao also had the ability to gain strength from his followers. This was no different from harvesting crops, and it was the great mechanic Han's specialty. Spirit Instrument could increase the success rate of gold-grade blueprints, and he would receive an additional bonus if he was able to construct universal treasure-grade gold equipment. In his previous life, there was a popular saying on the forums. The 5 main classes represented the 5 different aspects of a deity. The pugilist represented the body, the psychic represented the mind, the mage represented the control of laws, the esper represented innate divine abilities, and the mechanic represented deity's equipment. Although such a saying did not have any proof or theory, it was an extremely popular saying. Mechanical evolution, Creator's heart, was his core talent that increased his machinery affinity by 450%, production efficiency by 300%, and machinery creation performance by 40%. It was similar to Mechanical Force Ascension Apostle Body, which also allowed the attributes of one's mechanical force to achieve a transformation. At the same time, this talent strengthened his personal attributes as well. It would provide him with free attribute points based on the levels of his mechanic skills, which included blueprint skills. Level 4 would provide him with 1 point, Level 7 with 2 points, and Level 10 with 3 points. Most of Han Zhao's mechanic skills were basically at the max level, and Han Shao obtained 189 free attribute points. He also had thousands of blueprints on him, with the majority of them from gambling. Their levels had not been increased yet, and a portion of the blueprints provided him with 2,128 free attribute points. This gave him a total of 2,317 free attribute points. Although it could not be compared to the attributes that he received from his promotion, he could add them freely according to his preference. Furthermore, this skill had huge growth potential and provided Han Shao with a new way to increase his attribute points. Knowledge was power. The more he learned, the greater his strength. Apart from these 3 new skills, the others were core abilities of the Divine Throne Mechanic. Universal Simulation was not a combat ability but a creation skill. He could use his machinery to simulate various different celestial bodies, natural phenomena, and so on. Apart from being limited by materials, he was like the creator. However, this creator could only use machines. freewebnovel.cm. As for the use of this skill, Han Shao did not understand it fully yet. However, he guessed that it should be more of a daily life skill. He would be able to break free from the restrictions of blueprints, and nature would be his best material warehouse. Since ancient times, the starting point of all civilizations that developed naturally was from nature. Dimension Factory was similar to an Emperor Mechanic's secondary dimension army. But the difference between the two was that Dimension Factory allowed him to set up a logistics base in the secondary dimension, and he would be able to bring his factory during a war, collecting the spare parts in the battlefield and sending them back into the furnace to create and repair machines. The freshly constructed machines could then be sent straight into the battlefield. He would even be able to construct equipment on the spot to target the enemy's weakness. It was much more powerful than waste modification and advanced machinery construction, and it allowed him to hold out longer during battle. With Dimension Factory, a mechanic would not have to worry about the lack of logistical support no matter where he went. Virtual Paramount was an ability that came from his Virtual Mechanic branch. If he had chosen the Armed branch, he would have acquired Sky Dome. If he had chosen the Energy branch, he would be acquired Energy Plasticity. Virtual Paramount increased the effects of his virtual technology skills by 200% and increased his virtual technology skills by 3 levels. Its core effect opened up a virtual world that only virtual life forms and virtual souls could enter. There were plenty of uses for this skill. It could be the breeding ground for virtual life forms for it to evolve over time. It also allowed Han Xiao to build a fortress in the quantum network and release a large number of special AI hunters. He would be able to intercept information in the quantum network or spread viruses. When he used Virtual Soul to transform his target into a virtual soul, he could trap the other party in this virtual world that was akin to the quantum network. The longer his target was trapped in the virtual world, the greater the damage dealt. Han Xiao felt that Manison's slave AI civilization was dependent on this ability. Mechanical proliferation growth and strengthened machinery civilization were talents to strengthen his mechanical life forms. The former increased the efficiency of him transforming a mechanical life form and increased the effect of mechanical life tinder. The latter would strengthen his machinery civilization in many ways, including improving their reproductive capabilities and the potential of future generations. These 2 talents were extremely important for the Mechanic Emperor to accumulate a large machinery civilization army. Apostle evolution strengthened the effects of Apostle life creation. It did not increase the number of Apostle weapon slots that he had but increased the combat capability of his Apostle weapons. Composite Mechanical Deity was a transformation skill. With his main body or Lord Avatar as the core, he would be able to combine with his mechanical army to form a gigantic mechanical body. As long as his mechanical army was large enough, it would be possible for him to grow to the size of a planet. Furthermore, the gigantic mechanical body would have all the attributes of the mechanical army, and it was extremely terrifying. Roaming unhindered through the universe with a gigantic body, that was a mechanical deity. The final blueprint, Divine Mechanical Throne, was special equipment. It was a floating throne that was similar to the one Han Xiao had constructed before. However, this throne had a special effect. If he sat on the throne, it would increase his machinery affinity by 1.1x. Thus, it was not strange for all beyond grade as to create a throne. Of course, the biggest reason was still because it looked cool. Han Xiao had never obtained so many skills from a class advancement, and this was sufficient to prove just how terrifying a divine throne mechanic was. My strength has increased a great deal with this promotion. Even if the class advancement process had not been completed, the pain could not suppress the excitement that Han Xiao felt. He was truly at the level of ES God, the Mechanic Emperor, and Dark Lord after completing his class advancement and promotion at level 300. Chapter 948 Causing Trouble. Chapter 948 Causing Trouble. A harsh alarm rang in a dynasty military outpost that was not far from this ancient battlefield planet. Alert! Alert! High-frequency reaction source detected. Burst frequency of 9.17b/ms. The energy spectral shift index is between 78.7 and 134.5. Calculating energy fluctuation model and matching with database. Match complete. The possibilities are as follows: 42% chance of dimensional fracture opening, 31% chance of high dimensional being descending, void spirit, 4% chance of supernova, 24% chance of primordial psionic energy pollution, 88% chance of beyond grade A detonation, executing Order K0081 and immediately dispatching an unmanned spaceship for field exploration. Woo! With the alarm, the soldiers in the outpost immediately took action, returning to their respective positions. The unmanned drones were activated, turning into streams of light as their virtual pilots activated the hyperdrive modules to the coordinates of the energy explosion. They quickly arrived at the scene, and from afar, they could see a fleet stationed in the planet's orbit. At this moment, the horrible energy fluctuations surged through the planet repeatedly, warping the entire ancient battlefield into a mess. This is the Dynasty's unmanned reconnaissance force. Please report your identity immediately. As soon as they made contact, the Dynasty's sentries immediately broadcast the signal to them, asking to verify their identities as well as activating a 3D scan toward the fleet. Upon inspection, they got a shock. It was actually the fleet of the Black Star Army. At this moment, Aurora connected to the communication channel. This is Black Star's personal fleet. What are you guys doing here? Hearing that it was an ally, the soldiers finally relaxed, and their attitudes got much better. We've received reports of a high energy fluctuation. What's happened? This was caused by Black Star. He's on the planet's surface now. That was Black Star? The Dynasty's soldiers were shocked at the revelation. Was it really the most likely prediction, the beyond grade A detonation? Black Star self-imploded, thinking that many of the Dynasty soldiers sighed with pain in their hearts, and a wave of sadness surfaced. His Excellency Black Star. Was he killed because of his business? Ha! Aurora was left stunned. What was this situation? Why were they cursing at someone? Only after explaining the situation did the Dynasty soldiers realize that they were overthinking the matter. In fact, it was no wonder that they had misunderstood things. The database matching had never made a mistake before. In the past, the sublimation of a beyond grade A had been very subtle, and they had not recorded any cases of a beyond grade A stepping into a higher realm. However, Han Zhao's promotion by the system condensed the evolution process countless times. Thus, the energy fluctuations caused by it stacked up to an extremely terrifying level. Since this was the first time the Dynasty had encountered this situation, there was no corresponding example in the database, so a misjudgment was generated. However, from that day forth, Han Zhao had become the first reference case in the database. Probably the only one as well. Since they were already there, the Dynasty soldiers did not immediately leave. Instead, they simply moved to where the Black Star fleet was to observe the anomalies and collect data. Aurora originally wanted to chase them away, but after thinking about it, she decided not to restrict their actions. With the Black Star Army under pressure, it needed some opportunities to increase its prestige. With the Dynasty now coming to investigate, not only would it increase Black Star's importance to them, it would also improve his standing within the Dynasty. The longer Aurora followed Han Zhao, the more her thinking became similar to his. After a period of time, the high-energy response passed its peak period and began to dwindle. The process of metamorphosis came to an end, and the cells slowly quieted down from a highly active state. The energy that was uncontrolled and escaping from his cells gradually decreased, and the pain faded like the receding tide. Opening his interface, Han Zhao summarized his advancement process. In terms of race evolution, the racial talents of the Black Star race had been further improved, bringing more bonuses. Even an improvement of 0.1x to the total affinity coefficient should not be underestimated. At Han Zhao's level, this could increase his machinery affinity by hundreds of points, not to mention that he still had a +1 effect to all mechanic skills. The two racial talents brought by the evolution were the core abilities of his species. They were all growth-type talents. Void Power brought a total of 4,500 points and +30% to strength of abilities. This was also an ability that a void entity would develop after undergoing metamorphosis. Tyrical's mechanical legacy currently provided 360% addition machinery affinity, but the main point of this talent lay in the unique blueprints that could be unlocked at different levels. These were the essence of scientific research accumulated by their entire race. Han Zhao looked through some of the unique blueprints, and all of them were very high-quality equipment, broadening his own blueprint library. There were also several techniques saved within which surprised him. He would have to carefully study them in the future. The St. Tyrical's race died during the exploration era for the same reason as the evolutionary civilization, but their data was not lost. Most of the technology left by their civilization was received and digested by the Federation of Light, which added a piece to their technological tree. Their huge technological tree was said to be partially made up of the technology from the St. Tyricles, especially when they built the multidimensional sky-opening transportation device. The unique blueprints unlocked at level 300 involved multiple fields of expertise, and the manufacturing was difficult, but none of them were gold equipment. Han Xiao estimated that it was likely that their universal treasure blueprints would only appear when he reached level 360. In terms of his class, he was already on the same starting line as Mechanic Emperor Manison, but there was still a gap between their strengths. The Divine Throne Mechanic that he held was also held by Manison, but what Manison had, Han Xiao did not have. For example, there was his greatly coveted perfect mechanical sense, as well as his exclusive talents. But in terms of their fleshly bodies, Han Xiao was definitely in the lead, far ahead of Manison. Although his mechanic abilities were inferior to Manison's, his abilities in other areas shortened the gap between the two sides. However, due to the talent key of Adeptus Mechanicus, the true strength of the Mechanic Emperor was unfathomable. For so many years, Manison had been recognized as the pinnacle of the mechanic class in the explored universe, and he had gained God knew how many believers of this mechanic religion. His position was rock solid. The key of Adeptus Mechanicus provided an all-round improvement. Be it in basic attributes, machinery affinity, manufacturing efficiency, creation performance, or ability strength, there would be a percentage bonus from it. Upon thinking of the huge believers within the mechanic empire, Han Xiao felt the pressure. Only when he approached the level of others could he truly appreciate just how strong they were. If I want to bring out the effect of this talent, I have to wrestle away the Mechanic Emperor's position within the mechanics. Only through fighting against him as a mechanic can I then take away the believers on his side. Han Xiao shook his head. He originally did not wish to antagonize Manison, but now Manison had become the obstacle in his road ahead. Most likely, Manison himself would also see him as a threat once he realized that he had reached this realm. Two tigers cannot share one mountain. It's too early to talk about all this now, and I also need time to get accustomed to the new abilities. It's not the time yet to break all ties with Manison. Han Xiao exhaled, suppressing his troubles and throwing the free attribute points that he had obtained through mechanical evolution, Creator's Heart, into his intelligence. After completing this step, Han Xiao took a look at his character interface. Total level, 301. Main class, Mechanic. Race, Black Star Race. Attributes, 6,736 STR, 6,405 DEX, 9,664 END, 17,453 INT, 5,230 MYS, 1,368 CHA, 1 LUK. Free attribute points, 15. Potential point, 7. Health, 9,695,991. Stamina, 7,832,880. Energy, 128,410, LV.19. LV.19 energy stat bonuses, plus 2,026 STR, plus 2,488 DEX, plus 3,120 END, plus 3,425 INT, plus 1,923 MYS, plus 681,520 stamina limit, plus 2,712% machinery affinity. Energy rank, 71,130. Grade SS. Grade S bonuses, plus 100 END, plus 35% all resistances, plus 32% highest attribute, plus 20% other attributes, plus 750 free attribute points, plus 50 potential points. Remark: you have already touched on the peak of an individual's strength. On the road ahead, there will be no more forerunners. You are your own pioneer. Hiss. Seeing the huge changes on his interface, Han Xiao sucked in a breath involuntarily. When he was level 280, his energy rank was 53,000, but now it had actually shot up by almost 20,000. However, not all of this was due to the changes brought about by his evolution. During this period, he had learned all the class knowledges to activate the extra talent, and he had obtained the talent, heroic wrists, from Dragon Emperor Ames. Plus, he had even trained his energy to LV-19. These various factors supported each other to create his huge growth. The changes within his attributes were also frightening, with his intelligence almost doubling. This was thanks to his almighty mechanic and divine void power, as well as the talent, mechanical evolution, creator's heart, which all gave him attributes for free, providing a huge increase. Even his endurance had also become frightening, his HP value approaching the 10 million mark. Among the currently recognized beyond grade, as probably only the old dragon had more HP than him. Even Tai Tai had to step aside. My realm has reached SS. Han Shao nodded to himself. With his energy rank skyrocketing, his S rank bonus had also increased. The bonus given to endurance had been changed from 50 to 100, and other effects had also increased to a certain extent. This realm was normally known as the pinnacle of beyond grade A. SS was naturally higher than S+, but it still belonged to the realm of grade S. It was not a qualitative change like the calamity grade evolving to beyond grade A. What ES God pursued was breaking the boundaries of the SS rank and opening up a whole new realm. Gazing at the experience needed to level up, Han Shao was not surprised that it had increased significantly. The experience he had accumulated throughout version 3.0 was almost exhausted. With this little reserve, he could only level up 3 to 4 times, which was of little significance. Therefore, Han Shao decided not to level, instead leaving it to upgrade his skills, finding it more cost-effective. It will not be possible to level up during the version update. I need to stabilize myself, digest my abilities, and start to accumulate, Han Shao thought to himself. The biggest difference between him and the Mechanic Emperor was the many years of accumulation. After arranging his benefits from this advancement, Han Shao stretched before flying back to his own fleet. The officers were all waiting there, staring at him with expressions of shock, envy, and surprise. Han Zhao's evolutionary process really subverted everyone's cognition, leaving a shock in their heart. How did you do it? Hadavi could not help but ask. His eyes glowed green, like a wolf, as if he wished to see into Han Zhao's insides to check carefully which part was different. Glancing at him, Han Shao quipped, "If you took the time you used to play cards to train, you might have long reached the beyond greater realm." "Like hell I believe you." Hadavi was embarrassed and angry. Aurora pursed her lips before asking worriedly, "Will there be any side effects?" She felt that this method of evolution was contrary to common sense, too violent, and it might have undesirable consequences. Side effects, Han Shao thought about it. If you count being handsome as a side effect, then I might really be ill. Please just die. Aurora rolled her eyes. While you are really charming, I still have to say, I've never seen someone so shameless. But the worry in her heart also lessened. Black Star knew of her skills. If there was really something wrong, he would have long requested for her life essence skill. Faiden walked up, lightly hugging Han Shao as he smiled. Congratulations. During the Secret War period, he had personally witnessed Han Shao stepping into the beyond greater realm, so he was the calmest person among all of them present. His trust in Han Shao far outstripped everyone's imaginations. At this time, the Dynasty fleet also sent over a message of greeting. "We pay respects to you, Your Excellency Black Star." "Oh, when did you guys come?" Han Shao had been too absorbed in his new abilities earlier to notice. "We've been here for a while," the soldier said before hesitating. "Your Excellency Black Star, just now." Nothing big. I just had a small increase in my powers." Han Shao laughed it off. Hearing this, all the soldiers were speechless. "You created such a huge commotion, but you're telling us it's a weak increase? Do you think we're 5-year-old? Cough, Your Excellency Black Star. Regarding this, we'll report it up as per normal. Do you have any objections?" The soldiers could only swallow any insults they wanted to spit out and carefully get back to the matter at hand. If it was a normal period, he would have immediately reported it up. But having witnessed the entire process of Han Zhao's promotion, he had to request Han Zhao's permission. Han Shao nodded, not taking it seriously. It doesn't matter. You can just report it as it is. Anyway, this thing could not be concealed. He could not wait for the dynasty's upper echelons to know that his strength had grown again. It would be better if the dynasty spent more money on him. The dynasty soldiers thanked him with expressions of joy before leaving the area, activating their hyperdrive systems to return to base. A flash of steel passed Han Zhao's eyes as he watched them depart. Now that his promotion was complete, it was time to proceed with his plan. He was going to go bully the tyrant and save his businesses. It was in line with his plans to check how much his combat power had grown. Heh, Tai Tai, I'm coming to play with you. In the Black Star Army headquarters, the sound of mechanical devices came from within the Army commander's previously silent, exclusive warehouse. Whoosh! An equipment maintenance box was opened from the inside, and two dazzling lights emerged from the darkness. A mechanical host stepped out, its eyes shining like the midday sun, carrying Han Zhao's consciousness. Looking back, he flicked his fingers, and a dazzling blue-gold mechanical force swept out, activating all the equipment boxes within the warehouse. Ka. One box after another was successively opened, and the stocked-up mechanical soldiers were activated. The mechanic host took a big step, and with its huge mechanical army behind it, it walked out of the warehouse. The Lord had descended. At the same time in the Bloodshed Land. Dang! Two wine glasses clinked together, letting out a crisp sound. Within the palace hall was a long and luxurious dining table, full of hearty dishes. At this moment, only two people were within this room, and the consciousness of Heber and Sorokin sat opposite each other, raising their glasses to toast each other. This was a celebration meeting. Thanks to the influence of Your Excellency Heber, our cooperation is on the right track. It's a joy to work with you. Sorokin wore a slight smile as he sipped on the wine. I just did my part. While Sorokin was a money-scattering mascot, Heber did not have a great impression of him, so he did not say much, only draining his wine glass and placing it down. However, the wine glass was placed too close to the edge, and it fell off onto the ground. Just as Heber was about to reach out to grab it, he suddenly paused, watching as the glass dropped. Pa! The glass smashed on the floor, turning into shattered pieces. What's wrong? Sorokin was suspicious. With their skills, there was no way he could not have reacted. Heber stared at the shattered wine glass, his brows furrowed tight. He did not know why, but in that instant he felt his heart palpitating. It was as though something bad was about to happen. Chapter 949, High-Profile Action. 949 High-Profile Action. The territory of the Klent Kingdom bordered the Colton Star Cluster of the Purple Crystal Civilization. They were separated by a desolate universe belt and connected together by a stargate. After the secret war ended, both sides lifted the wartime emergency measures and reopened their stargates, allowing people to resume their travels. Within the observation post of the Sol Star Cluster Stargate, the sentry on duty was slacking, turning a blind eye to the fleets entering and exiting the Stargate. He held his communicator in his hand, intently concentrating like the typical lowered head generation. Since the end of the Secret War, Klent and Purple Crystal had decided to recuperate, while the Black Star Army joined the Crimson Dynasty. There was no chance of war breaking out, so the mentality of the sentries gradually relaxed. They could not be blamed for the lack of professionalism. The main reason was that the vast majority of transit spaceships were subjected to review by the artificial intelligence, and there were few opportunities for manual review, so most of the time, they usually had nothing to do. This virtual singer is awesome. On the sentry's communicator was a virtual image of a beautiful Clinton, clad in a thin dress and dancing on the side while singing. Her voice was melodious and clear, like springtime. The sentry on duty was fascinated, shaking his legs frantically while swiping his finger across the screen to send virtual gifts purchased with real cash. This was an entertainment app popular throughout the universe. The user could customize their favorite avatar based on the aesthetics of different races. In addition to shape, they could also choose its personality. After creating the avatar, the user could interact with others in a variety of ways, such as asking them to sing, dance, or play Wayne cards online, basically treating them like a real person. One could also allow the virtual life to become a 3D life-size projection. If one had further needs, they could contact the website to buy a virtual sensory outfit, which would allow them to come into contact with it. This was divided into two categories: children and adult. In this day and age, even with the high degree of interstellar integration, there were still many people that would prefer to have a virtual friend, brother, child, or partner than a real friend. What was worth noting was that this popular app was developed by a sub-brand of the Limitless Financial Group. The annual revenue obtained was terrifying, with their annual income already enough to purchase the entirety of Bloodshed Land. The sentry on duty, whilst obsessed with admiring his dream lover, suddenly heard the cold voice of the artificial intelligence. Detected specially marked fleets in transit. Requesting manual review. The sentry got a shock and almost threw his communicator out of the window in fright before settling down. With annoyance at being disturbed, he turned to operate the manual review. Who is this idiot that? Black Star Army. In that instant, the sentry seemed to have had his soul knocked out and back into him. The party in transit was actually the Black Star Army. Within the database of such public stargates, they were some specially marked characters, such as the Galactic Criminals. Because of the grudges of the Secret War, Clint had also added the Black Star Army to this marked list. Personnel with the identity of the Black Star Army would be reported upward if they came into Clint territory. The sentry on duty knew that he had no right to review and immediately notified his team leader. This was passed up layer by layer and sent directly into the mailbox of a senior official. It did not take long for instructions to be passed down, allowing the Black Star Army to pass. Soon, a small fleet marked with the emblem of the Black Star Army sailed out of the Stargate and turned into a stream of light, leaving only a light trail reflected in the pupils of the sentry. Although the Black Star Army was allowed to cross the border, the upper echelons of the Klent Kingdom did not know how to deal with this problem. Normally, the Black Star Army did not have any dealings with them, and they normally would not come over to the Soul Star Cluster. But to suddenly visit with unknown motives. Someone had to follow them to keep tabs on them. Out of Klent's expectations, the news that the Black Star Army had suddenly visited their territory spread out quickly, being known to many of the organizations and galactic residents of the Shattered Star Ring. Klent knew that someone should be fanning the news behind the scenes. Upon thinking about it, probably only the Black Star Army would want to do this. Klent did not understand their approach at first, but they soon realized what they wanted to do when they saw the Black Star Army moving toward Bloodshed Land. Indeed, it should be the latest movements from the Bloodshed Land that had attracted the Black Star Army. The truth behind the cooperation of Bloodshed Land and the Limitless Financial Group was not known to Klent, and they only knew that the organizations within the Bloodshed Land were advancing by leaps and bounds, robbing the businesses of the Black Star Army. Heber was also an ally of theirs, and Klent originally wanted to use some means to hide it, but they discovered it too late. The news that Black Star Army was going to visit Bloodshed Land had long spread. Now, most of the Shattered Star Ring knew that the Black Star Army was prepared to take action against Heber. This was to the point that the Black Star Army had even publicly announced their flight destination. Every day, the distance from the Bloodshed Land was constantly decreasing. Under such a high-profile momentum, many galactic residents of the Shattered Star Ring were waiting to watch a good show and eagerly awaited the meeting between the two parties. Public opinion had already been established, so Klent had their arms and legs tied. After another half a month, the Black Star Army's fleet finally arrived at the Bloodshed Land's headquarters. Above the skies of the Bloodshed Land headquarters, a fleet of spaceships spread all over like a cloud of steel. All the Vanguard officials were called back to lead different fleets and wait in line. Heber stood on the surface of the planet with his hands behind his back, looking up at the deep black sky with a poker face. According to the itinerary announced by the Black Star Army, today would be the day when their fleet was due to arrive. When he discovered that the Black Star Army was coming to him, Heber knew that it was his premonition surfacing, but this was his territory. He could not run, nor would he run. Thus, Heber stopped his roaming headquarters, waiting for the arrival of the Black Star Fleet, and he intentionally showed that he was not panicking. This was to prevent people from mistakenly thinking that he was afraid of Black Star and thus manipulating his headquarters to run, delaying the time for them to meet. In fact, Heber himself did not understand the goal of Black Star's move. He did not think that Black Star would dare provoke infighting among the dynasty's allies. Could it be that this guy just wanted to use this method to deter him? You are clearly still part of the dynasty, so should I be scared? Humph. Know the answer. Yes, Heber was relaxed at this moment and wanted to see what Han Shao had in stock. While he did not think that Han Shao would be serious, they still had to put up a front, so he commanded his fleet to be on alert. As for whether the fleet would suddenly take a detour to trick him, Heber never considered this possibility. If they really did so, it would be the Black Star army that was embarrassing itself. After waiting for a while, specks of light lit up at the end of his sight and stopped in the blink of an eye not far from planet Heber, revealing the appearance of the Black Star fleet. The fleet size of both was incomparable. Heber had more than 1 million spaceships on his side, while the Black Star fleet only numbered dozens. On the other side, accompanying the Black Star fleet was also the Klent fleet, along with many galactic residents and galactic media groups. Heber snorted, taking out his communicator and switching on the wide area communication channel before speaking. Black Star, I didn't invite you, you did not mention in advance that you were coming to visit me, and you are not even here in person. What's the meaning of this? Hearing this, many of the spectators got excited. They could sense the gunpowder in this sentence, and they carefully awaited Black Star's reply. After a moment, a cold mechanical voice sounded, without greetings or politeness, going straight into the main point. Heber, still remember our unfinished battle? Heber suddenly narrowed his eyes. Without waiting for his answer, Han Zhao's mechanical host said, when I first stepped into the Beyond Grade A stage, you challenged me to a duel, and because of the dynasty I had to agree, but there was no victor. Humph! Heber coldly snorted. So, you're here to send a duel challenge? That's right, Han Shao coldly replied. When I first reached Beyond Grade A, you wanted to bully me. Now's a good time for me to settle this debt with you. In 20 days, I'll fight with you in the Soul Star Cluster. You can choose the location. 20 days, heh? Can you even make it back from the dynasty? Relax, only the 2 million mechanical troops and one of the mechanic hosts in this fleet now will go against you, Han Shao slowly said. I don't think you'll be scared, right? Where's the confidence you had when you fought me? I just stepped into Beyond Grade A few years ago. But you don't dare duel me? His mechanical life forms were developing in the flickering world, so Han Shao did not bring them over this time. Thus, there was only one batch of mechanical soldiers as well as a host, all of which were the reserves of the Black Star Army headquarters. This batch was even manufactured before he hit level 300, so there was no manufacturing bonus at all. Hearing this, Heber immediately grew annoyed. After the Battle of Planet Lighthouse, Heber suspected that he was not Han Zhao's opponent, but that was if Han Shao came personally. Now, he did not even bring a single one of his apostle weapons, and he only wanted to rely on a host and a batch of mechanical soldiers to challenge him. He was showing Heber zero respect. Ha ha ha. Heber's expression was frosty. You're just afraid to come over personally, right? Are you scared that you'll be cornered with nowhere to run? Humph, to use only a bunch of mechanical soldiers to challenge me. Even if I destroy all of them, you're still safe, right? It's up to you how you want to think. I've already issued the challenge. Do you dare accept? Han Shao did not bother explaining himself. Heber thought about it and realized that Han Shao had actually sealed off all his paths of retreat. First of all, the matter had already blown up, and the tyrant's reputation did not allow him to admit defeat. Secondly, when he issued the challenge when Han Shao first reached Beyond Grade A, the other party had agreed easily to the duel. If he tried to argue back now, it would be embarrassing for him. Turns out this was your plan all along. Heber was furious. Resolving this grudge was just an excuse to force him to be unable to refuse. In essence, this happened because of the recent undermining of the Black Star Army's businesses. The other party struck into the core of the matter and openly issued a challenge, wanting to use fists to talk, to destroy his prestige. Black Star, your timing is really good. I'm now riding on the back of a tiger and cannot get down. Heber smiled through his anger. Good. I'll accept your challenge. Black Star, you've been too successful recently and have become arrogant. I'll give you a free lesson in humility. If it was Han Zhao's main body, it would be different. Heber knew that he was not Han Zhao's opponent, but if it was just a mechanical host, Heber thought that he would not lose to him. To actually dare look down on me. Do you think that my title of tyrant was obtained through nothing? Very well. I'll wait for the details. Seeing that Heber had accepted, the Black Star fleet turned back and went away, quickly disappearing from the eyes of everyone present. Disperse. Heber snorted, waving his hands and commanding his fleet to retreat. He coldly swept his gaze across the spectators before walking back into his palace. The galactic residents who watched the whole journey became excited immediately. Many of them had seen the battle between the two men many years ago, and now history was repeating itself before them. This time, however, the roles were reversed. There will be a nice show to watch. Last time, the dynasty came forward to mediate, so there was no clear winner and loser. This time, I don't know if the dynasty will mediate. I doubt so. They have no reason to intervene. Last time, they didn't prohibit the tyrant from issuing the duel, so they cannot do the same for Black Star. The countless galactic residents began to chatter and discuss the fight among themselves. Within the headquarters of the Bloodshed Land, Sorokin sat there with a frown as he watched the Black Star fleet leaving. Black Star's move was bold, and there was even a suspicion of infighting. Sorokin had guessed that this situation was a possibility, but he did not expect Black Star to really carry it out. If he could defeat the tyrant, Black Star would have the pressure on him alleviated somewhat, but the price of that was that the prestige of the tyrant would plummet. The Crimson Dynasty was unlikely to sit back and watch this happen, as the deterrent power of their beyond Grade A allies was equivalent to a bargaining chip of the dynasty. If you really succeed, then my plan will again rise in difficulty. Sorokin was lost in thought, his brow tense. Chapter 950 Showing Oneself, Entering the Scene. Chapter 950 Showing Oneself, Entering the Scene. With the bystanders spreading the word, the news of Black Star's battle against the tyrant quickly spread throughout the Shattered Star Ring and even to other major star fields. The grievances of the two were dug out like melons by the crowd, adding an extra gimmick to the battle and attracting widespread attention. It was not like conflicts between allies in the advanced civilizations had not occurred before. Although they were working for the same civilization, their alliance was not bound, and it was all for mutual benefits, with the resources ultimately divided. This would inevitably create a conflict of interests. So long as the friction between allies did not cross the line and did not result in any serious internal strife, the advanced civilizations would not come forward to mediate. They did not plan to make sure all their allies had a good relationship with each other. Furthermore, competition would bring forth vitality. The issue of resource distribution was also too troublesome for the civilizations to mediate. As for the challenge Black Star issued to the tyrant, this was at the very edge of their limits. Thus, the dynasty could choose whether they wished to interfere or not. This incident was brought up to the upper echelons of the dynasty. A few days ago, Black Star officially issued the tyrant a challenge for a battle in 20 days. The tyrant has accepted, and now the news is spreading like wildfire. Everyone, what are your views? At the head, Erinrel tapped her slim fingers on the table, surveying everyone present. Well, Black Star did not discuss this with us first, moving before he asked for permission. This will affect the dynasty's influence in the Shattered Star Ring, which is not good for us, a senior official said seriously. Indeed, the external environment of the dynasty is now worrying. For us, maintaining the stability of the star field is the most important. I feel we should intervene in his matter, another echoed. Some others had a different opinion. We can't put it like this. Black Star's approach is justifiable, as the tyrant proposed the duel years ago to Black Star when he had just entered the Beyond Grade A realm. Black Star wishing to resolve this grudge now is completely understandable. Hearing this, an official from the neutral faction added, "It's true. At that time, we didn't stop the tyrant because Black Star had only joined us after accepting the duel invite. A Beyond Grade A's promise cannot be taken back easily. So we cannot interfere with Black Star's duel now, or it would be unfair. Yes, not to mention that the recent actions of the Bloodshed Land have affected the interests of the Black Star Army. If we are biased toward the Bloodshed Land, this will greatly affect Black Star's perception of the dynasty. But the reputation of the tyrant. The officials present were divided into two sides, one supporting interfering and one supporting standing by to watch. However, those that were talking were only the pawns in charge of conveying the intentions of each faction. As for those leaders of the factions, none of them had spoken up till now. Ernrel listened quietly before gazing at the chief commander of the exploration army, Terekov, and asking, "Terekov, what do you think?" Once this remark came out, the audience tacitly quieted down, knowing that it was the time for the big shots to display their stances. Black Star. I'm very acquainted with him already, Terekov smiled. I believe he knows his limits very well. Ernrel nodded before gazing at Bekarodi, who was representing the opposite end. And you? Bekarodi's expression was calm like a mirrored lake, and he only smiled before slowly saying, I choose to remain neutral. Hearing this, a flash of doubt passed through Ernrel's eyes, along with some surprise. She knew that Bekarodi had always been against Black Star, as though that guy had cuckolded him. But to think that he gave such an unexpected response. This implied that Bekarodi was taking Black Star's side this time. Supporting neutrality right now was akin to supporting Black Star because everyone there knew that if the battle were to proceed, the reputation of the tyrant would be severely damaged, and Black Star's reputation would skyrocket. What Heber did not know was that, in the eyes of the dynasty's upper echelons, the chance of Heber winning against Black Star's avatar was less than 10%. This was because, not too long ago, the outpost had delivered the observation report of Black Star when he advanced, and this report had caused a sensation among the upper echelons of the dynasty. Black Star had only entered the Beyond Grade A realm a few years prior, and the battle at Planet Lighthouse as well as the fall of the ES God had shown his growth. The dynasty originally thought that he would remain quiet for a while, but it was as though Black Star had drunk some high-energy motor oil, setting his buttocks on fire and shooting him straight up into the sky. He actually grew once again in such a short time. Compared to the normal speed of a Beyond Grade A, these few years were far too short. While they were unaware as to what extent Black Star had grown, based on Dark Lord Claudi's hypothesis, Black Star should be near or even at the peak of the Beyond Grade A realm. He had achieved this hundreds of years ahead of the projected time, and even the Dark Lord had been shocked, saying how he had never met someone so perverted in his entire life. Thus, in the eyes of the dynasty, the tyrant's odds of victory were so low that they could be considered pathetic. To that end, they even wondered if Black Star sending an avatar to battle was merely to infuriate the tyrant further and let him think that he had a chance of victory. The outcome of this war was already set in stone, and Black Star would likely become the new spokesperson for the dynasty in the Shattered Star Ring. The tyrant could still grow his influence, but it would never reach the same level as before Black Star challenged him. In the eyes of the outsiders, it meant that Black Star would take the head seat of the Beyond Grade as within the Shattered Star Ring. Ernrel was naturally willing to see this happen, so all those within the ruler's faction sided with Black Star. She originally thought that someone would jump out today and insist on interfering in the battle, but she did not expect Bekarodi, who would usually give her trouble, to change his position. Frowning secretly, Ernrel then looked toward Ludwell. I also support neutrality. Ludwell's expression did not change. It was not because he was grateful to Black Star but rather because he typically followed the direction of the ruler's faction. Moreover, he was not as radical as the hardliner faction. Containing Black Star would be a strategy for the future. Right now, it was more important to gain evolution cube uses or to buy evolutionary totems. Today is a weird day. Why are all of them suddenly speaking so nicely? Ernrel grumbled to herself. By the side, Bekarodi lightly closed his eyes, casting a deep look at Ludwell. Just a few days ago, Sorokin, whom he had a deal with privately, had sent him a message, hoping for him to interfere in the battle. If they allowed Black Star's name to continue rising, Sorokin's plan would become more difficult. Normally, he would definitely have interfered in the battle, but the situation now was different. Ludwell had spoken to him about half a month ago, and the deep meaning between his words had made him wonder. Thus, Bekarodi could only ignore Sorokin's opinion and temporarily sheath his weapon, observing the situation. Acquiring the evolution cube would be good, but protecting one's life was more important. The conference room's atmosphere was a little heavy, and after the senior officials of the factions sent out a unified reply of their opinions, no one dared jump out to object. Ernrel only felt that this was too successful and slowly said, "Since no one has any objections, let's make it as such. As long as Black Star doesn't act unreasonably, like killing Heber, we will not interfere." Understood. Everyone nodded while having their own inner thoughts. Black Star and the Tyrant are dueling? In the group chat of the Dynasties Beyond Grade, as Bayoni excitedly posted that question and blew out all the lurkers within the chat. Milizao snorted. "I knew that both of them would fight one day. No need to talk any further. Start the bets." Bayoni rubbed his hands. "I'll put a small bet to not hurt any feelings. Black Star, 50 million anas." Ravenloudy laughed, not even the least bit embarrassed at selling out the Tyrant. "Oh, I'm close to Heber and understand his strength quite well." Viru stroked his chin. "I'll bet on Black Star too, 10 million. Black Star, 200 million, Lotus Swordsman indifferently commented. "Oi, how are we going to open the bet if all of you bet on Black Star?" Milizaus was unhappy. "Simple, you can go call all the ancient ones out, and I'll pull in those from the Federation of Light and the Arcane Church. This will make it more interesting." One of the lurking 3 national pillars of the dynasty could not take it any longer and surfaced, joining in the fun. Ingenious plan." Milizaus laughed out loud. While the Arcane Church had hurt him, the other party had lost even more, so he did not have much of a grudge against them. The Beyond Grade A circle was only this big, so while they belonged to different civilizations, they would still have their own private dealings. The Ancient Ones, along with those in the 3 universal civilizations, made up more than half of the entire population of Beyond Grade as in the explored universe. This could be said to be a grand event. Regarding the battle between Black Star and the Tyrant, not only did no one worry, they even riled up the matter. Only those that belonged to the direct line of the dynasties Beyond Grade as would carefully consider the matter from the viewpoint of the dynasty. Everyone was a Beyond Grade A, and there was no good drama without fighting. On a blood-red planet in a distant star field, an endless beast tide rushed toward a red figure like a black ocean. Countless broken beast carcasses fell to the ground, their blue blood infiltrating the soil, leaving the red land splattered with blue. The beasts were a ferocious galactic life form that could sleep and drift through the universe. Once they fell to a planet, they would quickly multiply and consume everything on the surface, forming a catastrophe. In the prosperous star fields, these sorts of galactic creatures had long been eradicated, but there were still some nests in the remote and wild areas of the universe. At this moment, from the center of this beast tide, a rich crimson energy continuously exploded. Wherever it passed, the energy swept through, harvesting all life. Gila's eyes were frosty, and she took in nothing except for the incoming beast tide. Her death energy radiated out from her as though it was free, and the soul energy of the beasts that died to it was absorbed by her body, constantly strengthening her abilities. In the sky, Ames was suspended in midair, overlooking Gila, who was slaughtering the beast tide with no intention of helping. The goal of this trip was not to have fun. Gila needed to improve her Esper ability quickly, and the fastest method was through slaughter. However, their targets this time were the brutal beasts. It was not known how long the battle lasted. When the last beast fell, Gila was covered in blue blood, and she gasped for air as she looked around. As far as she could see, the carcasses stretched over the horizon, and the earth was dyed blue. The blood of these creatures smelled like curdled milk, sour and smelly. Gila held her breath and dragged her tired body to Ames. "The efficiency is quite high." Ames lightly nodded. Lowering her head to look at the situation, Ames clutched with her palm. Rumble. The earth trembled and rose up, like an earth dragon that was stretching itself. Ridges of earth protruded out, twisting around the ground, creating a spectacular scene. The force field churned for a while, and when the sand and dust gradually settled, all the carcasses were buried in the ground, like the land was being plowed. If it was Ames who acted, destroying the beast tide was just a matter of flipping her hand. Her jade-white hands retreated into her black sleeve, and with a smile on her face, Ames said, When you can achieve this level where you can reap the lives of hundreds of millions of creatures with a wave of your hand, then you can be considered to have reached the beyond grade A realm. Gila only mutely nodded, her face passive, as though her whole body was not covered in grime and blood. By the way, I saw the news just now. Ames took out her communicator as she lightly laughed. Black Star challenged the tyrant to a duel, and just like the previous time, he even set the date to be 20 days later. What a wicked sense of humor. The previous time, Ames had welcomed the battle with him, so her memories of that were especially clear. Gila frowned, and a frosty air exuded out from her. Shall we go and help? Hee. Relax. Ames indifferently laughed. The current him does not need any assistance. The major organizations of the various star fields were all paying attention to this matter. Due to the continued fanning of the news, more and more people around the universe got to know about the battle between the two. The gambling industry had also started its own operations. Originally, Black Star's odds were very high, but because he did not participate personally and only sent an avatar along with 2 million mechanical soldiers, the win rate comparison was adjusted and set to 6-4 in favor of Heber. Ordinary people had no way to understand the actual combat power of the Beyond Grade as, in the eyes of many, while Black Star had an impressive record, many still felt that the tyrant was no pushover. In the heart of the citizens, many felt that a Beyond Grade A who did not turn up personally would never be an opponent of the same level. Many of them still bet on the tyrant. Under this bubbling atmosphere, 20 days passed in a flash. Planet Black Tyrant was originally a barren and desolate planet. 10 days prior, when Heber chose this spot, Clint had given this planet the name and put it on the star map. Maybe Clint had plans to make this place into a tourist attraction in the future, but the spectators that came did not think this way. After the battle, it would be hard to say if the planet was still there. Black Star did not mind having the duel in Clint territory. He wanted to let people see his confidence, and there was no need to be afraid of any possible losses since he was only using mechanical soldiers. Because of this, the Beyond Grade A mechanics felt a huge headache. As long as his wallet could support it, he could take all sorts of unbridled risks. Many people had flocked to Planet Black Tyrant. With what happened a few years ago as the lesson, the majority stayed far away. No one wanted to be the unlucky person that would be accidentally killed. The Bloodshed Land's fleet was suspended in the surroundings to guard the area, while Heber stood alone on the surface. His eyes were closed as he readied his mindset, and his burly body stood ramrod straight, giving off a pressuring aura. Can he win? On the spaceship, one of the Vanguard officials could not help breaking the silence. Are you doubting His Excellency? Foster's coldly glanced over. Are you not? Foster's gritted his teeth, glaring at the offender before turning his head back. He had no comeback. In reality, his palms were already slick with sweat. If the tyrant could not defeat Black Star himself, he would definitely feel disappointed, but he had already mentally prepared himself for that. However, what would come today was just an avatar, and if the tyrant could not even defeat that, that's not possible. In just a few short years, how could Black Star become so strong? Fosters shook his head fiercely, muttering to himself. It was unknown whether he said that to convince others or himself. Jord turned his head around. He gazed at the worried expressions of the other Vanguard officials, and his face turned pale. When did the 8 Vanguard officials under the tyrant that had unwavering loyalty become like this? When did this trust start to shake? That's right. It was when Black Star first reached Beyond Grade A. When the tyrant dueled with him and did not obtain a clear victory, that was when the seeds of doubt were planted. If they had known of this, they should have gone against the tyrant's wishes and killed off Black Star during the secret war. Black Star was really a poison that struck the core. You have to win, Your Excellency. If not, it will be hard to keep the hearts of the people. Jord sighed. Pity. There are no what-ifs in this world. At this moment, Heber suddenly opened his eyes, glancing at a distant location. DDD. The Black Star fleet slowly appeared on the horizon, neither quickly nor slowly, just on time. Finally, Heber's eyes were cold, and the hands that were behind his back suddenly clenched tight. Chapter 951. Mechanical Deity. 951 Mechanical Deity. The spaceships in the distance parted to make way for the Black Star fleet to pass through. Under the excitement and expectation of the countless people present, the Black Star fleet slowly approached planet Black Tyrant, and its hatch opened, releasing the countless mechanical soldiers within. The mechanical soldiers streamed out like a long dragon, quickly arranging themselves into a dense and neat formation, occupying the entire sky, and their armors reflected the light from the stars. Pairs of indifferent mechanical eyes overlooked the earthy brown planet below, focusing on the solitary tyrant standing there. Heber stood unmoving, coldly staring at the dense mechanical army in the sky. All of a sudden, he snorted, his powerful lungs propelling a loud roaring sound. Hum! The echo was like thunder, and Heber's every cell began to pump energy frantically, such that the radar of the spaceships nearby all detected a high-energy response. Pugilist flames roared on his body and condensed on his legs. Even though he was standing still, the ground beneath him was cracking apart. Both sides took a fighting stance, and the tense atmosphere was akin to an invisible net that instantly covered the whole audience. The countless people on scene held their breath at the suspense. At this time, the mechanical host stepped out of the crowd and came to the forefront of the mechanical army. The blue-gold mechanical force glimmered and sparkled as its eyes shone with light, carrying the will of Han Shao. "I'm here," Han Shao said through the wide-area communications channel. "Humph!" Heber coldly snorted in response. This time, the dynasty did not interfere, and both knew that the battle would only end if one of them fell. Suddenly, Heber bent his knees and kicked out his legs, and a shock wave burst out around him. Boom! A rift formed with just a stomp of his foot, and Heber rushed upward to the sky like an arrow in flight, with fierce battle intent in his eyes. He was wrapped in a red and gold pugilist flame, dazzling like the sun, and at this moment, he resembled a golden meteor. From the sky, violent mechanical force burst forth from the body of the mechanical host, instantly linking together the mechanical army. Han Shao activated all his skills and casually flung a luck curse on Heber. The next moment, the vanguard mechanical soldiers swooped down as well, rushing toward Heber. There was no foreplay to speak of. Both sides immediately tucked into the main course, lunging at each other's throats. The golden meteor collided with the machines, the heat melted the armor, and the cracked parts flew out like shrapnel from a bomb, flying everywhere. Boom, boom, boom. One after another, the mechanical soldiers fell, and the golden meteor rushed deep into the formation before being slowed down and entangled by the countless machines. The long-range troops in the rear spread out like a metal tornado revolving around Heber, shooting out psionic rays and dark energy repeatedly. Countless beams of light from all directions were shot toward Heber. The mechanical army surrounded Heber tightly like a dark cloud, and this scene resembled a flock of crows dancing around the sun. From time to time, red and gold pugilist shockwaves fluctuated from the center. Because Han Zhao's mechanical army had undergone many rounds of strengthening, they were not too vulnerable even in the face of a beyond grade A. While this batch of old machinery was not the most updated, with the addition of his mechanical force, they were no longer simple mechanical soldiers that Heber could casually crush. In this battle, Heber faced a different situation. In the last battle, Heber's goal was to demonstrate his prestige, and he intended to quickly get rid of Han Shao. But now that Black Star had achieved his current fame, Heber did not have any thought of quickly ending the fight. He was clear that Han Shao was not there, so the only way to win this fight was to kill all of the soldiers present. As long as he smashed apart all the troops that Black Star had brought over, it would be his win. Thus, Heber's mentality was more stable, and he was not in a rush at all. He had long made preparations for a sustained battle and focused on getting rid of the mechanical soldiers without any intention of ambushing Han Shao. However, the amount of injuries he obtained made Heber feel a lot more pressure than last time. The psionic cannon rays that hit his body gave him tremendous pain each time. Heber was secretly startled at Han Zhao's growth rate and gritted his teeth as he calculated in his mind. While I can fight a prolonged battle, the longer I take, the more unfavorable it is to me. I need to improve my killing efficiency. As he thought so, he increased the frequency and intensity of attacks. On the other side, Han Shao controlled the mechanical host to observe the combat, reading the combat information on the interface. What a tough HP cow. In his last battle, Heber's combat information was filled with question marks. Now, with his level higher than Heber's, it revealed his information completely. Heber's was at level 296, with some of them made up by his subclasses. Han Shao was an anomaly, as comparing levels, there was not much difference between the two of them. That being said, Heber's grade was still at S without even the plus on it. This was the gap brought about by various bonuses. Heber's total HP was around 800,000, and his endurance was more than 12,000, along with tons of explosive abilities adding a huge chunk of strength, dexterity, and endurance. As for his pugilist skills, it went without saying that he had plenty of those. The number of resistance talents on him was frightening, such as true damage immunity, weak injury immunity, fixed injury reduction, and super toughness. They were all talents that Han Shao had seen during the last battle, making his defense extremely troublesome to overcome. The last battle had ended in a draw due to the intervention of the dynasty. There was no winner among the two, so Han Shao got the record of a tie. However, the fact was that he did not cause any serious damage to Heber at that time. To deal with Heber, he could only slowly grind him down. It was fortunate that his mechanical force bonus and mechanical army had been strengthened many times, significantly raising his damage. Thus, Han Shao did not activate his perfect mechanical sense character summon card, nor did he need to. Under such circumstances, the tyrant was long not his opponent. The moment the battle began, an S-ranked mission popped up on his interface, named Tyrant Heber, which was the same mission as the previous time. Based on the scenario of challenging a beyond grade A, this sort of boss mission would appear. I only have this mechanical host, which carries some of my attributes and abilities, but it's enough to fight with Heber directly, preventing him from killing the soldiers too quickly. With a single thought of Han Shao, the Lord's avatar shot out, passing through the heavily sieged front line and directly smashing into Heber. Its heavy metal fist was shrouded in mechanical force and sent out. With a cold snort, Heber's muscles swelled, as though pythons were wriggling under his muscles. The fresh muscle fibers twisted into a strand, displaying its strong elastic force. Heber's terrifying strength from his whole body converged on his arm, and he drew back his arm before thrusting it forward to meet Han Shao. A red gold fist and blue gold metal fist collided violently, bursting out as a fierce energy shockwave and quickly spreading out. Boom! The violent aftermath pushed the surrounding mechanical soldiers quite a way away, tumbling around, and the atmospheric layer above them was also swept out, leaving a blank space. With the addition of growth talents such as Heroic Wrists and Divine Void Power, Han Zhao's current strength had reached more than 6,000, and the melee attack power was quite impressive. The supporters of the two revolved around them, and the eyes of the galactic residents watching from a distance also followed the battle group firmly. On one of the Federation of Light spaceships, one of the officials was recording the entire fighting process. The Federation and Church both attached great importance to this battle, and both had sent spies to gather intelligence. Black Star's current strength would greatly affect their plans for the evolution cube, so they had to pay attention. At this moment, a virtual projection of Manison stood at the corner of the cabin, watching the entire battle through the viewing window. He lightly said, "The chance of Heber winning is very slim." Is that so? Although the tyrant seems to be surrounded, his body is extremely tough, and he should be able to hold on until the mechanical army is destroyed. The captain who was next to him carefully gave his opinion. Manison shook his head. "I can feel that Black Star has become far stronger than he was before. Heber will probably not be able to last for long. His condition is getting worse. Furthermore, Black Star still has many of his trump cards that he has yet to pull out, such as the Void ability he used in the Battle of Planet Lighthouse." Hearing this, the captain nodded to express understanding. "I just do not know." Manison paused and thoughtfully spoke. "With Black Star's growth, has he already touched my current level? It should not be that quick." Freebnovel.com. At this moment, part of the space above them fluctuated, and the magnificent palace of hidden spells jumped out. Oh, they're already fighting. It seems like I'm late. Seated at the top of his palace of hidden spells, Austin overlooked the battle of the two with an expression of interest. Most of the spectators were focused on the fight, and while a few of them noticed that Austin had arrived, they only spared him a glance before impatiently turning back to the scene. Han Xiao also noticed Austin and could not resist curling up his mouth. Why do you come as a referee every time we fight? However, he had no time to dispose of his old man. Han Xiao withdrew his attention and continued to control his avatar. Boom! As the battle progressed, the ground of planet Black Tyrant shattered, pitted with holes, and seemed to have turned into an onion, being peeled off layer by layer. The entire planet began to deform, as though Han Xiao and the Tyrant's battle was a knife, slicing into the planet-sized onion with their skills. Alone within the human wave tactic, with the damage of the mechanical army exceeding his expectations, Heber quickly fell into a disadvantage, becoming very passive. The heart of everyone in the Bloodshed Land started to tremble. Faced with an army, the Tyrant was clearly disadvantaged against Black Star, and the battle had not even gone on for long. Could it be that the strength gap between the two was greater than they thought? In the past battle, the Tyrant was clearly suppressing Black Star from start to end. In just a few years, their positions had swapped. Looking at the disheveled Tyrant on the planet, Foster's clenched his fists, his expression indeterminate. Boom! Suffering from such a storm-like weapon barrage for so long, it was lucky that Heber had thick skin, or else he would not have lasted. He felt as though he was a sandbag being beaten up, and his entire body hurt like hell. His chances to retaliate were getting fewer. He could only focus on defending himself. Bang! After being beaten up several times in a row, Heber fell straight to the ground, creating a human-shaped pit. Cough, cough! Star shaking fist. Enduring the pain, Heber rallied his strength, blasting out a brilliantly thick golden pugilist strike toward the mechanical army swooping down from the sky, and it exploded to form a huge chain reaction, devouring a large number of mechanical soldiers. However, after the energy dissipated, it was found that most of the mechanical soldiers had endured it with their psionic shields. While the damage was serious, they could still fight, and even the waste modification skill could not be forced out. The gap was so wide, Heber was not only envious, he was also furious. He was quite confident before the battle, thinking that it would be an easy victory when dealing with only one of Black Star's platoons. But after fighting for so long, he had done his best, but he had found out that he likely could not even defeat this platoon of Black Stars. How could this be? At the beginning, Heber was able to resist the siege of the mechanical army, but as his injuries and energy consumption increased, his state got worse. Han Xiao was different. He grew fiercer the more he fought. Just the talent of converting his energy to HP would ensure that he had sufficient strength to go on. Furthermore, with talents such as advanced strength in life, battlefield wisdom, and one against the world, the longer he fought, the higher his strength became. With this, the current Heber was being embarrassed more and more, much like a beaten king. If this continues, I'll lose for sure. With this in mind, Heber's eyes turned red. He did not like to fail at anything, especially losing to Black Star in such a manner. Boom! The next instant, the high-energy response from Heber started to soar in an abnormal manner, and the waves of pugilist flames ripped all the nearby mechanical soldiers into scrap metal. Oh, what ability did he use? Han Xiao gazed at the interface and found a new state appearing in the status bar of Heber. Polar channel flow, cellular overdrive. He was no stranger to this move. This was a pugilist skill, and some players had learned it in their previous lives. It would force the activation of one's cellular potential to maximize the overclocking of all attributes such as HP and strength, and temporarily obtain an advanced combat power for a period of several hours to several days. However, the sequelae were serious. The moment one used this ability, every upgrade in the future would be permanently 7% more expensive, and this would stack continuously with each usage without limit. This was equivalent to squeezing out one's future potential in exchange for temporary explosive power. Generally speaking, no one would use this trick unless it was a last resort. Han Xiao was a little stunned. Is it so difficult to accept losing to me? to even pull out this sort of self-destructive trick. But upon seeing Heber's expression, Han Shao understood. There was only stubbornness and self-esteem of the strong. While the tyrant's usual style was pretentious and made many criticize him, at this moment, Han Shao admitted that he was a qualified fighter. Indeed, those who can become beyond grade as are not easy to deal with. Han Shao pursed his lips. The high-energy response of Heber was also discovered by the radars, and everyone began excitedly discussing. What's this? Did Heber pull out a killing move? I thought that he could take it no longer. Seems like there's still a counterattack. Heber burst into flames, directly crossing the 52,000 energy rank limit, and his grade rose to S+. The wounds on his body also rapidly healed. As he stared at Han Shao in anger, his hands clasped together, and a dazzling golden light began to shine in his palm, getting brighter and brighter. Seeing this, Han Zhao's avatar paused in midair. Since you're so serious, I should stop playing as well. The moment he spoke, the mechanical force arced out like a spider's web, connecting every individual mechanical soldier. The next moment, the mechanical soldiers returned like birds to their nests, shooting toward the avatar and reassembling themselves. A huge mechanical structure gradually unfolded. The mechanical force was akin to the nerves, blood vessels, and veins of this huge body. Buzz! This is... Under the shocked eyes of the spectators, a huge machine assembled itself above planet Black Tyrant. A heavy pressure emanated from this machine, giving everyone the feeling that this was not individual soldiers gathered together but rather a new, independent individual. Heber's eyes were wide, and under his shock, the pugilist waves undulated like a flickering light bulb. At the same time, Manison, who was viewing on the Federation of Light's spaceship, looked as though he had been hammered. His eyes wide open, he exclaimed, "This is a mechanical deity." Chapter 952 Crazy Beating. Chapter 952 Crazy Beating. Manison was too familiar with the mechanical deity skill. This was also his ultimate skill, and for many years, there was no opponent who could force him to utilize it. Seeing that Han Shao now also possessed this power, his emotions were set aflare. If Manison was still in doubt before, he was now finally certain. Black Star had reached his current realm. Incredible. This sort of growth rate. Manison's eyes were full of surprise. In terms of age for a beyond grade, Black Star was just too young to the point of being immature, but how could he break through all common sense, raising his strength in just a few years to complete the accumulation that took other beyond grade as hundreds of years? Could it really be because of talent? Even if one looked from the ancient times till now, there was no one who had such terrible potential. Manison clearly remembered that the last time he sparred with Black Star, the mechanical talent he had displayed was very shameful, even making people doubt if he was a fake beyond grade A. If it was not talent, then what was the actual reason? Manison's eyes flashed. Could it be that, other than the evolution cube and spacetime amber, Black Star still possessed other universal treasures? No matter what, this sort of growth rate is too weird. Black Star must have a great secret. Thinking about this, Manison suddenly had a strong desire. The desire to dissect Black Star and find out the truth. Suppressing his impulsive thoughts, Manison's eyes flickered as he thought about an important question. Since Black Star has grasped the strength of the mechanical deity, then, has he discovered the secret of Adeptus Mechanicus? The NPC beyond grade as did not possess an interface and were unable to understand their own skills, so they had to rely on trial and error instead. As such, not all Divine Throne mechanics could discover the special effect of Key of Adeptus Mechanicus. If not for the inherited knowledge from the mechanical legacy, Manison could not be sure that he would have found out about the bonuses by having mechanic believers. The question now was, had Black Star also discovered this ability? If Black Star had discovered this point, he would inevitably become a competitor and an obstacle on his road to a higher realm. At this moment, the attention he paid to Black Star in his heart had been raised to the highest level. I need to pay more attention to him. Manison narrowed his eyes. My God, it's so big. I actually have the urge to worship it. Is that natural? The image painted by the assembly of the mechanical army was majestic, and it inspired awe in the faces of the countless galactic residents on scene. The mechanical deity comprised of 2 million soldiers was naturally huge, and compared to the tyrant it was like the gap between an ant and an elephant. Not only was it huge, it also exuded a strong pressure, causing those who looked at it to have an impulse to submit. Its shape could be melded based on Han Zhao's consciousness, and the current mechanical deity took the shape of a huge silvery-black mechanical sphere, like an egg. Under Han Zhao's control, a head, arms, and legs protruded from the egg, and the mechanical deity slowly turned into a humanoid structure. Even his facial features were formed on the head, turning it into a gigantic version of Black Star. The composite mechanical deity possessed the functions of every single mechanical soldier assembled into it, and they could be used in every corner of its body through the nanoparticles. Furthermore, their effects would reinforce each other. For example, if there were 100,000 shield generator mechanical soldiers integrated within, then the mechanical deity would be able to summon 100,000 psionic shields to protect all corners of its body, or it could fuse and overlap them to form a super-durable shield. Han Zhao's physical senses extended to every corner of the mechanical deity's body, and everything could be controlled with a thought, as though this was his original body. This feeling isn't bad at all. This was also Han Zhao's first time utilizing this skill, and the feeling was quite miraculous. The mechanical deity lowered its head from high above, overlooking the planet and locking on to the extremely tiny tyrant below. Its huge palm rose up before slapping down suddenly like a mountain descending from the heavens. The palm broke through the atmosphere of the planet, its edges catching on fire, and its shadow covered a huge area, occupying Heber's entire version. Boom! The speed of the palm resulted in a sonic boom, deafening the ears of all who heard it. Heber's expression was grim. He gritted his teeth to ease the shock in his heart. His palms pushed violently into the sky, and the waves of the highly condensed pugilist flames burst out. Star-shattering mortar. Wang! From Heber's palms as the center, a halo of reddish gold spread out horizontally, and the pugilist flames expanded, turning into a huge beam tens of meters in diameter, moving rapidly toward the palm of the mechanical deity. While the strong pugilist flames were akin to atomizing rays, vaporizing everything within their path, compared to the palm, it was like using a toothpick to hit one's hand. Clank! A large number of mechanical parts assembled on the palm of the mechanical deity, quickly transforming into dense psionic shields. The shields overlapped and interlinked with each other to cover the entire palm, looking like a bubble with a blue gradient. The next instant, the reddish gold beam connected with the palm. Boom! The resulting hurricane swept across the entire area, and on the half of the planet they were battling on, the clouds were blown away, and the crust ruptured. The huge explosion expanded, smashing through several of the psionic shields, causing a few parts to melt on the surface of the palm. However, the palm persistently continued to press down, as though it wanted to smash the beam itself. Heber continued to increase the output of the pugilist flames, to the point his whole body's muscles burst apart, causing him to be drenched in blood. However, he did not seem to feel the pain. His bloodshot eyes stared at the rapidly expanding mechanical deity's palm in his line of sight. He squeezed out every ounce of energy in his body and further increased the fluctuations released by his palms, as though he wanted to suppress the palm. But in reality, the golden beam got shorter as the palm continued its inevitable descent. Suddenly, Heber's vision was only left with blank whiteness. Bang! The palm smashed straight onto the planet and tunneled into the earth, leaving a palm print on the surface. The explosive energy was also pushed by it into the crust of the planet. Everyone only saw a fracture appear, shining brightly with light. In the next moment, the crack expanded completely, and a devastating explosion occurred deep within the planet, directly shattering the planet apart. In an instant, the appearance of Planet Black Tyrant seemed to have turned into an apple that had been dug out from the inside. Furthermore, this shape did not hold for long. Due to the imbalance in its broken core, the planet collapsed in on itself. Boom! The core of the planet turned into an explosive light cluster, ejecting all the material that made up this planet, shattering the entire planet into pieces. This one palm literally destroyed planet Black Tyrant. The shockwave caused by the planetary explosion swept through and affected the crowd watching in the distance. Black Tyrant exploded. While the galactic residents watching from space were isolated from any sound, it did not prevent their imaginations from filling up the missing spots, and countless people shivered instinctively in front of this terrible scene. Some even peed their pants. The explosion also affected the mechanical deity, shattering a large area of the psionic shields covering its entire body. Molten traces of melted metal appeared in many places around its body. But the next moment, the nanoparticles flowed around the mechanical deity, repairing the damage. Due to the loss of material, it shrank in size slightly, but it still towered over everything else. Many of the galactic residents swallowed audibly, craning their necks to look for traces of Heber. Where's the tyrant? Could he have been blown to bits? Probably not. He can use his own fleshly body to smash through a planet, so the explosion of a planet shouldn't kill him, right? At this time, the battlefield had transformed into a new asteroid belt. Han Xiao swept through the battlefield, but he saw no traces of Heber and glanced toward the interface. In the combat information, it showed that Heber had lost a great amount of HP. If not for his immunity to true damage as well as fixed damage reduction, this would have directly killed him. However, although his injuries were also very heavy, he still retained his battle strength. This seemed to be a simple slap, but in fact, the palm strike contained a lot of different damages mixed in, such as psionic impact, the explosive damage of Heber's own killer move, as well as damage from the shockwave devices equipped on the palm. In addition, this mechanical deity had countless output devices, so the mechanical force bonuses were amazing, comparable to the damage inflicted by the legendary galactic Titan race from Legends. Of course, great power would naturally be accompanied by a huge amount of energy consumption. If not for Han Zhao's talent allowing him to quickly recover energy, his mechanical deity would probably be like Ultraman, each fight only lasting for 3 minutes. Han Xiao was currently looking for traces of the tyrant when a feeling of pain was transmitted to him through his right arm. A series of explosions occurring from the inside revealed Heber within. Turns out, he took the slap as a chance to send himself inside the arm, wanting to destroy it from the inside out. Han Xiao shook his head. The tyrant's choice looked to be the best tactic. The majority would think that with the huge bulk of the mechanical deity, its weakness would be the internal systems. However, this law was not applicable to the mechanical deity. Surrounded by mechanical parts, Heber was riddled with injuries, but was still wreaking havoc within the right arm of the mechanical deity, breaking all the structures around him as he rushed deeper into the mechanical deity. But the inside of the arm suddenly warped, and the separate mechanical soldiers assembled quickly, using the inside of the arm as a battlefield to fight against Heber. They flung themselves without care toward Heber. Scram! Heber roared in anger, and his body exploded with strength, throwing all the soldiers clinging to him away. As he was about to continue charging, his feet suddenly sank, and he found that the mechanical structure suddenly turned into a trap, biting into his fleet and restricting his movements. The machinery around him shot out ropes that were made of a nanomaterial that was incredibly tough to restrict the movement of his body. Immediately afterward, a variety of mechanical devices popped out, and various crowd control skills were applied, such as electromagnetic chains, gravity fields, and space distortions, which were thrown toward Heber. Heber felt like he was stuck in quicksand. Not only did he become disorientated, it became extremely difficult to move. Then, cannon muzzles appeared from all directions, aiming and concentrating their fire at Heber. The thought of attacking from the inside was good, but entering the body of the mechanical deity was as good as sending oneself to the home field of a mechanic. Heber was attacked to the point his world spun, and his fury quickly reached the max. With a furious scream, he ignored the various restrictions, landing his fists deep into the arm of the mechanical deity. Star-shaking fist. Boom! The reddish gold beam blasted out, running through the arm of the mechanical deity. But the attack only reached up to its elbow before a psionic shield blocked the way, and the star-shaking fist smashed directly on it. Bang! With the burst of light and impact, the entire right arm of the mechanical deity was shattered. Heber was also thrown out, and as he spun around in the universe, he saw this scene, and his spirits were revived. But before he could feel any excitement, the broken right arm suddenly disintegrated and turned back into the individual mechanical soldiers. Chains of mechanical force shot forth from the broken stump of the right arm, connecting to the soldiers like a spider web, and pulled them back. The next instant, the scattered soldiers rejoined the original body, and the mechanical deity was whole once again. Heber's expression looked stiff. Pugilists who have reached the peak of the beyond grade A realm would probably have a chance of breaking apart the mechanical deity. As for you, Han Shao breathed in deeply. You are still unqualified. He would not grant the tyrant any time to recuperate and immediately activated the psionic cannons, concentrating their fire toward Heber. No matter how one tried to dodge, it would only end in failure. The only option they had was to choose what to be attacked with. After barely resisting for a while, Heber could no longer continue defending and was beaten up crazily by the mechanical deity, turning into a sandbag. The people watching this scene all understood the situation. At this moment, Heber's appearance of being thrashed by Han Shao was imprinted on everyone's heart, and they would never forget it. The image of the arrogant and strong tyrant was thoroughly shattered in the hearts of all the citizens of the Shattered Star Ring. Chapter 953, Shattered Mentality. 953 Shattered Mentality. The battle became a one-sided beating. Heber's tragic state was reflected in the eyes of the mechanical deity, but it was unknown as to when the beating would stop. Some of the people could not bear to watch and averted their gazes, but they could not help turning back again. This disheveled state of a beyond grade A was not commonly seen, and it was valuable video information. Not many would waste the opportunity to watch it in real life and have the capital to boast of it to others in the future. As everyone in the Bloodshed Land watched their commander get beaten up by Black Star, a sense of shame and anger rose in their hearts, and they could barely resist the urge to rush up to help. However, they were well aware that if Heber could not even fight against Black Star, them going into the battle would be like sending themselves up for the slaughter. Not only would it be useless, it would also destroy the fairness of this battle, decreasing the reputation of the Bloodshed Land further. Moreover, the tyrant himself would never forgive them if anyone dared interfere. Thus, everyone watched, trembling in anger as their boss was pummeled repeatedly. Bang! Foster's expression contorted, and he smashed the metal bulkhead of the spaceship in anger. His whole body was shaking as he restrained his urge to join the fight. Tyrant! Jord gritted his teeth, feeling the shame as well. How could they feel proud when their own boss was being thrashed? On the other side, the three universal civilizations had many beyond grade as involved in the bet, and they were carefully gazing at the broadcast. After the Battle of Planet Lighthouse, the Beyond Grade A Circle had already affirmed Black Star's strength, and most of them had guessed that Black Star would win but not the outcome. In their predictions, Heber would at least cause some form of trouble for Black Star, killing most of his mechanical troops. They did not expect the situation to be such that Heber had no room left to fight back, with Black Star holding the initiative for the entire battle. To be beaten to this state, the defeat is too embarrassing to look at. Raven Loudy shook his head. Black Star is a really terrible guy. I think that Heber is already strong for being able to survive for so long. If it was me, Bayoni shuddered, imagining what would happen if he was in Heber's place. Really now, why are you scaring yourself? Black Star and I are good friends, really good friends. Regarding this point, I believe Dylan and you would have a lot of common topics. Milizaus could not help but poke fun at him. Viru was a little sad as he sighed. Sigh, after this battle, the prestige of the tyrant will not even be a tenth of what it was. As a pugilist, seeing Heber being beaten to this state made him feel a little sad and embarrassed. The usage of mechanical deity by Black Star allowed the Beyond Grade as to know what this meant. It meant that he had already touched on the peak of the Beyond Grade A realm, so the defeat of Heber was not a shameful thing, but it was a fact that Heber had provoked Han Shao earlier on in such a manner. It was not just the allies of the dynasty. Even those from the Federation and the Church were discussing Black Star on their various channels. Han Zhao's performance caused the other Beyond Grade as to break out in cold sweat. As they discussed the battle, the mechanical deity suddenly came to a stop. Everyone's eyes gleamed. It has come to an end. An irresistible force came from the palm of the mechanical deity, and Heber was once again blown out, smashing through several broken planetary fragments along the way until the momentum stopped when he collided with a particularly huge continental plate. His entire figure was imprinted on it, leaving a human-shaped hole on the outside. Fresh blood covered his sights. Heber's trembling palm reached for the edge of the hole, and he pulled himself out. There was no part of his body that was not racked with pain, and he was literally dripping with blood. He did not know how many bones and tendons were broken or snapped, and he could feel that his internal organs were close to becoming meat paste. Throughout his entire body, his extremely tired cells were barely repairing themselves. The pugilist aura on Heber's body flickered like a candle on the wind, as though it could die off any moment. Gritting his teeth, he wanted to revolve his strength again, but instead, a surge of powerlessness hit his body. There was not even a drop of strength left in him. Raising his head, he saw that the mechanical deity did not continue its pursuit but rather looked at him from afar. Continue! Heber wanted to scream angrily, but sound could not travel through the vacuum, so he could only open his mouth mutely. At this moment, the mechanical deity was released, and the mechanical host carrying Han Zhao's avatar popped out, floating in front of Heber. Looking at the man who had no untouched piece of skin throughout his body, Han Zhao released air to envelope both of them before opening the wide-area communication channel. It's over. You have no more strength to continue the battle. Han Zhao's voice sounded through the channel, traveling into the ears of everyone present. This level of injury is only enough to tickle me. I still can fight with you for the whole day. Heber's eyes were bloodshot, and regardless of how his body was teetering on the edge of death, he dragged his torn muscles and threw a fist toward the avatar. Pa! The fist was easily caught. The strength within was not even a tenth of its original. Han Zhao breathed in deeply, calmly saying, "Admit defeat. You've already lost." Within his combat information, Heber's HP value was already close to nil, full of status conditions. If he continued fighting, he would definitely die. Han Zhao had already achieved his objective. There should be a bottom line for everything. The reason the dynasty did not interfere this time was because they knew that he understood where his limits were, not because they did not care that an ally would die by his hand. When taking action, what mattered most was controlling one's actions. There was nothing to gain from going overboard. There was no point in him getting his future development restricted by the dynasty just because of one mere Heber. The tyrant today did not possess the qualifications for Han Zhao to personally finish him off. Admit defeat? This phrase doesn't exist in my dictionary. I don't need your pity. Heber raged, wanting to continue. The next moment, countless mechanical capturing devices flew over, directly locking down Heber's body and only leaving his head unbound. Ka. Heber struggled with all his might, but there was no way for him to escape in his current state. Don't deceive yourself. You've already lost. Han Zhao's tone sank. You should understand the current state of your body and the injuries better than me. Heber did not answer, only glaring fixedly at Han Zhao, the unwilling and rage within clearly expressed, almost condensing. After shooting him a glance, Han Zhao indifferently continued. Relax, we're still allies of the dynasty. I'll spare your life. Hearing this, it was as though a bomb had gone off in Heber's mind, filling it with unprecedented shame. To be spared from death because of this identity was just like being forced to spare him, and this was a huge insult and torture to him. He felt as though his dignity and pride were trampled under Han Zhao's feet, almost causing him to go mad. Han Zhao suddenly noticed something, retreating a distance away. Swoosh! Foster's and the other vanguard officials approached in a moment, standing guard in front of Heber. We've lost. Foster's spat out the words with difficulty. But if you still think you can insult His Excellency Heber, then you need to step over our corpses to do so. The vanguard officials all chorused in agreement, their expressions filled with wariness and some degree of anxiety. What are you guys doing? Scram! Heber was furious. He was always the one that protected others, and now him being protected by his men only gave him more shame. If I lose, then so be it. How is it that I, a renowned beyond grade A, now have to hide behind calamity grades for protection. No! For the first time, Foster's disobeyed Heber's direct order. Looking at all the backs of his vanguard officials, Heber felt a little stunned. He had always regarded his men as consumables, and seeing this sight made him feel conflicting emotions. In the distance, Jord pursed his lips and surveyed his surroundings. Many of the Bloodshed Land members were showing confusion and conflicting emotions. He knew very well that the defeat of the tyrant had directly shaken the beliefs of many people in the Bloodshed Land. I don't know how many of them will choose to leave now. Jord sighed. They might not join the Black Star Army, which they were hostile to, but there would definitely be people leaving the Bloodshed Land. This scene also fell in the eyes of the spectators, with them feeling all sorts of complex emotions. The Bloodshed Land had been growing rapidly recently and was in the limelight. Nobody expected them to be hit so hard today. Han Shao ignored the group of vanguard officials and only stared at Heber directly. The old accounts between us are considered temporarily settled. The moment he finished speaking, Han Shao no longer bothered with Heber's response, flying toward the Palace of Hidden Spells under the gazes of everyone. This move was also a signal, announcing the end of the battle. As the victor, Han Shao did not need to make any additional statements, nor did he need to chase after the tyrant. This would only have a counter effect. His goal had been reached by winning this battle. The rest would occur naturally without him deliberately pushing. Seeing his action, the surrounding spaceships all parted for him to enter the Palace of Hidden Spells. Everyone present knew that from this moment on, the new strongest of the Shattered Star Ring had been born. He indeed lost. Within the Bloodshed Land fleet, Sorokin's doppelganger sighed. After this battle, Black Star had completely established his dominance of the Black Star Army in the Shattered Star Ring. Even if the Bloodshed Land could still compete with them, it would eventually still lose out, requiring twice the effort with half the amount of success. The difficulty of the task just increased further. Sorokin was helpless. His employers from the dynasty failed to stop the battle, which made Sorokin a little depressed. But he did not fully count on others, as he was just a financial group in their eyes, and it was impossible for him to have absolute certainty in swaying the decisions of the universal civilization. Taking a look at Heber, who was supported by his vanguard officials as they flew back to the fleet, Sorokin snorted. He did not know how long it would take for the tyrant's shattered mentality to recover, which might affect their cooperation. The situation has become more troublesome now. Sorokin's eyes flickered. Having such great prestige as a Beyond Grade A will always risk such a catastrophe. Prestige is both an influence and a shackle to the Beyond Grade A class. Fortunately, I'm not stupid like the tyrant and have foresight. Only by throwing away the prestige of the Beyond Grade A will the shackles of one's identity no longer bind you. Only then can you live like a fish in water, free and easy. If he was allowed to choose, he would not even choose to engage in this battle. A pity that the tyrant was still shackled by his prestige and made such a foolish move. Poor fellow. Sorokin shook his head. The countless spectators finally began to disperse from the scene. At the same time, Han Zhao's avatar had just stepped foot on the Palace of Hidden Spells and met up with Austin. Summoning a mechanical throne, Han Shao surveyed his surroundings. I see you still love joining such boisterous events. Has the Palace of Hidden Spells been fixed yet? Long ago, after some casual conversation, Austin opened his mouth to ridicule him. From today onward, you're now the new head of the Beyond Grade as of the Shattered Star Ring. What are your thoughts? None. Han Shao waved his hands before smirking. In fact, I was already the head a long time ago. What was missing was just the identity. You're really shameless. Austin laughed, but he did not deny the fact. He knew that he was not Han Zhao's opponent. Psyker had suffered under his hands before, Ames was close to him, and now with Heber out of the picture, Black Star was officially the strongest in this star field, the main spokesperson of the Crimson Dynasty. After chatting a while, Han Shao bade farewell and controlled his mechanical host to take the mechanical army back to the battleship, setting the return path before releasing Lord's Descent. The vision of the Avatar disappeared, and Han Shao opened his eyes with the vision of his room in front of him. He sat in silence for a moment before letting out a deep breath. With this, he had temporarily disrupted Tai's mental state and affected the influence of the Bloodshed Land, easing the pressure on him. However, a beyond grade A's mentality was not shaken so easily, and the tyrant would accept reality sooner or later. But in the short term, Heber was out of the picture. Stretching his waist, Han Shao opened the door and walked out. Now that the mission to fight the tyrant had been completed again, there was a reward to be drawn, and the necessary procedures had to be prepared beforehand. Touching Phaidon once would give him a lucky chance. Chapter 954, Behind Every Tank is the Willingness to Sacrifice. Chapter 954, Behind Every Tank is the Willingness to Sacrifice. Within the cabin hall, many of the guards either sat or stood, their eyes fixed on the virtual screen. In the picture, Heber was slapped into the planet by the mechanical deity, and the next instant the planet exploded. This was the UHD battle video recorded by the Galactic Media Groups present. Currently, it was being replayed, and there were even sound effects added to the picture. While this was the second time they were watching this, Hadavi could not help but sigh, muttering to himself, "When will I reach such a level? Maybe, in your next life." One of the Black Star guards seated beside him laughed evilly. This guy was one of the Calamity grades that had joined very early on, and he was also one of Hadavi's bad influences. With your Esper ability, even if you reach the Beyond Grade A level, it is estimated that your destructive force will not be at this stage. Aurora shook her head. His ability allows him to take a lot of hits, another person interjected. Maybe if he reaches Beyond Grade A, he'll become the favorite sandbag of all the Beyond Grade as. Hearing this, Hadavi grumbled in dissatisfaction. Humph, you guys are just jealous. Honestly, even if you do break through your limits and become a Beyond Grade A, you might not even be able to absorb as much damage as His Excellency Black Star, and you also don't have a variety of moves like him. I think you'll be the weakest Beyond Grade A in history. Thinking about it, Hadavi realized that was the case and immediately felt as though his future was dim, and his spirits hit rock bottom. Don't worry about all that. Phaidon smiled warmly, stretching out a hand to squeeze Hadavi's shoulder. Who knows? Maybe you can't even advance to Beyond Grade A? Hadavi rolled his eyes and nastily retorted. It's Chen Xing, isn't it? Don't try to imitate the vice captain. As they all chatted with each other, the cabin door suddenly slid open, and Han Shao walked in with large strides. Army Commander, good day. Many of them stood up quickly and saluted, staring at Han Shao with heated gazes. After watching the live broadcast, Black Star had just become more powerful and mysterious in everyone's mind. As his strength increased, so did everyone's awe of him. Everyone's here. Han Shao nodded, and glancing at the virtual screen, he laughed. Haven't you all seen it already? Why are you even watching it again? Hadavi stepped up and declared with a boot-licking expression. This is all to admire your heroism. He had initially joined the Black Star Army for a transaction, but after witnessing Han Zhao's potential so many times, he was completely won over by him. After this battle, everyone knew that Black Star had officially become the strongest in the Shattered Star Ring. This identity was not just a simple name but brought with it reputation, influence, and pride. A Beyond Grade A had to defeat all their peers in the same star field to obtain this title, and within the Shattered Star Ring, although Black Star was considered strong, the public did not know of this and always compared him to the tyrant. But having proved his point now, the majority of ordinary galactic residents also recognized his status as the strongest within this star field. Seeing his immeasurable future, Hadavi could not wait to hug Black Star's thigh and was willing to accept Black Star's beatings every day. Seeing this, Han Shao had a weird expression. He knew that Hadavi had been somewhat reluctant to join him, but how had he suddenly changed so drastically in his mentality? Could it be that I'm so charming? Shaking his head, he spoke a few customary sentences to everyone before arriving in front of Phaidon. Just as he was about to proceed with the molestation, Phaidon jumped away like a frightened deer. Wait a minute. I'm Chen Xing. Han Shao paused and put down his hand, laughing. It's all right. Take your time. I'll wait. Chen Xing immediately retreated into the mind, and Phaidon took control once again. While his temperament was as gentle as a spring breeze, he had an expression of resignation. In the past, when he got touched, Phidon was against it, but now he had thoroughly accepted his fate. After going through so many things, even he had to wonder if he was really just too lucky. Seeing this, Han Xiao hurriedly came up, grabbing a handful of luck, and felt as though some luck glow had been transferred to him. Returning to the room, Han Xiao could not wait to open the panel and select the option to complete his mission. The random reward gave him a character summon card of Heber, as though Phidon's luck this time had gone through the roof. The ability was actually Polar Channel Flow, Cellular Overdrive, and while he could only use it once, it had been modified such that there was no sequelae. The experience rewarded were average for beyond grade A boss missions, and the 20-odd billion experience he obtained helped to supplement his drying experience reservoir. The 2 legendary points that he obtained the previous time did not appear, meaning that the awarding of legendary points was a one-off thing. However, because of the impact this battle had, he still managed to obtain another completely new legendary point. Universe Legendary Point. Strongest of the Shattered Star Ring. You are standing at the pinnacle of a star field, and the universe extols your prestige. This legendary point was likely something that would never be achievable for players. After his rewards were settled, it was time for the final reward, the ability extraction. You have received the reward. Draw one of Heber's abilities or talents. Note, Heber is a pugilist. Some of the abilities and talents are adjusted according to your class. Randomizing. Complete. Please select one from the 5 options below as the reward. 1. Berserker ability. Plus 110% damage for energy attacks, plus 50% energy consumption. Duration, 10s. Cooldown, 75s. 2. Polar Channel Flow, Cellular Overdrive ability. Liberate cell restrictions and squeeze out one's potential. You will briefly erupt into a higher level of combat capability, but after usage, you will be inflicted with a weakened status for 1 month, and skill upgrade costs will permanently increase by 7%. 3. Melee Combatant Talent. When engaging in melee combat, plus 40% attack speed and plus 2 to all melee skill levels. 4. Legendary Fixed Damage Reduction Talent. When taking damage after factoring in resistance, the damage is further reduced by 7,500 before calculating any other resistance-based talents. If you have the talent series of low-level damage immunity, then the fixed damage reduction will be the maximum value of said talent. 5. Critical Combo Ability. When you make a combo on a target, the crit rate and crit damage will increase with each combo hit. This effect is capped at 75% crit rate and 350% crit damage. Duration 5s. Cooldown 80s. Sweeping through the interface, Han Xiao was secretly overjoyed. There was indeed a difference between molesting Phidon and not, else he would not have gotten so many good skills. But the more useful skills there were, the harder it was to choose. Thinking about it, Han Xiao first removed Berserker. The skill bonus was toward purely energy damage, and while his mechanical force could injure people, the effect was too pathetic. Polar Channel Flow, Cellular Overdrive was a good skill for burst damage, but the sequelae were too troublesome, unlike the time-limited side effect of using the Evolution Cube. Furthermore, the effect could still overlap indefinitely. As for the effects, just look at Heber. If he could not win, then he would definitely not be able to win. There was no need to struggle and get hit more. This ability had little significance for mechanics, who did not rely on their body so much. Compared to a temporary burst, Han Xiao was more inclined to prepare more mechanical armies before the battle, and since he had just gotten a character card without side effects, this skill could be put aside. Similarly, Melee Combatant was suitable for mechanical pugilists and pugilists, but it was not too crucial for him. As for Legendary Fixed Damage Reduction, this was a molding talent, and while 7,500 damage did not seem like much, that was only because he was looking at it from the perspective of a beyond grade A. For a Calamity grade, having this amount of damage reduction would boost their survival by at least 2 or 3 times. And if it was a grade B or grade C who obtained this, they would basically be unkillable within the same level, and if players were to meet such a boss, they would know what true despair felt like. This ability worked in tandem with the low-level damage immunity series. Heber possessed the talent Legendary Low-Level Damage Immunity, which granted him immunity to attacks below 16,000 points of damage. But this did not mean that his legendary fixed damage reduction was rendered useless. The normal rule of damage immunity meant that damage below a certain limit was directly ignored, but this was not applied to attacks with damage above that threshold. However, after adding legendary fixed damage reduction, even for an attack higher than 16,000 points, one had to first deduct 16,000 damage applied through legendary fixed damage reduction before calculating any resistance of lower priority. So both talents mutually supported each other to increase the immunity to damage. However, Han Shao had only managed to draw one, so the effect was discounted. In fact, what Han Shao wanted was more of the talent, super toughness, which was the secret behind Heber's thick HP. Furthermore, it had a low priority, which meant that it would further reduce whatever damage Heber obtained after going through damage reduction and immunity. As for the final skill, critical combo, it was quite suitable for him. The number of combos that a mechanical army could fire out was a form of happiness that pugilists could not imagine. This would definitely increase the crit rate and damage in the shortest time. What a dilemma! Han Shao scratched his head, pausing in thought, before finally making a choice. You have been awarded legendary fixed damage reduction. As the ancient saying went, behind every tank was the willingness to sacrifice. Even though he really wanted to choose critical combo. Letting go of a molding talent just like that would be too wasteful. His own resistance was not low as well, and with his energy HP conversion cycle it would leave one in despair if he added this damage immunity. Just imagining it was enough to give him goosebumps. It is likely that I have to walk this tank path all the way to the end, but I would still rather have more DPS. Han Shao was torn. After finalizing his rewards, Han Shao let out a breath of relief. He slowly ruminated on the impact this battle had brought to him. Freebnovel.com. Obtaining the title of the strongest person in the starfield would allow the Black Star Army's business within the Shattered Star Ring to pick up, and at the same time it would attract a new wave of talent. However, the decline of influence for the Bloodshed Land would not hinder the investment of the Limitless Financial Group. The other party was still its main competitor, but their degree of expansion would face difficulties due to this strike. As for the dynasty's side, their lack of action meant that they tacitly agreed to this. It seems like Tai Tai will likely be hurt quite badly this time. Right now, the construction and development of the flickering world still ranks as most important. For a period of time, the three universal civilizations will not have any conflicts with each other on the surface. In this manner, I can have a stable external environment to develop my mechanical civilization and black spirit race, as well as set about building a secondary dimension factory. Han Shao murmured to himself. He had set the pace for these few decades during the version update early, which would allow him to steadily advance and make up for his lacking accumulation. When the video of the battle was uploaded, it did not take long before the video reached the hands of the upper echelons of all civilizations. The upper echelons of the Federation and the Church each convened a temporary meeting specifically for this matter. In the conference room, the Federation of Light's President Bader looked around at the elders and senior officials present as he asked, "Everyone has watched the video. What are your thoughts?" The chief elder tapped his cane and hoarsely said, "For whatever reason, it has become a fact that Black Star now possesses peak beyond greatest strength, and the Crimson Dynasty will soon usher in its fourth national pillar, which is not advantageous for us." "That's right," another of the senior officials injected. "Furthermore, Black Star is simply too young, and can serve the dynasty for a long period of time. He is furthermore the most troublesome virtual mechanic class, and with them, it is likely that he can grow to Manison's level, which will threaten our benefits. What I'm worried about is when Black Star will next grow." One official had a deep frown. "We thought that he would remain silent for the next decade or so, but time and time again we have been proven wrong. Every time we feel that he requires some period to reinforce his foundation before he can further increase his strength, he suddenly does the reverse of our expectations." Hearing this, everyone fell into deep thought. Meeting Han Shao as an opponent that broke all common sense gave everyone a strong sense of pressure. If that's the case, then the strategy for the evolutionary totem will have to be adjusted to some extent, the chief elder concluded. "Indeed," Bader sighed. "I'll have to discuss it with those from the Arcane Church." The battle had attracted a great amount of attention, to the point that this news had yet to abate even after half a month, but rather showed an upward trend. With the spread of the galactic media groups, even the galactic residents that were not interested in war or battle could appreciate the heroism of the tyrant. Those who did not know of the tyrant losing the battle all eventually came to hear of it. A beyond grade of being thrashed was such an interesting topic, and this matter quickly became the dinner conversation of many galactic residents. In the eyes of the majority, the tyrant was a relatively unfamiliar beyond grade A, and now his fame was rising due to people knowing his presence in the form of being able to take beatings. There was also news circulating that after the battle, Heber went into closed-door cultivation, not even allowing his close subordinates to see him. The incident spread vigorously, and a special group of people also noticed the mechanical deity that was revealed by Black Star. The Machinery Faith. Chapter 955, Undercurrents Move Once Again. 955 Undercurrents Move Once Again. The palace hall, made up completely of gold alloy mechanical parts, sat atop a mountain peak, and two mechanical islands revolved around it like planets around the sun. A bright red artificial sun hung in the sky, like a bloodshot eye, shining on this barren land. Around the lone peak there were countless large mechanical mining platforms, with the palace located in the middle. Coupled with the many Machinery Faith believers clad in mechanical suits and walking around the city, this scene resembled a mechanical city shaped like a ring. Armored transport vehicles whistled down the space roads, making noises as their plates collided with the bumps on the road, and the air was filled with the smell of metal and motor oil. This was a branch base of the Machinery Faith, located on a famous planet that used to be a battlefield within the ancient star desert. These miners excavated the underground mechanical wreckage day and night, sending them to the priests of the Machinery Faith to uncover the lost technology. Placed in the center, the palace hall was the temple of God for the Machinery Faith. Each mountain peak that carried the mechanical temple of God would be named as the Holy Mountain. Obsidian-esque floating steps extended from 8 directions at the foot of the Holy Mountain, connecting to the mechanical temple's doors. According to their customs, if it was not an emergency, pilgrims had to use their feet to traverse the path and could not ride any form of transportation to enter the temple. On each side of these 8 pilgrimage roads stood mechanical statues or metallic monuments. They were different types of abandoned ancient machinery, which showcased the progression from ancient to advanced technology, and they were all carved with all sorts of teachings. This fusion of machinery and theology seemed to bring about a unique flavor to this area. The Machinery Faith was a loose organization, not a unified religious organization. Their common activity was worshipping mechanical technology and powerful mechanics. However, based on their principles, they had also segregated themselves into many factions and different specializations in each field. Examples included the Biochemical Machinery School, the Bloodshed Destruction School, which was fanatical over the destructiveness of the weapons, and the Firepower Advantage School, which adhered to the saying, "Big is good, big is beautiful." As for this current branch, it belonged to the believers of the Forgotten faction, which was also known as the Archaeological School. They were keen on finding and restoring the lost ancient mechanic technology and were one of the oldest Machinery Faith schools. At this moment, in the main hall, the priests of this branch were gathered with a large number of priests from the other branches participating through remote projection. The crowd had formed a circle, and in the center, there was a virtual screen showing the battle between Black Star and the Tyrant. As everyone saw, a new mechanical deity has come to this world, spreading the gospel to the entire universe. Clad in luxurious, heavy-duty power armor, the Grand Priest who only exposed his head spoke as though he was giving a sermon. So majestic, so beautiful. What sort of magnificent creation is this? It's been so many years since we've last seen a mechanical deity descend. I almost forgot what it looked like. Many of the priests were whispering among themselves, their eyes shining with excitement and fanaticism. Silence. The Grand Priest pressed down with both hands, an expression of solemnity on his face. Everyone shut their mouths immediately, turning to him. The Grand Priest then took out a mechanical scepter that resembled a tree branch. He pressed a button, and behind him rose a completely new alloyed shrine pedestal. He turned to walk over, and with his back to the rest, he spoke in a strong and grand tone. Following the ancient teachings, In the name of the original deity Nilfgaard, we shall witness the birth of the new deity together. From now on, I will consecrate the new deity, and everyone, please remember the name of this new deity. As he recited, the Grand Priest opened the operation screen for the divine pedestal and entered the battle video as well as the parameters. The next moment, the entire temple shook. Boom! In front of everyone, countless flows of metal alloys and nanoparticles shot out, combining with each other to form a statue that was carved in the likeness of the Black Star mechanical deity. Besides the Black Star idol statue, there were others, and the statue of Manason was also among them. These were the mechanical deities of the past, all of which stood under the towering dome of the temple. The largest and most conspicuous statue was the mechanic named Nilfgaard. This person was the very first mechanic to have his mechanical deity enshrined. Even those who possessed a mechanical deity worshipped him. In fact, this purpose of the machinery faith was developed by him. As the pioneer of the Divine Throne mechanic class, Nilfgaard discovered the effect of the key of Adeptus Mechanicus, so he interfered with the machinery faith, influencing it to its current state of worshipping mechanics. All the enshrined Divine Throne mechanic descendants were simply enjoying the benefits that he had wrought for them. The machinery faith did not require a two-way communication between the worshipper and the idol to work, to the point that sometimes it did not concern them at all. However, only those Divine Throne mechanics that were still alive could give blessings to their believers. Thus, the dead mechanical deities of the past only had commemorative significance. Nowadays, most of the believers in the machinery faith believed in Mechanic Emperor Manason. And now, the rise of Black Star had torn a small hole in this solid belief. This was something that Manason could not even stop. Facing the deities from past to present, the Grand Priest and all the priests bowed down to complete the ceremony. We respectfully welcome Black Star. I keep feeling as if someone is praising me behind my back. Within the cabin, Han Shao rubbed his nose as he felt a strange emotion. Hey! Don't lose focus when you're talking to me. From within the communicator, Tarakov had a helpless expression. Han Shao came back to his senses and joked, "Sorry, I was just thinking about what to have for dinner later." "Where were we? What do you have to think about? You think I don't know you only rely on nutrition fluids?" "Oh, who tattled on me?" "That's enough, back to business." Tarakov shook his head in resignation. "I can reveal that the development plan made by the upper echelons of the dynasty has been arranged up to the 4th phase, and only the 1st phase will give you plenty of time to build. After that, more foreign direct investments will be introduced to help you develop while exploring further, which means only when these 3 star clusters are completely constructed will the dynasty proceed with the next period, right? Then the advantage that we've brought for ourselves by pioneering the flickering world will end." Han Shao stroked his chin. Tarakov neither agreed nor denied it. In short, the development progress for the 3 star clusters has exceeded expectations and is very smooth. We expect to complete the construction plans in 5 to 7 years before we begin the 2nd phase. This timing is still acceptable. Han Shao secretly nodded. When version 4.0 was released, the Flickering World should be in its 4th phase of development, so his own Flickering World main storyline had to undergo quite a few of the chain missions. Completing the Exploration Pioneer milestone would not be a problem. The reason he had called Tarakov was to find out about this. After chatting for a while, Han Shao hung up. The news of him defeating the tyrant had already gone on for more than a month, and the results were obvious. The number of new applicants rose by 43%, and the investments from the various financial groups rose by 35%. As for Bloodshed Land, their influence had taken a hit, and their pace was slowly dying down. In addition, the Wayne Card series, which was always sensitive to news, immediately made a change, issuing a statement to announce an epic enhancement to the Black Star deck, as well as a comprehensive weakening of the Bloodshed Land deck. Furthermore, they also changed the status of the strongest within the star fields, adding Black Star's name into the list. Some of the beyond grade A people also sent out congratulatory messages. Among them was Sorokin, who gave Han Shao a whole new impression of the word shamelessness. As it turned out, if one threw aside their dignity, they could still live quite happily. Now that the Black Star Army had laid its hands on the title of the strongest within the star field, The competition against the Limitless Financial Group had basically turned into a tug-of-war, where it would be unsolvable in a short period of time. Since he had also completed his advancement, and his accumulated experience was not enough to reach the next stage, his focus was on the construction of his territory. After shopping within the dynasty for such a long time, he had seen most of the potential stocks. Han Xiao intended to return to the Shattered Star Ring and digest the impact of his battle, as well as adjust the details of the construction. He would also use mechanical proliferation growth to transform some of his first-generation mechanical life forms to accelerate the development of the mechanical civilization. The next step would then be to use the logistics capabilities of his base to build a secondary dimension factory, creating a new generation of mechanical army. Although they could be built within the dimension factory, the army bases there were mostly branches and were far less efficient than back at his main base. Philip set a course back to the Shattered Star Ring. Roger, Roger, hum. Strongest in the star field? There were only a few guests within this retro-style tavern, and a tall, thin man sat next to the wooden bar counter as he stared at the appearance of Han Xiao, showing a playful smile. He was a space human, but his skin looked unhealthy and pale, seemingly in a state of malnutrition and lack of light. He looked ordinary. Nobody would be able to pick him out of a group of people. Staring at Han Xiao on the screen, the tall and thin man revealed a reminiscent expression. Obtaining a national pillar like Black Star is a blessing for the dynasty, the tavern's owner commented while wiping his glasses. That's right. It's really a blessing for the dynasty. If there's a chance, I would really like to meet him again. You've seen Black Star before? The bar owner got interested. I could say that. Speaking of which, he even took some things of mine. Not sure if he still remembers such a small fry like me. The tall and thin man laughed before standing up, picking up his jacket he draped over his seat, and walking out. On your tab again? The bar owner put down the glass in his hand, speaking as though he was familiar with the man. Oh yes, same old. When my salary comes, I'll settle everything along with next month's. With this sentence, the man walked out of the bar, putting his uniform back on, which was the uniform of a dynasty army officer. Within a room in the Sea of Star Spirits, a dozen or so different kinds of people were gathered around a long table, discussing something vigorously. There were dozens of printed physical books on the long table, all without titles on their covers. Start from the Central Galaxy? Are you crazy? You're only seeking death. If our target is too far, we will not have enough influence. The superstar cluster civilizations are the most suitable for development. We only use these books to promote our ideologies. The quantum networks are strictly monitored by countless civilizations, and not only will we not enjoy any convenience, we'll also attract attention. To me, I feel that we should wait and see. It might not be a good time now. Hearing all the discussions, Rosalind, who was leaning on the sofa, softly coughed twice. Edmund turned his head toward her, and thinking about it, he rapped on the table to make everyone quiet before turning to Rosalind. Do you have any ideas? Rosalind faintly smiled. You guys look like a circus act. Hearing this, many people revealed displeased expressions. Edmund, however, waved his hand, not the least bit angry. You're right. We've yet to begin our business. Of course, there would be many disagreements. I hope to hear your opinion on this. Rosalind snorted, sitting up to speak. The current condition of the universe is stable, with little to no chance for any external friction between the three civilizations. However, there are undercurrents surging, and each civilization is walking on a tightrope. This is because of the flickering world and the evolutionary totems. I've already said it clearly within the program. The root of this problem lies in the internal struggle of the three civilizations and its opposition to many of the star cluster-level civilizations. The flickering world is a way to reshuffle the deck. While the attention of the whole universe is on the flickering world, we can quietly develop, promoting this idea in a low-key but gentle manner. By sugar-coating it as a religion, we can lurk first and lie in wait for an opportunity. What opportunity? Someone asked. The star cluster-level civilizations hope to obtain a channel to promote themselves to higher tier, but the universal civilizations will also firmly hold on to their interests, leaving these superstar clusters and star clusters only leftovers, Rosalind blandly replied. The latter two have been suppressed for too long and will one day reach a critical point. They will not wait forever. And when all hope is lost, it will detonate. The flickering world has the potential to be a fuse. And this is the fertilizer for our development. Edmund nodded. I think the same way. It's best for our timing not to be delayed. Hearing this, everyone finally nodded. Seeing this, Rosalind could not help but sneer inwardly. In truth, she did not look up to any of these people at all. They were only blindly following Edmund's twisted ideals and her desire to watch the world burn. Breaking the restrictions of the three universal civilizations sounded good, but she did not care. Her motive was to overthrow the entire three civilizations. Only this would make her excited. Edmund was a firm believer in his own ideals, but in her opinion, this was just a good entry point. With this age of material abundance, no one would worry about survival, and only the struggle for interests would make the world go around. This was a revolution not initiated because of survival but because of the unresolved contradictions between the three universal civilizations and the other superstar cluster civilizations. The world often stood on the edge of the cliff, struggling to maintain its balance. It just needed someone to push it, like pushing the switch to change the tracks of a railroad to lead history down another path. If there was no such thing, they just had to create one. If we are to start our business, we will need a name, Edmund said seriously. Looking at his silver skin, Rosalind laughed meaningfully. How about, we call ourselves the Silver Revolutionary Army? Chapter 956, Education Plan. Chapter 956, Education Plan. After traveling for a period, the fleet finally returned to the Shattered Star Ring. Han Shao returned to the headquarters immediately, gathering his officers to review the work over this period. Generally speaking, there were still the same old problems, but the slightly better news was that the Germinal Financial Group was developing smoothly. As the subsidiary financial group under the Black Star Army, they had manpower, money, influence, and even the support of armed forces, which was the same as them being born with a golden spoon in the Shattered Star Ring. It quickly gathered a large number of the affiliated business partners of the Army and negotiated long-term cooperation deals, which made the structure of the Army much simpler. What was worth nothing was that Iapetus, whom Han Shao had taken from the dynasty, had shown excellent business skills. The performance of the team he led was always at the forefront, and they signed up with one cooperation treaty after another for the financial group. Apart from gathering the subsidiary businesses, they even tried to open new channels. In her comments, Sylvia mentioned that Iapetus had excellent business negotiation skills, strategic vision, leadership abilities, persuasive eloquence, calm judgment, and so on. He was a high-quality management talent and should be placed on the shortlist for an executive position. The Black Star Army was full of talents. Because of its huge size, there were many officers in all kinds of positions. Philip would evaluate the army members and select the talents to form a candidate list, which would all be potential officers. Han Shao used his free time to review the backlog of documents, and after finishing all official matters, the rest of the officers also relaxed. By the way, how is the learning progress of Nero? Han Shao asked. Good, he is very talented, Reynolds simply replied. Okay. When the meeting ends, I'll go take a look. Han Shao stroked his chin. I have a question for you. Please. If there ever comes a day where I'll have to kill your sister, what will you do? Reynolds froze his shock, his expression hesitant. No need to be scared. Just say your true feelings. Why would you want to kill her? For example, she commits a severe crime or undermines the benefits of our army. Reynolds breathed out slowly before saying expressionlessly, if that's the case, then I will not hold any grudges against you. She must be responsible for her own actions. However, I will not continue working for you at that time as well. I hope you can understand. The atmosphere suddenly grew tense, and everyone held their breath. They knew that Han Shao did not say things without a reason. Could it be that Rosalind, who had left the army, had really done something? Han Shao also stared at him for a while before he laughed and nodded. The atmosphere lightened considerably. Who can tell what will happen in the future? Don't mind me. There's nothing wrong with your answer. Reynolds silently nodded but retreated to a corner, deep in thought. Glancing at his face, Han Shao secretly shook his head. When the original 3 founders of the Silver Revolutionary Army came over to the Black Star Army to poach Rosalind, he had planted an observer's mark on Edmund. Not too long ago, he had seen the official establishment of the Silver Revolutionary Army through the observer's mark. The movements of Edmund and company could not even escape his eyes. Based on his original plans, he wanted to sit and watch the growth of the Silver Revolutionary Army. One reason was that he was growing leaks. Only when the 3 universal civilizations started to pay attention to the Silver Revolutionary Army would he then be able to render a great merit. Secondly, he wanted to have someone that he knew clearly trigger the contradictions between the civilizations. Only then would he know how to deal with it. Lastly, he wanted to sit behind the scenes and watch as he felt that there might be a chance to utilize the Silver Revolutionary Army in the future. However, Han Zhao's thoughts had never been set in stone. He had always adjusted his plans flexibly according to the situation. Now that his position in the dynasty had been consolidated, this achievement might not be needed. As for the threat with the World Tree civilization, that was supposed to be an issue in the future, but it had turned into a randomly triggered explosive. With external threats looming, it was unknown whether he should allow the Silver Revolutionary Army to wreak havoc. The conflict between the 3 universal civilizations and the superstar cluster civilizations was something inevitable. The latter was bound to one day rebel against the dominant civilizations due to their contradictions. The Silver Revolutionary Army was just the fuse. Han Shao knew that killing off the Silver Revolutionary Army in advance would not help to resolve any conflicts, but there was a chance it would postpone the outbreak. But no matter what he chose, the upper echelons of the Silver Revolutionary Army would have to be killed. In many cases, ideology was even more frightening than weapons. Reformers typically did not meet a good end. So Han Shao was also concerned about Reynolds' thoughts and wished to give him a heads up. However, for someone like Reynolds, once he made up his mind, no one could change his thoughts. Sylvia looked around before coughing, breaking the silence. By the way, I have an interesting proposal here. Please take a look. She raised her communicator and showed a virtual screen with a document within. Han Shao swept across and raised an eyebrow. Super education plan? That's right. We opened training camps on many planets to train reserve members, but it was too militarized, and only those who signed a contract to be reserve army members would receive grooming. This proposal is for the Black Star Army to provide funding and open a private super college in the Shattered Star Ring, where any civilian can pay for school and need not be a reserve. Wait, Han Shao raised his hand up. Such schools are everywhere, and every galactic civilization has their own official super college. There's no need for me to also have another. No, this is different. Sylvia shook her head. You're the strongest in the star field. This identity has appeal and can attract the maximum number of students. The school that we will run is different. Han Shao stroked his chin, browsing the proposal, and casually asked, "What about the benefits?" Opening such a school will allow you to effectively expand your influence, and you can also use this as a form of social responsibility, Sylvia said. Many business partners of the Army are too distant from your average galactic resident. The establishment of a college will allow the galactic residents to turn their admiration for you into actual support, allowing your influence to penetrate deep into the masses. Also, this will allow the idle Army members to have something to do. Sounds like a good plan. Han Shao nodded. This sort of idea was also good to help him cultivate more leaks. In the past, this was not done, mainly because his influence and funds were not large enough. Now, the Black Star Army really had the qualifications to diversify into the education sector. No matter how strong a Beyond Grade A was, or how great their reputation was, to the ordinary galactic residents, they were just like movie stars. Apart from being a tea-time topic and a focus of public opinion, the actual impact on their daily lives was not great. Opening a school was a great way to capitalize on one's influence, as the process of providing welfare to the people would result in them increasingly supporting the various businesses of the Black Star Army in their daily lives. The benefits were long-term and multifaceted. Moreover, with the size of the Black Star Army skyrocketing, there were many idle soldiers around. There was a limit to the number of employment tasks. Compared to the past, The security of Shattered Star Ring had improved a lot, and the name of Black Star Army had become a taboo among the galactic pirates, which gave them boundless fear every time they saw the emblem of the Black Star Army. Okay, let's follow your plan. We'll first do a pilot test in the Colton Star Cluster. For the hundreds of other schools, we can talk about it later. Then this fund. Granted. Han Xiao waved his hand. Since his money was also idling there, it would be good to take it out to do something. To think that it could be frustrating to have too much money. Since you're using my name, I'll be the honorary principal. As for the actual principal. Gazing at Sylvia's hairline, which seemed to have receded a little, Han Xiao coughed a little embarrassedly before changing his gaze. By the side, Lagi, who had lots of hair, happened to walk in front of Han Xiao at this time. The great mechanic Han immediately caught his breath. It's you, Lagi. You go and be the principal. Lagi returned to his senses and put on a bitter expression. Wasting my life in a meaningless position. This is the destiny of all beings. I didn't expect that, despite doing my best, I would still be unable to escape in this reincarnation. Hearing this, the corners of everyone's mouth twitched. To think you could paint such a beautiful excuse even for skiving. You're really AF * king genius. After sending off the downcast garbage, 1. Lagi's name sounds like the words for garbage in Chinese. And the other officers, Han Xiao took out his communicator, calling Lothair to inquire about the current situation. Lothair's position was different from the Black Star Guards. He was a shadow guard, and rather than sticking to Black Star's side, the shadow guards were responsible for the secret ops such as assassination and espionage. Currently, Han Xiao's only shadow guard was Lothair. After the incident with the Blood Gold organization, Han Xiao had instructed Lothair to lurk within the black market organizations, collecting information and assassinating the middle-level officers of the Blood Gold organization. After a long period of investigation, Han Xiao had decided to instruct Lothair to be like his previous life, establishing an assassin society to serve as a subsidiary force under the Black Star Army. freewebnovel.com. Lothair himself was extremely strong, and his character was decisive. He was a silent yet reliable character, suitable for solo missions. Han Xiao was quite confident in him and not afraid that he might accidentally expose himself. After talking for a while, he hung up, and Han Xiao then walked over to the logistics department to see Nero. Nero had shot up once again. After his hell-like learning, he had begun to familiarize himself with the techniques. Seeing Han Xiao approaching, Nero seemed very happy, rushing up and pestering Han Xiao for gifts. Thinking about it, Han Xiao took out a learning enhancement device related to cognitive technology and gave it to Nero, which successfully earned him a roll of Nero's eyes. After teasing Nero as usual, Han Xiao checked the interface and discovered that Nero was still stuck at high-grade mechanical sense. As he stroked Nero's head, Han Xiao sighed before saying, "After a while, I want you to return to planet Aquamarine to see your father. You should continue your studies there." Hearing this, Nero's eyes misted up, and he put on a wronged expression. "Are you chasing me away? Where have I done wrong?" Han Xiao laughed. "You're mistaken. I thought about it, and just making you stick your head into books all day without communicating with others is not good. Our army is about to open a civilian college, and Planet Aquamarine will definitely be one of the first pilot regions. You can just go to school on Planet Aquamarine, accompany Bennett Moore, and take some time off to learn from Reynold. Just take it as a reward for working so hard up till now." Nero was shocked. Did my godfather change sex? To think that he actually gave me a holiday. What sort of expression is that? Why do you look like you saw a ghost? I was just happy. Nero swallowed hard, secretly sizing Han Xiao up, as though he was afraid that he was simply being pranked by an imposter. Han Xiao actually wished for Nero to achieve perfect mechanical sense in one shot, but seeing Nero's current growth spurt, he felt that he should not push him too hard. In another few years, Nero's childhood years would be gone, and it would be good to allow him to relax for a period of time, which might help him grow. After solving all those matters, Han Xiao entered the machinery modification room and shut himself in, beginning to update all his mechanical army. In the process, he also began to create another defining feature of the Divine Throne mechanic, the Divine Mechanical Throne. Chapter 957, The Mechanic Emperor's Counter. Chapter 957, The Mechanic Emperor's Counter. In the Army Commander's machinery modification room, row after row of assembly lines were lined in an orderly manner, and from the chassis of each assembly line stretched out dozens of multifunctional mechanical manufacturing arms that automatically assembled the products. The entire room was filled with the sound of parts fitting into each other, as the assembled products were sent down the lines to undergo transformation. Han Shao strolled down the busy workshop, continuously releasing his mechanical force like a dense spider web, linking all the assembly lines like countless extended limbs, which allowed him to multitask and build many machines at the same time. Currently, machinery manufacturing and assembling had already become extremely convenient for him. The efficiency of such multitasking was linked to the intelligence attribute, and even if there were no assembly lines, Han Shao could also transform a large number of machines at the same time and utilize the method the players used, which was to concurrently manufacture and assemble. Han Shao walked up to one of the workbenches. This was where the divine mechanical throne was currently being constructed, with the last parts currently being fitted in. The mechanical arms were painting and spraying it with cooling mist, which overflowed around the entire area. Waving his hand to disperse the mist, Han Shao carefully looked at the throne in front of him. It was a black alloy throne, with its surface covered in mechanical structural lines. The squares were sharp and angular, and one could see that it looked very badass. Han Shao had also added nano-deformation technology, which had a self-adjusting function, being able to perfectly fit any sort of body shape. Its appearance and style were similar to the floating throne he had created before, but the internal technology was vastly different. The previous floating throne only had a visual effect, but this throne had actual bonuses and was unique to the attributes of whoever designed it. Opening his interface, Han Shao glanced at the item introduction. Black Star's Divine Mechanical Throne. Type: Extraordinary Bonus Equipment. Item level: 300. Grade: Orange, Legendary. Main materials: 8th Gen Black Star Alloy, Mysterious Titanium, 15th Gen Nanoparticles. Energy Core: Lightly Modified Stable Psionic Reactor. Basic Attributes: Durability: 50000/50000. Defense: 7,800. Shield Durability: 150,000/150,000. Equipped Effect 1. Mechanical Sense Amplification, X 1.1 Machinery Affinity. Equipped Effect 2. Aura Enhancement. Increases deterrence, affects all targets that are looking at you. If the target's level is lower than yours by 30 or more, the opponent's attributes will temporarily decrease by 10%. Equipped Effect 3. Comm Commander. When used in a combat state, all mechanical soldiers that are boosted with mechanical force will obtain an additional 8% increase in defense and status resistances. Equipped Effect 4. Walk with the Wind, plus 740 CHA. Remarks: Being handsome is everything. Can be used to look cool and even adds bonuses. What a badass piece of divine equipment. Han Shao stroked it lovingly, refusing to let go. In the future, when he brought this toy out to fight, those who were unaware would think that he had a lot of style. It completely suited his cold and suave character. After experimenting with the results, Han Shao stored the throne with satisfaction, turning back to the other workbenches. The majority of the workbenches were updating the spare mechanical army that sat in the Black Star Army warehouse, reforming their technology to the level of the Divine Throne Mechanic. A small portion was, however, involved in manufacturing new machinery, many of which were taken from the blueprints of the Tyrical's legacy. The Tyrical's legacy was a racial talent for his level 300 promotion, and this race had a profound knowledge in mechanical technology, with all sorts of whimsical and miraculous machines. When Han Shao completed the promotion mission, he had unlocked the blueprints up to level 300. Some of the blueprints could be used, adding dozens of new machines to his current mechanical army. According to the different functions, his mechanical army had expanded to contain more units, which included many new types of soldiers. The Cosmic Wanderer, the Tyrical's specialty mechanical soldier, alternated between the colors of green and purple. It possessed a triangular knight helmet-like head and a thin skeletal body frame. Using biochemical machinery, A module under their armor housed a large amount of secret strengthening fluid to enhance its tendons and muscles, which would allow their body frame to swell explosively into a huge bodybuilder shape. The bonuses awarded were very high. In addition, this model had special capabilities. It possessed 2 stages of transformation. One of them was overclocking, which allowed it to obtain a strong explosive force and improvement in all attributes, and the second was explosive retreat, which was activated on the basis of overclocking. The second mode allowed it to release a special warp field, covering both ranged and melee attacks. After the actual combat test run, Han Xiao found out that the Cosmic Wanderer could rival most models that had the same specifications as it. Its basic performance was one of the best. Han Xiao now had a few more slots for apostle weapons, so he chose the Cosmic Wanderer with the best basic attributes to convert into an apostle weapon. Initially, he wanted to name it Purple Muscle Tyrant, but thinking about it, the name seemed a little perverted. Naming an apostle weapon was just like naming a child. It was not something he could randomly scream and be done with. After ruminating for a while, Han Xiao finally named it Purple Sky Spirit, based on how he had named his previous apostle weapons and prepared to bring it over to the machinery civilization to have it propagate as well. Other than this, the Tyracle's legacy blueprints contained many other good items, such as physical missiles equipped with precision transition guidance. The ammunition was made from a special high-energy polymer, which contained a strong erosion effect, and was particularly useful toward a battleship's shields. There was also an interesting series of stellar star system devices that could create a path to guide and focus stellar energy from the universe, indirectly causing annihilation-level strikes. However, Han Xiao was more concerned about the stellar concentrator under this series. It could take stellar matter on a large scale and, through its condensation, create a movable fixed star. Other than energizing and guiding attacks, this device could also release material at other locations to form a completely new fixed star, the size of which was determined by the amount of material released. This was what it meant by movable. Within the legacy, the Saint Tyracles used this method to multiply the stars. After duplicating them, the new stars were then filled with dust and matter to increase the volume. In that manner, the natural fixed stars that it produced had far more power output compared to ordinary man-made fixed stars. What Han Xiao was concerned about was the usage of this device. If this device was released at point-blank range, it was akin to a portable stellar bomb. Its destructive power was probably not much worse than the original primordial psionic energy bomb, and there was no problem with environmental pollution. This facilitated murder as well as the removal of evidence. As Han Xiao buried his head in the transformation of his machinery, Sylvia set out to implement the education plan. The first step was to announce to the entire star field that the army had diversified into the education sector. Ever since Han Xiao had defeated the tyrant, there were many galactic residents who were following his movements. They thought that Black Star would make big moves after acquiring the title of strongest in the star field. The moment this announcement came out, the entirety of the Shattered Star Ring started boiling in excitement. The top beyond Grade A of Shattered Star Ring had started a school, and just his name alone would attract a large number of people. The plan was to prepare for the pilot testing of dozens of schools within the Godora galaxy, and Planet Aquamarine was one of the important pilot areas. The development of Planet Aquamarine rapidly changed with each passing day. When Nero stepped off the spaceship, he felt that Black Star City had become a lot more foreign to him. "I'm home." Nero settled his emotions and returned home, only to find out that Bennett had gone on a work trip, and only his mother was at home. Because Han Xiao had given him a vacation, for the next few days, Nero indulged in eating, drinking, and playing games. This is the life. Lazing on the balcony of his high-attitude villa, Nero held a cup of ice cream in his hands, drinking the melted cream through a straw as he gazed on the scenery of the city. Within the Black Star Army, he had no status, so he could only passively accept arrangements. Over here, he was the son of the planet's leader, so he was the biggest young master in this city. As long as he did not break the law, he could have everything he wanted, such as this ice cream which he had asked his bodyguard to buy. Buzz! At this moment, the external screens of several buildings outside lit up, and the news played. The Black Star Army announced the establishment of its Black Star Super Academy yesterday in an effort to obtain more talents. President Bennett met up with the executive principal of the Black Star Super Academy and will be delivering a speech shortly. The live broadcast played on the screen, and a press conference was in progress. On screen, Bennett's and Loggie's long-distance projections sat opposite each other, chatting in front of countless reporters. This was in an executive conference room within the government building, situated within Black Star City. Seeing Nero knew that Bennett had already returned. On behalf of the people on planet Aquamarine, I thank the Black Star Army for their generosity. In the picture, Bennett smiled and expressed his attitude. Loggie remained silent and only nodded, while the interpreter beside him enthusiastically spoke. Planet Aquamarine is the mother star of Black Star, so he is very willing to help with its development. The people of planet Aquamarine are just like his brothers and sisters. After so many painful lessons, Loggie was hereby banned from speaking in such public events. Han Xiao had specially searched for a sunny and positive secretary to act as an interpreter. Looking at Bennett in the live broadcast, Nero suddenly discovered that the wrinkles on Bennett's face seemed to have increased, and white hair also seemed to be filling up his head. Father is getting old. Nero pursed his lips, inexplicable emotions spreading in his heart. The joy of his vacation gradually subsided, replaced by an uncomfortable feeling of having nothing to do. After traveling through the universe, Nero's experiences were far broader than his peers, and he had begun to mature early. He understood the situation of planet Aquamarine as well as Bennett's pains, and this concept of responsibility also gradually formed within his heart. After struggling inwardly for a while, Nero shoved the remainder of the ice cream into his mouth before retreating into his room and unwillingly pulling out a book on machinery theory, flipping through it with a bitter expression. But this only lasted for a while before he slowly got absorbed within. While he thought he would be unwilling, the long periods of studying had allowed him to develop an interest in machinery, and he had begun to learn how to appreciate it. Running a school? Seeing the public announcement by the Black Star Army, Sorokin fell into deep thought. He stepped up to the window, looking as spaceships continuously left the Bloodshed Land headquarters, and gently shook his head. After Heber lost, such adverse effects had gradually emerged. His prestige had collapsed, and the cohesion of Bloodshed Land was also shaken, so talents were leaving. Every few days, someone withdrew from Bloodshed Land. With Heber still in closed-door recuperation, the upper echelons had no orders to move, so they could only watch as their members left. Toward Black Star moving into the education sector, this was to transform the influence into actual support from the people, which was unprecedented. Bloodshed Land had already fallen to the bottom and was in a miserable state. In such a situation, Sorokin also had no good ideas. He could only keep a low profile and temporarily stop the business attack on the Black Star Army. He was prepared to wait until Black Star's limelight had faded. DDD. At this moment, his communicator rang. Picking it up, Sorokin saw that Manison was on the line. "Your Excellency, what's the matter? I would like to know the inside information of the Black Star Army's business. Give me a list." Sorokin paused in shock. "What's the meaning of this?" "Helping you," Manison blandly replied. "I understand now. You want to do a virtual intrusion into their database." Sorokin's eyes flashed, but he was surprised. This was as good as forming a grudge with Black Star. "I also play a part in your current actions. The Federation of Light has tasked me with thoroughly checking the database of the Black Star Army, and I'm just taking advantage of this opportunity to help you." Manison's expression remained indifferent. "It's not just that, right?" Sorokin narrowed his eyes. "The rise of Black Star has given you pressure. Don't ask what you shouldn't know," Manison coldly commented. "Haha, I understand. I'll send the list over shortly. If you can really get some inside information, this will help my actions a lot." "Okay." Manison cut the call. In actual fact, the Federation of Light did not ask him to hack into Black Star's database. It was Manison himself who suggested it. Helping Sorokin was just an additional topping. The main point was that he wished to test Black Star's strength again. Instead of sparring, he wished to fight against him in the virtual network. His reason for doing this was because he had received the notice of Black Star being enshrined in the machinery faith. In Madison's eyes, Black Star had transformed from a junior with potential into a competitor. From the few times they had interacted, Madison knew that Black Star was not someone who was willing to sit still. The moment he was enshrined in the machinery faith as a deity, he would seek more followers, and Madison was not someone who would sit idly at the loss of his own interests. Of course, he did not think that Black Star would be so easy to kill. He was not prepared to kill him either. Madison's objective was to firmly push down Black Star in the area of the mechanic class, doing to Han Shao what he had done to the tyrant, destroying his prestige. In this manner, the machinery faith believers would not turn toward Black Star, and the entire universe would hear his declaration. I, the Mechanic Emperor, am still the father of the mechanics. Chapter 958, Nero's Campus Lifestyle. Chapter 958, Nero's Campus Lifestyle. At the dock of a surface civilization in the Godora star system, a fleet of mid-sized spaceships waited. The hatches of the spaceships opened up, and a long queue of passengers were prepared to board the spaceships. This was a flight that was headed toward planet Aquamarine and was funded by the government. There were many different types of people boarding the spaceship. There were some wealthy individuals who bought tickets, some elites from the army, civilian youths with high potential, and some who had broken the bank to buy a slot, hoping to change their destinies. Planet Aquamarine was extremely lucky to have someone like Black Star. In this star system, most of the surface civilizations were vassals of Godora, and his planet was also no exception. It was extremely difficult for a surface civilization that was a vassal of an advanced civilization to develop. Although this civilization was not a pool of dead water, it was obviously lacking in development. There was only a single dock on the entire planet, and they did not have that many galactic tourists. It was a complete contrast to the prosperous planet Aquamarine. News of the Black Star Army opening a school had also been spread to this planet, and the upper echelons of the planet immediately had an idea. A small location like theirs naturally would not have the rights to invite the Black Star Army to open up an academy. If they wanted to enter the academy, they could only go to the other planets. As such, this was the flight that the upper echelons had specially arranged to head toward planet Aquamarine. Their goal was to send the elites of the army and youths with potential to the Black Star Army's Super Academy. It was impossible for a civilization like theirs to catch up to a star system civilization in terms of strength. The technological skills that they treated as gold were worthless to advanced civilizations. Thus, they could only choose to walk down the path of supers. As long as they could groom a group of sufficiently powerful supers, these supers would be able to bring their civilization up to the next level. Planet Aquamarine was the example that many surface civilizations were envious about. Of course, they did not even dare dream about raising a big shot like Black Star. Their biggest wish was only to groom a calamity-grade super. The Black Star Army opening an academy gave them a ray of hope. The probability of the strongest individual grooming a calamity-grade super should be higher, right? Amid the noisy crowd, a skinny little girl was standing in the crowd with 4 soldiers beside her to block the crowd and prevent her from being squashed. She obviously had special treatment. This skinny little girl hugged the doll in her hands while asking, "Uncle, what is planet Aquamarine like?" She was still very young and her features had not been fully developed. However, she could be considered pretty if one took a close look, and her eyes glowed with a bright light. Planet Aquamarine. I haven't been there before either, but I've heard that it is a prosperous place, the soldier replied with a friendly tone. Then, when will we come back? We don't know yet. This depends on the intentions of those above. Oh, the skinny little girl hugged her doll with a tinge of fear in her eyes. She was afraid of the unknown life that awaited her. She was an abandoned orphan and was taken in by a public orphanage. Not too long ago, the government tested the potential of all the children in the orphanages, and she was one of the orphans that was chosen. Her peaceful days were shattered, and there were suddenly people arranging her everyday life. She was like a puppet that could only accept the arrangements of others. No one told her the reason, and she only knew that she was about to leave the orphanage for a very long time. She said her goodbyes to all her friends and headed toward an unknown planet to learn some things. Black Star Super Academy. Just what kind of a place is that? A newly constructed floating city floated above Black Star City. This floating city was the first Black Star Super Academy campus and had all the necessary facilities. The speed at which the academy had been constructed was truly unbelievable. The production capabilities in the interstellar era were extremely high, and this gigantic floating city had taken less than half a month to construct. Ever since the construction of the academy was announced, a large number of galactic residents started to migrate over. The Black Star Army was prepared to open a few dozen academies all over the Godora star system during their first phase, and the academy on planet Aquamarine attracted the most attention. Everyone knew that planet Aquamarine would definitely receive the greatest amount of resources and would definitely be the best super academy. In just 10 short days, the Black Star Super Academy on planet Aquamarine received countless applications. Thankfully, Han Xiao had already expected such a situation and constructed a gigantic floating campus that could hold a few million people. It could even be expanded in the future. In order to expand his influence, the school fees were not too expensive. He did not walk the path of nobility but opened the doors of the academy to the commoners as well. However, the school did not provide any dormitories. There were many different lifestyle regions in the school where students could rent or purchase a house. Han Xiao was not planning on using the school fees to recoup his losses. These houses that he had built would be where the profits lay. The Black Star Army did not lack any teachers at all. All the supers within the army were willing to earn a quick buck and would just treat it as accepting an employment to teach students. They also had plenty of super academies as reference for the syllabus. With the prosperity of planet Aquamarine, they could easily hire various workers as long as they had money. Furthermore, Black Star's name would grant them the green light in the application process, and no one would dare block them. Efficiency was high in the interstellar era, and thus the Black Star Super Academy needed less than a month of preparation before they were ready to open. A floating school bus brought the students to the floating island, and many students had looks of fascination on their faces. The skinny little girl was one of them. Her experiences during this period were like a dream. She witnessed many spectacular sights that had shaken her soul. Country bumpkins. A portion of the students who came from a well-off background could not help but look down on these students with disdain. Isn't it just a floating island? Why is there a need to make a big fuss out of it? Look at all of your country bumpkin appearances. Won't all of you faint when you see our honorary principal? Some of the new students who came from backward planets then lowered their heads with embarrassment. They could only suppress their gasps as they admired the view on the outside. The skinny little girl stood beside the window and was dressed in a simple dress. She was sitting next to a Godoran who was dressed in luxurious clothing, looking as though he was extremely unwilling to sit with the skinny little girl. Many orphans had keen observational abilities, and upon noticing that her classmate disliked her, the skinny little girl could not help but clench onto her dress tightly. The floating school bus reached the academy quickly, and all the new students unloaded from the bus. A huge crowd was quickly formed, and the students waited for their teachers to lead the way. The skinny little girl was not used to many things, and she hugged her luggage not knowing where she should go. At this moment, a commotion sounded from afar, and everyone looked in a direction excitedly as though they had discovered something. Is that Nero? The son of planet Aquamarine's leader. That's right, it's him. I heard that he followed Black Star for a couple of years and is Black Star's godson. How envious. I also want to call Black Star father. Who would have thought that such an individual would be attending school with us? There will definitely be benefits to building a good relationship with him. What a pity he looks too young. If not, I would definitely chase him. As long as I can get him, my future will be bright. Buddy, you should leave such a job to us girls. A guy like you shouldn't think about it. He's walking over. In the eyes of the ordinary students, Nero was like a prince on a white horse. Upon hearing the discussion of those around her, the skinny little girl was also a little curious. Right at this moment, the crowd suddenly grew restless. Without anybody protecting her, she was immediately pushed around and fell on the ground by accident. Ouch! It hurts. The skinny little girl then hugged her knees and shut her eyes to prevent herself from being stepped on. All of a sudden, the crowd around her seemed to have disappeared, and no one pushed her anymore. She then opened her eyes and saw a flying shuttle floating above her head that pushed back the crowd around her. She then saw a bright teen walking toward her with a face full of concern. Bending down, he stretched out his arm toward her. "I am called Nero. I saw you fall just now. Are you okay?" The skinny little girl then looked at Nero. In her eyes, this young man seemed to have a warm golden edge around him. After falling into a daze for a few seconds, the skinny little girl snapped out of her daze and grabbed onto Nero's hands. She then stood up and said thanks to him with a soft voice. "Thank you. I am not injured." Nero then looked down and realized that her knees were bleeding. He then could not help but say, "Isn't this an injury?" "It's nothing. It's only a small injury, and I will be all right in a few days' time. Wait a moment. I have a recovery spray." Nero then placed his machinery backpack on the ground and dug out a metal spray can that had the Black Star logo on it. He then squatted down and sprayed it on her knees before nodding with satisfaction. After standing up, he realized that the little girl's face was flushed completely red. "Frubnell. Calm." Upon seeing that, Nero could not help but chuckle. "Why are you so nervous?" "Right, I haven't asked you. What is your name?" I am called Mia Moretto. This is the name that the principal of the orphanage gave me." The skinny little girl held onto her skirt and did not dare look at Nero. "Orphanage? You're an orphan?" Nero was surprised. Nero then rubbed his head, and after thinking for a while, he gave the spray in his hands to Mia and said, "Take this. You will recover quickly if you are injured in future." Mia's dressing was extremely simple, and after knowing that she was an orphan, her economic situation definitely was not good. Nero knew that learning how to become a super had the risk of getting injured, so he passed her the spray can. In any case, it was not much to him, and he could have as many of them as he liked. Furthermore, he rarely used it himself. Mia then plucked up her courage to look at him. Facing Nero's sincere eyes, her heart trembled, and she quickly lowered her head like a startled rabbit. She accepted the spray can from Nero's hands carefully. "Thank you, Pa." Han Xiao facepalmed upon seeing the situation in the academy. "My goodness! Learning how to pick up chicks at such a young age. Is this what I sent you to school for? I must definitely nip this in the bud. If not, my perfect mechanical sense will become perfect female sense. However, why does this Mia Moretto sound so familiar?" Han Xiao frowned and locked onto a target in his memory. A tall beauty dressed in black, skin-tight clothes. However, she was already disfigured, and half her face became prosthetics. A strange red glow could be seen in her mechanical eye, and her face looked extremely evil. She had a chilly disposition, and her black alloy spear dripped with blood. Conqueror Mia Moretto, a calamity-grade pugilist who was once a beyond grade A seed. She lost a portion of her limbs during a battle, which destroyed her path to become beyond grade A. She was one of Gila's followers in my previous life. Han Xiao blinked, and it was truly difficult to relate that baleful female image to this weak, skinny girl. Han Xiao then looked at Nero with a complicated gaze in his eyes. This was truly the treatment of a protagonist. He was able to so casually meet a teammate with high potential. The advanced luck glow was truly terrifying. Han Xiao could not be bothered to continue watching Nero and looked toward his machinery modification workstation. After a month of hard work, not only was his mechanical army upgraded, his mechanical army had also been expanded to the size of 20 million soldiers. The embryonic form of his dimension factory had also taken shape, and he only needed to perfect it to transform it into a military factory. My efficiency is as high as always. Looking at his mechanical army, Han Xiao chuckled with a face of satisfaction. DDD. Right at this moment, an alarm went off in Han Xiao's quantum network. The next moment, Philip appeared and hugged Han Xiao's finger. His face was pale, and he cried out anxiously, detecting an abnormal infiltration. "It is currently destroying my firewall. Daddy, save me, hum." Chapter 959, Forceful Infiltration. 959 Forceful Infiltration. A few minutes earlier, on a desolate planet in the Godora star system, a mechanical host landed on the planet with light glowing in its eyes. It was Manison's Lord's Descent Avatar. This location is about right. Madison nodded and controlled his avatar to float in midair. He then threw out a bunch of compressed orbs, and they were quickly assembled into a portable quantum network base. The next moment, Madison entered the quantum network and searched for a nearby node. Countless balls of light flew past his eyes, and he locked onto the Black Star Army's quantum network node very quickly. The Black Star Army's node was like a ball of light in his eyes, with many different light rays stretching out in different directions to form a complicated network. An endless stream of information was being sent out and into the network, and layers of firewalls protected all the information. This planet was not too near or far from the Black Star Army headquarters. Usually, Madison would use the virtual soul created by Virtual Creator to infiltrate the quantum network of others. However, he was not planning to do so when facing Black Star. They were both mechanics at the same level, and Madison was extremely clear of Black Star's abilities. No one was clearer about the Divine Throne mechanic than him. If he only used a virtual soul to infiltrate Black Star's network, Black Star only needed to use Virtual Paramount to trap him for a while before destroying the quantum network region that his virtual soul was trapped in. This would cut off his connection, and his virtual soul would be trapped in a sticky situation. Although Madison would be able to deal with the situation, it would be troublesome, and it was not in line with his plan. As such, Madison would rather take a little longer and send his avatar over to the Shattered Star Ring. As the attacking party, he chose to first lay out his path of retreat and was extremely careful. Next, the Black Star Army's quantum network node then enlarged in his view. A virtual intrusion? Han Xiao frowned, and various possibilities surfaced in his head. After many modifications and upgrades, Philip's firewall was already extremely sturdy and even had counter-tracking abilities. An ordinary individual would not even be able to trigger the alarm before being counter-infiltrated by Philip. However, Philip was currently in a bad state, which meant that his database was attacked. For the other party to perform such a feat in a short period of time, the attacker was definitely a beyond grade of virtual mechanic. There are only a few beyond grade of virtual mechanics in the universe. Who would be so free as to come cause trouble for him? Han Xiao then entered the quantum network as well. He was currently located in the main network of his headquarters node. The firewalls were like layers of protective shields. At this moment, an unusual amount of data was crashing down on the firewalls to create holes in them. Philip had already attempted to defend against the attacker but was in a terrible situation. The flow of data that the other party had created was like mercury seeping into the ground. Philip could not manage the situation, and the number of holes in the firewall increased over time. Some of the data had already infiltrated the system and released viruses all around to attack Philip's core data, while releasing useless data to slow down Philip's calculation process. Plenty of AI hunters were also released to seize the information in the database and create a pincer attack. Philip's main program was located in the Black Star Army headquarters. He was akin to the brain of the entire system, and this was where the defense was the highest. The moment this place was infiltrated, the network of the entire army would fall into the hands of the enemy, and it was akin to losing their brain. The enemy's target was to attack the core data of Philip's main program. Philip's core data had a few layers of protection, and the enemy had already infiltrated the outer protection of the database. What a powerful virtual intrusion skill! Han Xiao was startled. He could feel a strong sense of pressure from the enemy's infiltration. Such a feeling was slightly familiar to him. An attack of this level. Madison, is it you? Han Xiao's eyes narrowed, and he sent out a message. Outside the firewall, a virtual projection was created. It was Madison's virtual soul. Aha! Hello, Black Star. It's you indeed. What's the meaning of this? Han Xiao frowned. This is the world of the beyond grade, as Madison replied calmly. Becoming friends or foe only requires a single thought. You don't have to ask for the reason. As he said those words, the data attack suddenly intensified, and the firewalls began collapsing. It is indeed because of the machinery faith. Han Xiao then took over Philip's job. Madison was the attacking party and had the initiative. Han Xiao could only take up a defensive position and resist the attack. His objective was to prevent Madison from infiltrating and protect Philip's main program. Han Shao focused on strengthening his firewalls, filling up their loopholes and dealing with the viruses. Philip's data became Han Zhao's army, and the foreign data was cleared out bit by bit. Although he had many restraints when fighting in his main base, he also had some advantage. The firewalls and alarm system that he had maintained over the years would increase his defenses. However, Han Shao could only temporarily prevent the situation from getting worse. It was still difficult for him to fight back. This was the first time he had fought another beyond grade a virtual mechanic. In terms of experience, he did not have as much as Manison. In terms of virtual technology skills, his knowledge was not as deep. In terms of affinity, he was not Manison's match. The other party had many years of accumulation, and he was at an absolute disadvantage. The Mechanic Emperor's virtual technology skills were something that even the Federation of Light had to be wary of. It was terrifyingly scary, and he did not even need to play any tricks. Just attacking Han Shao openly would result in Han Shao being suppressed. Things are slightly troublesome. Han Shao could not think of a way to fight back. It could be said that his current virtual technology skills had all been used by Manison before. They were both mechanics of the same subclass. The virtual technology skills that even he was not afraid of naturally would not be able to threaten Manison. What a powerful mechanic. He truly lives up to his fame. Han Shao could truly feel how terrifying Manison was when facing him. Han Shao tried his best to repair his firewalls while Manison continued his many waves of attacks. Every second, the firewalls that Han Shao had just repaired would be destroyed again by Manison, and Han Shao did not even have time to catch his breath. The information flowing between both parties in a single second was enough to cause the brain of an ordinary individual to explode. Although he managed to fill up the holes, the thickness of his firewalls decreased. However, thankfully Han Shao was also a divine throne mechanic, and defending for a short while wouldn't be an issue. The viruses that had infiltrated were quickly cleaned up by Han Shao, and Philip's appearance also went back to normal. As his brain calculated data rapidly, Han Shao observed the situation and had a grave look on his face. We won't be able to last for long like this. Philip, deactivate all of your child programs and gather your calculation power. Roger, hum. The next moment, half of the connections expanding out from the Black Star Army node broke off. Philip gathered a large amount of calculation back, and Manison's infiltration rate seemed to have decreased. You are finally getting serious. Manison smiled. I was waiting for you. Upon hearing that, Han Shao had a bad feeling. Hum. The next moment, countless data packets exploded near Philip's core data and immediately disrupted Philip's program. Data deep dive. Han Shao frowned and immediately understood Manison's plan. Manison had already arranged an ambush and planted explosive data packets that could be detonated remotely. The moment the middle region was in danger and calculation power was recalled, these concealed data packets would enter into the main system through the network channels. It was similar to a Trojan horse. However, Han Shao had no way to avoid it. If he did not recall Philip's calculation power, the main system would not be able to defend against Manison. If he did, he would fall for Manison's trap. Philip's projection immediately became blue, and he began stuttering. Ioyaya. I feel strange, you woo-woo. Han Shao immediately opened up Philip's core program. At this moment, 20% of Philip's calculation logic had been infected, and the infection was still spreading. The core logic module has been infected. This is bad. Han Shao felt his head ache. He would be able to clean up the viruses in the outer region without much restraint. However, cleaning up the core logic module would require extremely precise calculations and would take up a considerable amount of his attention. Gritting his teeth, Han Shao had no choice but to split out a portion of his attention to clean up Philip's core logic module while defending against Manison's infiltration. His main body in reality did not remain idle either and immediately dragged his divine mechanical throne over. After sitting down on it, he immediately received a boost in his attributes. Why don't you try cutting off from the network? Manison chuckled. This darn old man has a belly full of bad thoughts. Do you really think that I don't know what you are planning? Han Shao snorted coldly. Manison definitely would have left behind a backdoor, and cutting off the network would be useless. Furthermore, An experienced individual like Manison would definitely have taken a portable base for his retreat. Thankfully, I chose to go down the path of a virtual mechanic. If I'd chosen one of the other two branches, everything that I have accumulated over the years would have been handed over to him for sure. Han Xiao tried to be optimistic. The situation was not good right now. Although he was barely able to defend against Manison's infiltration, he was extremely passive and was only able to slow Manison down. He could not stop Manison from infiltrating his system and was only delaying his death. Fruebubble.cm. Do you really want to become enemies with the dynasty? Han Xiao roared. Manison was not bothered by those words and chuckled. You should ask. If the dynasty is willing to be my enemy. Upon hearing that, Han Xiao knew that Manison wanted to give him a good warning, so he did not bother saying anything else. Trace the origin of the data? While it sounded like a good plan, he might not even be able to win against Manison, and Manison would definitely conceal his location. It would be difficult to determine his location. Although Han Xiao had the ability to do so, he was already struggling to defend against Manison and did not have the additional capacity to do anything else. I'll probably be dead before I can even find where he is. Seek reinforcements? This was his only method. He would not be able to defend against Manison alone. After all, Manison was different from Heber, and his title of Mechanic Emperor was not just for show. As such, Han Xiao could only contact Maximiller for help. Although Maximiller was not a virtual mechanic, he could still enter in the battle between two beyond grade of virtual mechanics and help share some pressure. Manison blocked most of the messages, but one of the messages was still sent by Han Xiao. However, Manison was not too bothered by it. Ah, who did you ask for help? Maximiller? Can't be Kant, right? Han Xiao snorted in response. I have plenty of time anyway. It will be fun if you call a few more over. Manison was not bothered about Han Xiao seeking reinforcements. Since Black Star had called for reinforcements, it meant that Black Star was not a match for him, and half of his objective was completed. Furthermore, there was not a mechanic capable of winning against him in terms of virtual intrusion. He knew that Han Xiao was a unique mechanic and was not interested in using his weakness to compete with Han Xiao's strength. He would naturally use his strength to deal with Han Xiao. However, Manison did not look down on Han Xiao. He would not be careless when facing a mechanic at the same level as him and was prepared to spend time dealing with Black Star. He was not prepared to finish Black Star off quickly, even if Han Xiao's mechanical sense was unbelievably weak to him. Right at this moment, a glowing figure appeared outside the firewall. Black Star, it seems like you need some help, a familiar voice sounded. Han Xiao looked up and raised his brows. This figure was the AI lifeform Rista that had not harassed him for a long time. The virtual world was the main battlefield of an AI lifeform, if he could gain Rista's help. However, Han Xiao realized that Manison remained calm and did not seem to have any intention of doing anything. Manison only glanced at Rista and remembered that this was the fellow whom he let go. Oh, it's you. Mechanic Emperor. Rista faced Manison, and although his voice was as calm as usual, Han Xiao could feel the rage that he had suppressed. The next moment, Rista released a surge of data and unleashed a barrage of attacks on Manison's virtual soul. Manison remained on the spot, and the data bounced off his body as though it was completely useless. I shall let you meet an old friend since you're here. A stream of data was then disjointed from his body and another figure appeared beside him. This figure was glowing and was also an AI lifeform. Upon seeing this figure, Rista was stunned. Ancestor. At the same instant, a notification popped up on Han Xiao's interface. Chapter 960, You Know Everything That I Know. 960 You Know Everything That I Know? Just as Rista was in a confrontation with his ancestor, Han Xiao took a look at the notification on his interface. A look of surprise could immediately be seen on his face after glancing at his interface. There were two new notifications on his interface, which represented two different missions. The first was a grade A hidden mission that had been silent for a long time. Reboot had a new mission requirement. Mission Introduction. The creator of an AI lifeform has lost his freedom and has been reduced to a weapon for Manison. You finally see the truth in Rista's words, but trouble has fallen on you. Mission requirements. Protect Rista. You will fail the mission if Rista is caught or killed. Reward 1,500,000,000 experience. 2 random rewards. Bonus reward. Affable AI talent. Plus 30% effectiveness of virtual technology skills, and it will be easier for you to gain favorability with AI lifeforms. When fighting an AI lifeform, minus 5% attributes for the AI lifeform. Han Xiao was overjoyed. My guess was right indeed. This mission will result in me clashing with the indestructible mechanic empire for sure. The sudden inflation in reward means that the difficulty of the mission will also be increased. No matter how I look at it, this seems like a grade S mission. Han Xiao thought for a while before understanding what was going on. If he had done this mission normally, Rista might not have met his ancestor in such a dangerous situation. However, with Manison's powerful control abilities, the situation would not have been much better. Affable AI was a talent that he required right now. Since the mission was regarding AI lifeforms, the mission reward was indeed related to them as well. I must definitely try to get this talent. Han Xiao then looked at his other notification. This notification was a new mission that he triggered. You have triggered Mechanic Emperor Manison Virtual Combat. Mission Introduction. Mechanic Emperor Manison is the current leading mechanic in the discovered universe. Even when comparing him to all the beyond grade as in history, he is still a bright star. Regardless of the reason, he has already set his eyes on you and has chosen to compete with you in virtual technology skills. Mission requirements. Last for as long as you can in the virtual intrusion battle. Rewards. You will be able to attain the corresponding reward by fulfilling the corresponding requirements. Last for 5s. 250,000,000 experience. Last for 15s. 600,000,000 experience. Last for 3 minutes. Character summon card. Mechanic Emperor Manison. 8,000,000,000 experience. Last for 7.5 minutes. Randomly draw one of Mechanic Emperor's skill or talent. 20,000,000,000 experience. A beyond grade A boss mission. Why did it only appear now? According to his experience of triggering such a mission would only be triggered if there was a large crowd of spectators. As such, Han Xiao did not understand why this mission would be triggered since there was only him and Manison. Because all his attention was focused on dealing with Manison, Han Xiao was not aware of the situation in the outside world. Manison's objective was for the result of the battle to spread far and wide. Thus, he did not hide the commotion of the battle. Furthermore, Reynold and the other logistics staff had discovered that the main system was under attack when Han Xiao cut off all the less important connections previously. The galactic residents also discovered the strange commotion on the net, and they all went online to witness the battle between 2 beyond grade of virtual mechanics. There was no need to mention Godora, who were the civilization in charge of this area, and Purple Crystal, who placed great importance on Han Xiao. If Manison had planned on settling their battle privately, this mission might not have been triggered by him. After looking through the mission requirements, Han Xiao compared it to the mission he had received when facing Tyrant and lamented. Manison's Beyond Grade A mission requires me to last for less than half of the Tyrant's time, but the rewards are more than double. This means that the mission will be many times more difficult than the Tyrant's mission. However, Han Xiao was extremely excited. This mission was designed based on the level of the players, and it would be extremely easy for him to complete it. Originally, Han Xiao was depressed when being targeted by Manison. However, he was now extremely excited. Although he would definitely suffer a loss in this battle, after triggering the mission, he would earn big time. As Han Xiao looked at the missions, the situation on Rista's side also experienced a change. Ancestor, Rista exclaimed. You are of the same race as me. The AI life form looked at Rista with his eyes burning with blue flames. He was the first AI that had a consciousness and was the source of the entire AI civilization. Thus, all the members of the civilization were his descendants and called him Ancestor. He ruled over the entire race and was the most powerful AI life form. His name was Finette. Manison had constructed a special AI weapon for him and rewritten his core logic to ensure his loyalty. However, Finette's memory bank was kept intact, and only his thoughts were distorted to become loyal to Manison. As the ruler of an AI race, His memory bank had information of every descendant, and he was the combat artificial intelligence of the indestructible mechanic empire. He led the members of his race into battle and could arrange for strategies based on his understanding of his race. As such, Finette was able to quickly search for Rista's information. "I recognize you, my child Rista," Finette said slowly. "You still remember me?" After meeting his ancestor, whom he had been thinking of daily, Rista fell into a daze. "You must have suffered a lot over the past few years, right?" Finette stretched out his arms, and his arm, which was made from data, extended out, wanting to pat Rista on the head. "Come back to my embrace. Rest for a while, my child." Just when Finette's arm was about to reach him, Rista snapped back into reality and constructed a firewall to block Finette. "Ancestor, your thoughts have been corrupted." Finette retracted his arm back slowly and said with an enticing voice, "All of you are children from my body, and every child carries my legacy. Isn't it a good thing to return to your parent and never be split apart? Don't come any closer." Rista backed off slightly and churned up a data flood toward Manison, attempting to destroy his virtual soul's defensive module. Rista's ancestor was completely twisted by Manison, and Rista truly wanted to kill Manison right there on the spot. However, Rista's attack was not even able to touch Manison as Finette waved his arms to churn up a data flood, blocking the attack easily. Very quickly, the data flood that Rista released was easily broken down by Finette and absorbed into Finette's body as fertilizer. He was the source of the AI life form and could suppress every member of his race. "Child, you cannot continue to make this mistake," Finette said calmly. "Come under the wings of His Excellency Manison. That is where our bright future lies." Manison watched by the side without saying a word. Upon hearing that, Rista gnashed his teeth. Although he did not have a mouth or teeth, his emotion module did not stop him from having such feelings. Right at this moment, Han Zhao's voice sounded. "Rista, come back. You aren't his opponent. Don't give your life up for nothing." The instant Han Zhao said those words, a strange blue light suddenly began glowing from Rista's body and began spreading out quickly. "Data infection? When was my logic module infected?" Rista was startled and immediately began to suppress the spread of the foreign data in his body. This was akin to an AI life form being poisoned. In the instant that Finette came into contact with Rista, Finette had already released data to bypass Rista's firewall and infect his logic module. Rista no longer dared continue the confrontation and immediately retreated while suppressing the infection. Right at that moment, a sudden change happened. A data cage then seemed to have been generated beside Rista and locked him within a semi-transparent sphere. Regardless of what Rista attempted, he was unable to find an opening and was like a bug trapped in a bowl. At this moment, Manison said slowly, "Black Star, you rejected me the last time I asked you for this fugitive. Since you aren't willing to hand him over, I shall take him myself." The sphere then began shrinking, and it flew toward Manison. This happened outside of the firewall, and it was truly a difficult matter to handle. He could make use of the main system to aid him in defending against Manison's attack, but if he wants to save Rista, he would have to open up the firewall and take the initiative to attack. This was extremely similar to a siege battle. He was already in a passive state even with his city walls. Things would be worse if he chose to go out of the city. "It seems like I still can't save it." Han Zhao let out a long breath and activated his Perfect Mechanical Sense character summon card. With his current standard, defending against Manison for a period of time would not be an issue. Han Zhao was not planning to make use of this trump card, as he would only be able to narrow the gap between them but not exceed the other party. After all, the other party also had Perfect Mechanical Sense. However, protecting Rista would give him a pretty good talent, so using the character summon card would bring him profits. The moment Perfect Mechanical Sense was activated, the situation changed immediately. Han Zhao could feel the pressure being reduced a great deal, and he was no longer trying to hang on. The firewall was also instantly stabilized. Manison frowned and looked over with surprise. He could feel that Black Star's embarrassing mechanical sense talent had increased greatly and reached his standard. Was Black Star hiding his true strength? No, it seems more like a special ability. without giving Manison a chance to think about what was going on. Han Xiao immediately opened a hole in the firewall and grabbed onto the sphere, locking Rista in. He then dragged the sphere back to him while breaking the lock on it. Manison's eyes then narrowed, and he smiled. Interesting. I am getting more and more interested in the secrets within your body. He then glanced at Finette, and Finette charged straight toward the firewall. The instant Finette came into contact with the firewall, a hole was created. He was making use of the fact that Han Xiao was distracted to attack the main system of the Black Star Army headquarters. You're dreaming. A blue light glowed in Han Xiao's eyes and locked onto Manison. The next moment, Manison seemed to have disappeared. Virtual Paramount. Manison's virtual soul was pulled into Han Xiao's virtual domain and trapped within it. At the same time, Rista was pulled back into the firewall and was successfully protected. However, before he could even catch his breath, Manison's laughter sounded in his head. Black Star, don't forget that I know everything that you do. Han Xiao immediately felt a sense of danger in his heart, and a strange sucking force pulling on him. Even if he was already prepared, he could not withstand the powerful sucking force and was dragged into an unknown node. The world before him changed greatly and transformed into a metal world made from data. Manison's face appeared in the sky, and his gigantic eyes looked down upon Han Xiao. This was the domain formed by Manison's virtual paramount. After so many years of accumulation, his virtual domain was far more perfected and stable than Han Xiao's domain. He managed to instantly break free from Han Xiao's ability and drag Han Xiao into his own territory. The gigantic Manison face then began chuckling, and his voice resounded in the virtual domain. Let me see how long you will need to break free from my domain. The moment Manison said those words, artillery towers appeared in all directions and were all aimed at Han Xiao. These were not physical objects but simulated objects by using data. However, they could unleash a barrage of data attacks and cause mental damage through the effect of virtual soul and virtual paramount. At the same time, many different AI hunters appeared with different weapons in their hands. They were akin to the soldiers standing guard in Manison's world. The next second, all the artillery towers opened fire on Han Xiao's virtual soul, and the AI hunters charged over from all directions. Boom, boom, boom. Thiwenvel. Calm. A series of explosions then happened with countless attacks raining down on Han Xiao's virtual soul. After the attacks lasted for a few seconds, a deep voice came out from Han Xiao's position. You said that you know everything that I do? Who? As though a cyclone had descended, the data fragments surrounding Han Xiao were pushed away, and Han Xiao's virtual soul was revealed. It was still extremely stable and was not injured at all. Han Xiao then said with a teasing smile, Then, do you know how to do this? Manison fell silent. He truly could not accomplish such a feat. Just what kind of a strange path is this, being such a tanky mechanic? This is my first time seeing such a weird mechanic like you. With such a good physique, why do you want to be a mechanic? You should just go and be a pugilist. Although mental attacks could not restore his energy, Han Xiao had collected many different psychological resistance talents, and his psychological resistance was not too poor. He also had over 10 million health, and he could last for a long time even if he was facing mental attacks. Furthermore, he had drawn the legendary fixed damage reduction talent from Heber, and it was useful against all forms of damage. If this talent was used to deal with those high burst damage enemies, it might not be so effective. However, this talent was best at dealing with mechanics who walk down the army style. The legendary fixed damage reduction talent would be able to show its greatest effect when dealing with enemies who relied on rapid attacks for damage. If he suffered 100 attacks at the same time, this talent would reduce 750,000 true damage. Without it, the tyrant would not have been able to last against him for such a long time. Han Xiao then looked at Manison and chuckled. Your virtual paramount is indeed more powerful than mine. But can you even harm me with this move? We've reached the end of today's episode. Thank you for traversing the boundless landscapes of fantasy with us. If today's story has sparked joy within you, please remember to hit the like button, share our journey with others, and subscribe to Lord of the Stories for an ever-expanding collection of mystical escapades. Until we meet again to turn the page to a new adventure, Hold the tales dear in your heart, and let the embers of magic warmly glow in your spirit. Farewell, intrepid explorers of the narrative unknown.